Just having traversed into the vast multiverse of Marvel, Shamo finds himself in an unfamiliar realm. After meticulously organizing the memories of his new body, a mechanical, synthetic voice resounds within his mind. Ding! You have joined the chat group of Myriad Worlds. Madara inquires. Newcomer, do you wish to dance as well? Haibodong remarks. The newcomer clearly exhibits potential. I might as well invest early. Batman Wayne comments. Is the newcomer wealthy? Never mind. He couldn't possibly be richer than I am. Kaneki Tuka expresses concern. I wonder if the newcomer's world is terribly bleak. The group leader, the sorceress Anling, asks, could you elaborate on the circumstances of your world, newcomer? I wish to foretell your future. Just as Shamo was about to express his disbelief, another mechanical, synthetic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The supreme lottery system of Myriad Worlds has been successfully activated. Unfortunately, Shamo lacks formal education. He can only utter a vague exclamation of astonishment. Observing the two systems that might soon collide within his mind, Shamo hastily intervenes to mediate. Chapter 1. The Two Systems. Slowly opening his eyes, Shamo steadies his head, which feels as if it might explode from pain, and gazes around. He notices the dark, shadowy walls of the cave, illuminated by a few flickering, dilapidated light bulbs. Shamo mutters, did I not get swept away by a torrent after rescuing a drowning girl? If I am not deceased, I should not be here, but rather in a hospital. What on earth is this place? Just as Shamo questions his existence, a strange male voice emanates from beside the fire. You are awake. Tony Stark remains unconscious. You are quite fortunate. Your injuries are not severe. It appears to be merely a concussion. Upon hearing the name Tony Stark, a flood of fragmented memories floods into Shamo's mind, causing a sharp, tearing pain in his head. Ethan quickly approaches to support Shamo, saying, relax, my name is Ethan, and I am responsible for treating both of you. If you continue in this state, those terrorists will kill you. They will not leave a liability behind. After a few minutes, the excruciating agony in Shamo's mind begins to subside. Now, he comprehends the situation. He has indeed traversed in the Marvel Multiverse and possesses a unique skill, superverbal evasion. In this world, he is also called Shamo, an orphan who joined the military. During the escort of Tony Stark, he encountered an attack from terrorists. For reasons unknown, the terrorists spared his life and brought him, along with the injured Tony Stark, into this cave. Shamo gazes at the pitch-black walls, pondering how to survive in this Marvel Multiverse. A mechanical, synthetic voice resounds in his mind once more. Ding! You have joined the chat group of Myriad Worlds. Just as Shamo prepares to voice his disbelief, another mechanical, synthetic voice echoes in his mind. Ding! The supreme lottery system of Myriad Worlds has been initiated. Shamo, observing the two powerful systems in his mind, is utterly bewildered. Having read numerous web novels and fanfictions, he has never encountered a scenario where two systems are activated simultaneously, one of which is a chat group. The chat group members instantly perk up upon noticing the newcomer. Madara asks, Newcomer, do you wish to dance? Batman Wayne queries, is the newcomer wealthy? Never mind, he couldn't possibly surpass my wealth. Haibodong exclaims, the newcomer is clearly a hidden gem. I shall invest early. Kaneki Tuka wonders, the newcomer's world cannot be too tragic, right? Please don't let it resemble mine. The group leader, Anlinger, inquires, could you share the general circumstances of your world, newcomer? This will help me predict your future. Observing the familiar faces in the chat group, Shamo silently muses, what a collection of old acquaintances. The formidable Madara from the Naruto world, the financially adept Batman from the DC universe, the refreshing Haibodong from the Dochi world, and Kaneki Tuka from the Tokyo Ghoul world. The group leader must also be a fellow traveler like me. Just as Shamo prepares to engage in conversation, the chat group system in his mind and the newly activated Supreme Lottery system begin to bicker. Shamo closes his eyes, entering his consciousness to witness a golden sphere of light and a blue sphere of light exchanging heated words. The chat group system asserts, you dare to bind my chosen group members? What do you want to fight? The Supreme Lottery system retorts, nonsense. What do you mean by your chosen members? It is clearly my host who has been selected for the chat group. I have always resided within the host. I have merely just been activated. Why would I fear a newly established chat group? Let's fight, come at me. The chat group retorts, come at me. Shamo observes the two systems, which are now practically glued together, yet hesitant to engage in combat, and is left speechless. He helplessly states, If you wish to fight, then fight, but can't you maintain a respectable distance? I thought you two were up to something else. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you both to cultivate a powerful being together? It would save effort and resources. Clearly, you are not going to engage in battle. If you wish to do so, you would have done it by now. The two systems gaze at Shamo, both internally wondering why they should feel offended by his words. Shamo continues, "You ask me why I fear you? I fear nothing, not even death. Why should I fear you? If the two of you collaborated to nurture a formidable being across myriad worlds, wouldn't that be delightful? I ask you both, do you agree with my reasoning?" The two systems nod, albeit sluggishly. Shamo smiles and says, "Were you both dawdling for? Where is the newbie gift package?" Shamo expresses that he currently possesses no offensive abilities, save for his fully mastered verbal evasion. The two systems ponder for a moment, questioning why they nodded in agreement. Deep down, they find Shamo's reasoning to be quite compelling. Shamo imagines that when he acts in the future, others might exclaim, "He's about to speak." Quickly, shut his mouth. The chat group sheepishly states, the chat group system does not provide a new member gift package. The Supreme Lottery system smirks mischievously and retorts, "Is that so? I expected something grand. No way. The Supreme Chat Group system of myriad worlds lacks a gift package? I can only pity the host. Here you go, newbie gift package activated." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 consecutive draws. The chat group system, feeling somewhat embarrassed, adds, "Thus, my newbie gift package consists of 100,000 chat group points." If future chat group leader Anlinger were to hear this, she would likely weep. Just how long did it take her to accumulate 12,000 points? Now, Shamo, this rascal, arrives with a staggering 100,000 points. Shamo states, "I have some matters to attend to. Please refrain from squabbling." With that, he exits his consciousness. Shamo decides against engaging the chat group, drawing lottery prizes, or spending those 100,000 points. His primary focus is now on Tony Stark, who has awakened. Shamo remains intrigued by the notion of a mere mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with deities and is prepared to forge a benevolent connection. Chapter 2. 5 golden glimmers in 10 consecutive draws. The system exclaims it's beyond human. Shamo approached Tony Stark, who was already engaged in conversation with Ethan. Observing Tony's wary expression, Shamo introduced himself, saying, "Tony Stark, I am Shamo. Our current predicament is dire. We are at constant risk of falling victim to terrorists. I wonder if you remember me? I am a soldier who fought alongside you." Ethan nodded in affirmation, adding, "Yes, he awoke before you did." Tony, glancing at the wound on his chest and then at the disheveled Shamo, expressed, "Brother, they must be targeting me. I've dragged you into this." Shamo replied calmly, "I believe I may have awakened a certain power. You might find it hard to believe, but give me some time, and I can lead you out of here." Tony regarded Shamo with skepticism before shifting his gaze to Ethan, who helplessly remarked, "I thought he merely had a concussion. It seems his head may have suffered more damage." With a resigned look, Tony surveyed their surroundings before turning back to Shamo. "Focus on healing. I will ensure your escape." Shamo refrained from further arguments. If he were to acquire power from the system and whisk Tony away, it might result in a world devoid of Iron Man, leaving only the playboy Tony Stark. He found a comfortable spot to sit and entered the inner sanctum of the Multiverse lottery system, where 10 keys floated before him. Silently, he intoned, "Initiate the 10 consecutive draws." The system, seemingly indifferent, activated the lottery. Ding. You have obtained the Nine-Tails Sharingan. Ding. You have acquired the Wood Release Great Package. Ding. You have received the Six Paths Body. Ding. You have gained the power of the Tremor Fruit. Ding. The power of the Omni King. Ding. You have received the Destruction God power of Beerus. Ding. You have obtained the Heavenly and Earthly Law. Ding. You have acquired the Golden Staff. Ding. You have obtained the Pokemon Mutwo with Mega Evolution. Ding. You have received the creation power of Arceus. Gazing at the 5 red orbs and 5 golden orbs within the system space, Shamo was momentarily stunned, as was the lottery system itself. He had intended to gradually level up and battle, but it appeared that such plans were now unnecessary. The lottery system was left pondering whether it had encountered a bug. Despite thorough investigation, no anomalies were found. It was left questioning its very existence. It is noteworthy that the red rewards typically guaranteed 1 in a 10 draw, while the golden rewards assured 1 in 100 draws. Shamo had drawn 5 red rewards in a single 10 draw, and to his astonishment, he had also acquired 5 golden rewards. Was this even humanly possible? A lucky individual could not be so fortunate. Shamo's musings jolted the system back to reality. The lottery system. somewhat dazed, asked, "Host, what did you just say?" I momentarily lost focus. Shamo replied nonchalantly, "I initially planned to develop steadily, but it seems my newfound strength demands otherwise. Shall we merge all abilities and power?" The system nodded and began to integrate the rewards into Shamo's being. Within him, a tumultuous transformation unfolded. Yet the outside world remained undisturbed. Ding. Fusion complete. The golden staff and the pokeball containing Mutwo have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. As Shamo felt the incredible power coursing through him, he continued, "System, do you have my current attribute panel?" Ding. The host's attribute panel is now open. Host, Shamo. Gender, male. Hobbies, female. Age, 20 years. Abilities, Nine-Tails Sharingan, including Susanoo, Six Paths Body, Infinite Healing, Infinite Chakra, Six Paths Form. All would release techniques, Tremor Fruit Power. All powers of the Omni King, Beerus's Destruction God Power, Heavenly and Earthly Law. All powers of Arceus. Shamo scrutinized his panel and inquired, "What level of power do I currently possess in the multiverse?" The chat group reflected for a moment and responded, "In the multiverse, power is categorized into 999 levels, with anything above 999 being transcendent. You are currently at a maximum of level 888, which is above average." Shamo nearly choked on his own blood, feeling immensely powerful, only to discover he was merely above average. Fortunately, the chat group members were oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, they might have been tempted to berate him. However, the multiverse lottery system was acutely aware of his sentiments and was internally raging. "Seriously, you've shot from level 0 to 888, and you still want more? What else could you possibly desire?" Shamo sensed the system's impending breakdown and could only offer an awkward smile before exiting the system space. He observed Tony Stark, who was lost in thought. Shamo refrained from unleashing his overwhelming power to save Tony, intending instead for Tony Stark to rescue himself. In his previous life, Shamo had held a deep admiration for Tony Stark's character and would not allow his newfound strength to undermine Tony's sole opportunity to become Iron Man. Instead of interrupting Tony, Shamo opened the chat group panel, preparing to masquerade as an ordinary newcomer. Uchiha Madara remarked, "This newcomer must be from an ancient world. It's taking him forever to grasp the chat group." Tuka Kirishima chimed in, "Madara, don't tease the newcomer. You were silent for half a day when you first entered the group, and when you finally spoke, it was just to argue. If I hadn't learned from the group master that you're an elder, I would have felt compelled to scold you." Kaibasito added, "Newcomer, please make your presence known. I sense your potential is limitless. I can explain the workings of this chat group. If you find yourself in danger, send a distress signal, and I will spend 1,000 points to traverse worlds and rescue you." Batman Wayne offered, "If you're short on funds, I can gift you a box of gold bars, provided you introduce yourself first." Group Master and Linger interjected, "Please don't rush him. He will reveal himself when he is ready." Shamo finally spoke up in the chat group, "Greetings, fellow members. I am Shamo. I had a bit of a situation earlier. To put it simply, I am a transmigrator. The group master is also a transmigrator, correct?" In a villa, a girl reclining on the sofa suddenly sat upright, muttering, "A transmigrator has entered the chat group. How fortunate. I'm glad I didn't deceive the group members or pretend to be something I'm not, or I would be in deep trouble now." Chapter 3, Shamo's Reveal. Group Master and Linger pondered for a moment and replied, "You can call me Linger. Technically, I am a reincarnator. I have been in this magical world for 16 years and have formed a new family here." Shamo, did you transmigrate directly? What world are you currently in? Shamo, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, "In my past life, I was an orphan, and in this life, I find myself once again as an orphan, albeit a Chinese American. I have now transmigrated into the Marvel Multiverse, and I believe I am at the very beginning of the Marvel Cinematic Universe storyline. Iron Man, Ethan, and I are currently trapped in a terrorist hideout." The members of the chat group, unfamiliar with the Marvel world, nonetheless sensed the underlying sorrow in Shamo's words. The group leader, and Linger, continued to inquire, "Do you require our assistance at this moment?" However, the chat group's transdimensional feature is currently undergoing an update. "Allow me to lend you some points so you may enhance your capabilities. You can repay me once you have accumulated enough points." Xiaomo pondered over the message sent by Linger, feeling that this group leader had a certain warmth about her. Wudao Dongxiang chimed in the chat, "Xiaomo, now that you have joined our chat group, we are akin to family. Should you face any difficulties, please do not hesitate to voice them. We will endeavor to assist you." Haibodong added, "Brother Xiaomo, as a member of our chat group family, if anyone dares to bully you, I, the Ice Emperor Haibodong, shall unleash my ice dragon upon them." The taciturn Batman, Wayne, reflected for a moment before stating, Now that we are all part of this chat group, we are indeed family. Should you encounter hardships, do not hesitate to share. Being an orphan is not insurmountable. I lost my parents at a tender age as well. Your parents would undoubtedly wish for you to smile and stride confidently towards a brighter future. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. Shamo, you are now acknowledged as a family member from another world by me, Uchiha Madara. The current ninja realm has grown increasingly cold-hearted. It is only in other worlds that I encounter intriguing and compassionate individuals like yourselves. As Shamo absorbed the words of concern and encouragement from the chat group, he leaned against the mountainside and smiled sincerely. With genuine warmth, he expressed, in my previous life, aside from the old director of the orphanage who showed me kindness, it seemed I was the only one who cared for myself. Having traversed to this world, although I lack family, I find great solace in the company of all of you in the chat group. And Linger, I assure you that I am not in any peril. My strength should be among the most formidable in this chat group. For the time being, I do not require assistance from anyone, but I appreciate your kind intentions. If any of you encounter troubles, feel free to reach out to me, and I shall do my utmost to assist. As Linger sat at home, enjoying her dinner, she read Xiaomo's words, feeling a sensation she could not quite articulate. While she was lost in thought, her mother, Zhang Lin, placed a chopstick full of garlic sprouts stir-fried with sausage into her bowl. Gazing at her smiling parents, she suddenly felt a profound sense of happiness. Wu Dao Dongxiang wished to say something, but struggled to find the right words. Batman Wayne remained silent, offering no further comments. Even Haibodong refrained from jumping in to lighten the mood. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Madara who stepped forward and asked, Shamo, you claim to be the strongest force in this chat group. Are you quite certain of that? Shamo contemplated before responding. I believe that to be quite accurate. After all, the group leader, and Linger, mentioned that she had only been reincarnated in that magical world for 16 years. And given that our chat group is still relatively small, it likely has not been established for long. Hence, I deduce that the group leader may not yet possess overwhelming strength. As for your strengths, I shall compare them to your peak capabilities. It is unlikely that any of you surpasses my prowess. You must have heard that I am a traveler from another world. I possess extensive knowledge about your realm, including your peak strengths. Chapter 4. The genuine need for robust power to protect. Uchiha Madara felt that Shamo was a tad arrogant and retorted, do you truly comprehend my full strength during my prime? My peak power could effortlessly obliterate an entire city. Haibodong added, Shamo, I perceive you as quite youthful. You must not allow a mere taste of power to inflate your ego. I am one of the top 10 Do Emperors of the Gamma Empire, and in this chat group, I currently hold the highest strength. Even the peak version of Uchiha Madara may not best me. Uchiha Madara, displeased, interjected, Haibodong, you are mistaken. The Destiny dungeon that the group leader provided in the chat group fails to showcase my full power. Those few ice dragons could not possibly defeat me at my peak. Haibodong scoffed, I cannot speak for your prime, but I am certain you cannot match my strength now. Old man Uchiha Madara. And Linger glanced awkwardly at the bickering pair, preparing to say something when Shamo interjected, Uchiha Madara, I believe I could easily crush the Sage of the Six Paths from your world with one hand. And as for the Do Emperor from the Dochi world, I could likewise dispatch him with a single hand. Do you both comprehend my meaning? Both Uchiha Madara and Haibodong were taken aback, their thoughts beginning to waver, yet skepticism lingered. They both felt that Shamo, being young and inexperienced, had become overconfident after recently acquiring some power. At that moment, the mechanical notification sound of the chat group echoed in their minds. Ding! The duel arena feature has been activated. After the first duel concludes, the accurate strength labels of group members will be unveiled. Ding! The chat group now introduces functions such as group sign-in, enhancement, note. Enhancement costs 500 points per use. Group points, group store, note. Currently no items available. Members must upload their own world transfer feature and group duel arena. Upcoming features include member strength labels, group live streaming, and group task functionalities. Shamo inquired, Uchiha Madara. Haibodong, would you both care to test my strength in the duel arena? I just observed that death in the duel arena does not affect reality. And a day's worth of dueling there equates to merely a minute passing outside. There should be no adverse consequences. I shall cover the 100 points required to enter the duel arena. The chat group generously granted me a small number of points upon my arrival. What do you both think? Haibodong felt it necessary to remind Shamo of the wisdom that there are always greater powers beyond one's own. Uchiha Madara, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I can no longer engage in battle in this current state. Haibodong, you should test the strength of this young lad, Shamo. However, And Linger did not share the skepticism of Haibodong and Uchiha Madara regarding Shamo's self-assuredness and presumed arrogance. Rather, she believed that the chat group had genuinely welcomed a formidable traveler. Given Shamo's identity as a traveler, he must possess knowledge of Uchiha Madara and Haibodong's strengths, particularly their peak capabilities. That he would still propose a battle with them suggested that he possessed genuine strength. Otherwise, why would he make such a request? Wouldn't that be inviting defeat? Batman Wayne remained silent, merely observing, uncertain of who was correct, awaiting the commencement of the duel. Wu Dao Dongxiang cautioned, Xiao, be wary. Do not be deceived by Haibodong's amiable facade in the chat group. In the group leader in Linger's Destiny Dungeon, Haibodong is perceived as a formidable and decisive warrior. Xiao smiled and replied, Everyone, my duel with Haibodong is not a matter of establishing dominance as a newcomer to the chat group. Rather, I wish for you all to acknowledge my strength. In times of genuine need, I hope you will not underestimate my capabilities and refrain from seeking my assistance. As you have all stated, this chat group is a family. I have been an orphan in 2 lifetimes, unbound by ties or kin. Now, this chat group can be considered my home. I aspire for all of you, my family, to recognize my power and to know that with me as your support, you need not tread carefully in your endeavors. And Linger gazed at Xiaomo's words, rendered speechless for a long while. In truth, she did not possess a strong sense of belonging to this chat group. Since its inception, she had viewed it merely as a tool. The members within the chat group were not so much to be utilized as allies, but rather ordinary friends with whom to converse. Anling Air's words of concern for Xiao stemmed from a shared empathy as fellow inhabitants of Blue Star, akin to polite phrases exchanged among compatriots. Unexpectedly, Xiao took her words to heart. Uchiha Obito chuckled and remarked, The last time I encountered someone genuinely caring was before Uchiha Kakashi fell into darkness, along with myself. Xiao, as someone who has traversed this path, I advise you not to expose your heartfelt sincerity to others until you possess the strength to attract their regard. Haibodong smiled and said, Listening to the words of young brother Xiao has lifted my spirits. But I must clarify that I shall not hold back in our duel later. I simply wish for you to understand that true sincerity requires strength to protect it. Batman Wayne remained silent, merely nodding in agreement while observing the conversation among the others. Donkin Wudao smiled and stated, If you regard us as family, we shall not betray your trust. Xiao replied with a grin, Thank you, Donkin Wudao. Anling Air, Haibodong, Batman Wayne, Uchiha Obito. Soon you will witness whether I possess the strength to safeguard my heartfelt sincerity. Ding. Xiao activated the duel arena and extended an invitation to Haibodong for a duel. Chapter 5. Xiao vs. Haibodong. As Xiao stepped into the duel arena, a notification sound resonated from the chat group. Ding. 100 points have been deducted from Xiao. Please customize the duel scene. Ding. The floating audience seating for the duel arena is now open for all group members to enter. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao began to customize the duel arena. With a sweeping motion of his hand across the arena's customization screen, a vast canyon emerged at the center of the battleground. A subsequent wave of his hand brought forth torrents of rushing water into the canyon, and with a flat palm, he pulled forth expansive grasslands on either side. As he continued to gesture, majestic mountains materialized, and a vast forest began to flourish. After approximately 5 minutes, Xiao ceased his movements. Surveying the landscape he had conjured, a miniature continent adorned with forests, mountains, and a colossal canyon, with torrents of water surging from one end to the other. Satisfied with his creation, he deemed it an excellent venue for their duel. Xiao was directly transported to the edge of the canyon he had just defined. Simultaneously, Haibodong appeared on the opposite side of the canyon, flanked by a continuous range of mountains, while Xiao stood before an endless expanse of forest. Haibodong was no longer the comedic figure from the chat group. He radiated an aura of icy energy. With a thick layer of frost covering the ground for several meters around him, a spear of ice materialized in his hand, and a pair of wings formed from his icy energy emanated a chilling aura. The members of the chat group arrived at the floating audience seats of the duel arena. Uchiha Obito, observing Haibodong, remarked with annoyance, Let us witness just how formidable Haibodong is, capable of defeating me at my peak. Anling Air, gazing at Xiaomo's confident smile, chose to remain silent, watching intently. Donkin Wudao questioned, Xiao appears just like an ordinary person. Can he truly contend with Haibodong? Batman Wayne interjected. Even if he cannot defeat him, he must still fight. The duel shall continue until one side is completely incapacitated or meets their demise. Besides, I sense there is more to Xiao than meets the eye. Observe his composed demeanor and tranquil expression. His strength must be substantial. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito turned sharply towards Shamo, sensing a powerful force resonating within him. He murmured in disbelief, could it be? Shamo possesses such formidable ocular power, strikingly similar to my Rinnegan, and he harbors an abundance of life-infused chakra, surpassing even that of Hashirama. Could he possibly be? Uchiha Obito's ability to perceive Shamo's chakra and aura stemmed from Shamo's recent activation of the Six Paths mode and the opening of the Nine-Tails Rinnegan. Unlike the Six Paths figures in the Naruto world, Shamo's appearance and form remained unchanged, with 12 truth-seeking balls floating behind him. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Obito was perplexed, unable to comprehend how someone from another world could activate a mode only accessible to Six Paths level beings in the Naruto universe. Moreover, the presence of the Nine-Tails Rinnegan and the 12 truth-seeking balls was astonishing. In truth, Shamo possessed the capability to manifest even more truth-seeking balls. He simply preferred the aesthetic of the 12 floating behind him. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of Shamo's rising aura, Haibodong broke into a cold sweat, which crystallized the moment it dripped. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Ice Blade Storm." Dozens of gleaming ice blades rapidly condensed behind him, spinning wildly under his control, each forming a vortex of ice. With a thrust of his hands, the ice blade whirlwinds surged towards Shamo. Shamo remained motionless, and as the ice tornadoes approached, he quietly intoned, Shinra Tensei. Due to the potency of his ocular power, the ordinary Shinra Tensei was amplified in both strength and range. Haibodong witnessed an invisible repulsive force emanating from Shamo, dispersing all the ice tornadoes. Before the fragments of ice could scatter, Shamo raised his hand and swept his gaze, invoking Bansho Tenin. All the ice shards were drawn toward him, and then he concentrated the repulsive force into a single point, sending the shards hurtling back towards Haibodong. Seeing the barrage of ice shards hurtling towards him, Haibodong murmured, Xianbing Shield, form. A chilling mist coalesced rapidly in front of Haibodong, forming a colossal ice shield over 6 meters high. Chapter 6. Ice Dragon vs. Wood Dragon. The true thousand-handed Buddha of immortal arts. As the ice shards collided with the Xianbing Shield, they failed to inflict any substantial damage upon the thick barrier. With a wave of his hand, Haibodong commanded the ice shards to merge into the shield, and with a thought, the Xianbing Shield transformed. As the icy mist dissipated, a gigantic ice crystal panther emerged before Haibodong, its form entirely composed of ice shards. Without any command from Haibodong, the ice crystal panther surged forward with incredible speed, leaping across the canyon to pounce upon Shamo. In response, Shamo simply pressed his foot to the ground, summoning a massive summoning array. White mist enveloped the area, revealing 3 colossal beings. The first was a monstrous bird, comparable in size to the ice crystal panther. The second was a 3-headed hound, slightly smaller than the panther. And the last was a rhinoceros, the largest of the trio, twice the size of the ice crystal panther. Observing this spectacle, Haibodong mused to himself, indeed, Shamo, who claims to be the strongest in the chat group, is a formidable opponent. Not only can he manipulate gravitational forces, but he can also summon these seemingly powerful beasts. It appears I must take this seriously. With a flip of his hand, Haibodong rapidly condensed an ice sculpture of a hawk and an ice crystal gorilla, comparable in size to Shamo's summoned rhinoceros. At the moment of culmination, 2 beings born of their fierce rivalry surged towards Shamo. Beside Shamo, the 8-footed bird soared skyward, while the rhinoceros began to dig its hind hooves into the ground, and its horn shimmered with a pale light. The ice crystal eagle, its icy claws exuding a chilling aura, lunged at the 8-footed bird. Unyielding, the 8-footed bird retaliated with its formidable beak aimed at the ice crystal eagle's head. The ice crystal gorilla, with its hands radiating coldness, firmly grasped the luminous horn of the rhinoceros. For a moment, both sides exchanged blows, and Haibodong, wielding his icy spear, sought to engage Shamo in close combat. Yet, no matter how Haibodong attacked, Shamo effortlessly evaded each strike. After avoiding the assaults, Shamo chose not to retaliate, much to Haibodong's chagrin. It was not that Shamo lacked the desire to fight, but rather, he deemed Haibodong's strength insufficient to warrant a counteroffensive. This time, Shamo intended to exhibit only a fraction of his prowess, rather than annihilating Haibodong outright to instill fear in all present. Observing that none of his physical or ice-based attacks could inflict even the slightest harm upon Shamo, Haibodong resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. The ice attribute aura within him surged forth wildly, attracting surrounding ice elements. A dragon's head began to coalesce before Haibodong, followed by a lengthy dragon body and tail. Scales started to cover it, and as the ice dragon took shape, its eyes gleamed with a golden light. The ice dragon slowly ascended, and Haibodong leaped onto its head. Almost immediately, 4 identical ice dragons formed around him. Confidently commanding his 5 ice dragons, Haibodong proclaimed, "It has been ages since I encountered a foe as formidable as you. Shamo, I am invigorated. Behold my ultimate attack, the celestial ice dragon's flight. Take heed." With that, he directed the 5 ice dragons to soar into the air, weaving toward Shamo. Shamo merely smiled, remaining silent, as he brought his hands together. Internally, he chanted, "Wood release. 6 paths wood dragon technique. Dozens of colossal wood dragons, each twice the size of Haibodong's ice dragons, erupted from the ground before Shamo, charging towards the airborne ice dragons. In truth, Shamo possessed the capability to conjure even larger wood dragons, yet he refrained, wishing to unleash several more techniques. The spectators, particularly Uchiha Madara, widened their eyes in astonishment, transitioning from bewilderment to awe, and now sheer shock. Despite having witnessed Shamo in his 6-path state, Madara had not been this astounded until Shamo executed the wood release. It was evident that Madara shared a profound connection with Senju Hashirama. Upon regaining his composure, Madara resolved to inquire why Shamo could wield the 6 paths mode and the wood release, and even surpass Hashirama's prowess in it. Unlinger gasped in astonishment. Covering her mouth, she had previously wondered about the origin of the truth-seeking balls behind Shamo. Then, she observed his ability to employ techniques reminiscent of Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, summoning creatures akin to the summoning beasts of the animal path. Now that Shamo had displayed the wood release, Unlinger was certain he had some connection to the world of Naruto. Yet she chose not to pry further. Everyone harbored their own secrets. Kirishima Tucker exclaimed, "Shamo is incredible. He is effortlessly overpowering Uncle Haibodong. That dragon, appearing to be crafted from wood, resembles the wood dragon technique used by Senju Hashirama from the Uchiha Madara's world. How magnificent." Batman Wayne rested his chin in his hand, remarking, "Indeed, Shamo is no ordinary individual. He even wields the wood release from Madara's world, and his strength appears to far exceed our own." Contemplating, Madara said, "Once the battle concludes, I must ask Shamo about his wood release." Yet Unlinger interjected, "Madara, everyone has their own secrets. Shamo possessing powers from your world is his own matter. We should refrain from questioning him." Madara sighed, "I apologize for my abruptness, primarily. Shamo's wood release reminds me of that Hashirama fellow." Meanwhile, Haibodong found himself unnerved by Shamo's display. He was now encircled by a dozen wood dragons, each radiating an aura of power that rivaled, if not surpassed, his own ice dragons. Surrendering to the overwhelming situation, Haibodong abandoned his 5 ice dragons, flapping his ice wings to flee into the distance. However, scarcely 10 seconds into his escape, he witnessed the wood dragons obliterating his ice dragons. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He contemplated conceding, only to remember that the duel arena lacked a mechanism for surrender. Shamo, dismissing Haibodong's waning spirit, clapped his hands once more, drawing forth a surge of natural energy into his being. "Senjutsu, true thousand-handed Buddha." At the instant Shamo pronounced these words, a colossal wooden Buddha emerged from one side of the canyon, towering over 1,000 meters high, with 1,000 wooden hands standing majestically behind it. Haibodong blurted out in astonishment, "What the hell?" Madara, rendered speechless, gazed at Shamo, feeling that the latter had indeed crossed a line. Having personally experienced the might of the true thousand-handed Buddha, he found it hard to fathom the sheer power radiating from Shamo's version, which far surpassed Hashirama's. In a frenzy, Haibodong began to command his ice attribute aura, unleashing a multitude of ice mirrors above him. Standing atop the head of the towering wooden Buddha, Shamo placed his hands in his pockets, directing 1,000 massive palms towards Haibodong below. Desperately, Haibodong tried to fortify the thickness of his ice mirrors using his aura. Yet, with the impact of the 99th palm, all of Haibodong's defenses were shattered, just as he braced for the inevitable, believing his demise was at hand. Shamo halted his control over the Buddha. With a smile, Shamo remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is merely a fraction of my true power. It is nearly time for Haibodong to conclude his part in this duel." Shamo refrained from obliterating Haibodong with the Buddha, wishing to spare him the agony of being reduced to mere pulp. Haibodong queried, "If you had simply crushed me, would the duel have ended? Do you possess another method to dissolve this chat group's duel arena?" Shamo replied with a smile, "You shall discover the answer soon." As he spoke, a sphere of purple-black destructive energy formed between his fingers. With a gentle flick, the sphere, containing concentrated destructive energy, plummeted towards the ground. The instant the sphere detonated, Shamo enveloped Haibodong in the Genesis power. The audience, shielded by the chat group's protection, remained unscathed from the destructive energy's onslaught. However, the duel arena was instantaneously reduced to dust by the destructive force. The members of the chat group were left in a state of disbelief as they witnessed this scene. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly emotional young man possessed the ability to obliterate a small world with a single strike. The chat group was astonished, pondering how Shamo, having just traversed into this realm, could already exhibit such overwhelming strength. Clearly, the lottery system had been remarkably generous. Unbeknownst to them, Shamo, the fortunate one, had merely activated a novice gift pack, gaining such power after a tenfold draw. Haibodong surveyed the radiant protective aura surrounding him, shielding him from the destructive force, and then glanced up at Shamo in the sky. Haibodong could only marvel at the formidable strength of Shamo, feeling genuinely elated to have such a powerful entity join their chat group. Shamo declared, "There's no need for battles anymore. The duel arena has ceased to exist." The chat group promptly emitted a mechanical notification sound. Ding. In this duel, the victorious party is Shamo. Ding. The functionality for specific strength tagging of group members is set to commence with a countdown of 1 month. Chapter 7. The One Malawian Kwacha has been completed. Shamo returned to the cave in the Marvel Universe, where only 10 seconds had elapsed. No one noticed Shamo's peculiar state. Just as Shamo was preparing to continue engaging in the chat, Tony Stark, while working on his Iron Man suit, remarked, "Those terrorists just showed up. I told them you were still recovering and resting. They threatened to take you out, but I insisted you were still useful, so they backed off. How's your head feeling now? You seemed to be napping earlier, but you appear to have made quite a recovery." Shamo was well aware of the terrorists' arrival, yet he did not take it to heart. With a smile at the genuinely concerned Tony Stark, he replied, "I'm fine now. It seems you're not busy crafting Jericho missiles. Do you have a means of escape?" Tony Stark replied with confidence, "I believe your name is Shamo, correct? Rest assured, my brother Shamo, I have a way to get us out of here. Look at this." Tony gestured to his chest, and then to a hand-drawn blueprint on the table. As Shamo approached, he saw several sheets stacked together, revealing the design of the Iron Man armor. Shamo feigned astonishment, saying, "You plan to create this here?" Tony Stark chuckled. "As long as you and Ethan provide adequate cover, I can definitely construct this armor, and then we can make our escape together." Shamo nodded and inquired, "What do you need me to do?" "I'll assist you to hasten the process." Tony replied without hesitation. "Disassemble all the mechanical transmission devices over there and gather gears of this size." Shamo, without any discontent, began dismantling the machine parts. He now possessed the strength to ensure a safe exit for both Tony Stark and Ethan, but he intended to wait until the One Malawian Kwacha was successfully crafted, allowing Tony to lead their escape while he played the role of a bodyguard. For Shamo, being part of the creation of the original One Malawian Kwacha was a delightful experience as a Marvel aficionado. During Shamo's silence, everyone else busied themselves with their respective tasks, only aware that a super powerful individual had joined their chat group, who they regarded as family. Haibodong was training his fighting spirit, eager to break through to Dozong. Realizing his own weakness through his recent confrontation with Shamo, Tuka Kirishima continued her job at the cafe, unbeknownst to anyone that a chat group had formed in her mind. Batman Wayne roamed Gotham as the Dark Knight, no longer adhering to the confines of the law to enact justice, instead relying on his own judgment. Those evildoers beyond the reach of the law met their fate at the hands of Batman Wayne. Madara Uchiha had expended his 500 points to extend his lifespan. In Kagaya's view, Madara appeared aged, yet he knew he was stronger than ever before. Madara remained ever ready to eliminate Kagaya. And Linger, observing the tranquil chat group, mused. The chat group has been established for a week now, and everyone has become familiar with each other. It's time to encourage everyone to sell their techniques and items to the group, so they can be listed in the chat group store. That way, I can inform the group leader about the privilege to receive a share of the profits. For every item sold, I earn a 1% commission. With this thought, Enlinger lay on her bed, grinning foolishly, until she glanced at her 648 points and a frown crept across her face. Having been the first to join the chat group and become its leader for a week, she enjoyed the privilege of daily sign-ins yielding 70 to 100 points. Yet, even with this, her points were insufficient for more than a single enhancement. If she were to discover that Shamo's minuscule points amounted to a staggering 100,000, she might very well suffer a heart attack from anger. With her 648 points, Enlinger hesitated to spend any, planning to use 500 points to enhance her awakening when she first unlocked her magical abilities, hoping for a better outcome. There's only a week left until my magic awakens. I'm sure I can gather 1,000 points by then. Once I awaken a powerful magic system and enhance it through the chat group, I'll soar to new heights. She pondered. I have the leader's privilege with a higher sign-in rate, Yet how does that guy Madara obtain so many points every time? Could he be some sort of lucky charm? Shamo was a good person, strong and kind-hearted, though somewhat unfortunate, having no family in either of his lives. It's settled. I will definitely not prioritize Madara over Shamo. Haibodong was truly one of a kind, a joker in the chat group, yet meticulous in both training and combat, an absolute martial arts enthusiast and battle fanatic. The contrast was stark. Tuka Kirishima had a pleasant personality, if only her world weren't so tragic. As Enlinger continued her reflections, she unconsciously drifted off to sleep. In the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring the one Malawian Kwacha Iron Man suit forged by their combined efforts. Though it appeared somewhat shabby, it would suffice against those rabble. Tony Stark said solemnly, "Shamo, seal the door and install this bomb on it. Ethan, help me don the armor. We're about to charge out. Once I return to Los Angeles, I'll ensure you both have vibrant lives ahead." Shamo remained silent, and Ethan did not respond to Tony's remarks, instead assisting him in donning the suit. Within a minute of Tony Stark entering the armor, the terrorists realized he was missing, and soon two of them came to investigate. As they kicked the door, it exploded, killing them instantly. Unlike the original storyline, Tony Stark quickly booted up the system and activated the armor. Neither Shamo nor Tony allowed Ethan, who had volunteered, to confront the incoming assailants. Shamo and Ethan each wielded an AK-47 while Tony Stark led the charge in his armored suit. Sparks flew as Tony dispatched a terrorist with each punch, while Ethan and Shamo occasionally picked off a few with their firearms. Just as they reached the cave entrance, a rocket-propelled grenade struck the one Malawian Kwacha armor, sending Tony Stark hurtling against the cave wall. Inside the one Malawian Kwacha, Tony Stark sustained no injuries, but the armor was severely damaged and no longer capable of combat. He could only remain a sitting duck. The bald terror leader laughed as he picked up another fully loaded rocket launcher, preparing to fire another round towards Tony Stark. Without a moment's hesitation, Shamo reached out and grasped the rocket. The dramatic scene did not unfold as envisioned in the cinematic and literary realms, where protagonists would hurl missiles back at their foes. Instead, a magnificent explosion erupted, illuminating the sky like a blossoming flower of flame. Tony Stark shouted "Shamo," and attempted to summon the strength of his body to move forward. Meanwhile, Ethan stood transfixed, gazing at Shamo, who was enveloped in flames. To their astonishment, however, they soon realized that Shamo had not been shattered into pieces by the blast, nor was he scorched by the fire. Only his clothing bore some damage. With a thumbs up directed at Tony Stark, Shamo declared, "My powers have awakened. Leave the rest to me." He then propelled himself forward with a powerful punch, channeling a fraction of the destroyer's might, obliterating the mountains and all the terrorists before him into mere dust. Tony Stark and Ethan beheld the vanishing mountains and the ravaged terrain, rendered speechless. Chapter 8. The legendary quip echoing through the multiverse. Shamo turned to Tony Stark and Ethan, who had instinctively retreated a few steps in fear. With a bemused expression, Shamo remarked, "Did I not just announce my powers have awakened? I won't harm you. What are you afraid of?" Tony Stark awkwardly replied, "Shamo, my friend, are you perhaps a scion of the divine, cast down to earth like a demigod such as Kratos?" Ethan, clutching his cross, exclaimed, "My lord, today I have witnessed a miracle." Shamo sighed, "I am neither a god nor a demigod. I am merely a man who has awakened formidable powers. You both must keep this a secret for my sake, otherwise I will be beset with troubles." Tony Stark solemnly vowed, "I, Tony Stark, swear that I shall divulge not a single word of what I have seen today. Should I fail, I shall find myself impotent henceforth." Ethan, still gripping his cross, added, "I swear to my lord that I will not reveal this, otherwise I shall be nailed to a cross." Shamo chuckled, "Very well, let us move past this. Tony, make haste and contact the military to arrange our return." Within half an hour, a military helicopter arrived to escort the three of them away. After Shamo processed his discharge, he and Tony Stark headed towards Los Angeles. Ethan initially intended to return to his hometown, but was persuaded by Tony and Shamo to accompany them on the military aircraft to Los Angeles. Upon their return, Tony Stark swiftly convened a press conference, announcing the closure of Stark Industries' weapons development division, aware that Tony would soon be embroiled in numerous affairs. Shamo refrained from intruding further and returned to his apartment in Los Angeles. Upon arriving, he received a text message from Tony Stark extending his regards, along with a notification of $600 million deposited into his account. Shamo replied with a simple thank you before taking a shower and lounging on his apartment's recliner. As he surveyed the vastness of the apartment, now empty save for himself, he decided to engage in the chat group. Upon entering, he found Enlinger and others discussing culinary techniques, and the infamous 9 turns of fat intestines. Curiously, Shamo inquired, and Linger, has the chat group taken to discussing cooking? Haibodong interjected, Shamo, where have you been these past few days? You've been absent from our conversations. The group leader just shared some hilarious moments from their Magical World-esque variety show. Shamo, puzzled, responded, have I not been offline for 2 months? It must be due to the differing flow of time across worlds. Pray tell, what makes this variety show so amusing? And Linger seized the opportunity to elaborate. Indeed, it is quite funny. A cooking competition where one contestant failed to clean the fat intestines properly, leaving the 3 judges with expressions as though they had consumed something foul. One judge asked the contestant, did you intentionally neglect to clean them? The contestant replied, I wanted to preserve some of the original flavor of the intestines. So I didn't clean them too thoroughly. I even checked the comments section of the video, and it had me in stitches. The contestant declared, I provided a defense. If you don't eat, you cannot eliminate me. If you do eat, you've fallen into my trap. A contemporary stratagem, indeed. Shamo nearly burst into laughter. He recalled that upon his arrival in this world, the 9 turns of fat intestines quip had already begun circulating, though its full significance eluded him at the time. Now, having traversed into the Marvel Universe, he found clarity regarding the joke in the chat group. It was astonishing to realize that such renowned quips had permeated the multiverse. Wu Dao Dongxiang shyly admitted, I have undergone professional training to maintain composure, yet I truly could not help myself this time. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Haibodong earnestly remarked, I hold great admiration for that contestant's cunning. Truly a paragon of contemporary stratagems. Batman Wayne, struggling to contain his laughter, retrieved his fallen mask. Muttering, the judge said I had been extremely careful with my cuts. Who knew this rascal had coated them so evenly? Uchiha Madara also burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, in the realm of culinary absurdity, I, Uchiha Madara, deem this contestant the strongest. Shamo observed the lively banter in the chat group, chuckling heartily. While he wished to seek out amusing quips online, he lamented that the Marvel Universe was still in its nascent stages of connectivity, having only recently entered the 3G era. He continued to listen as the participants shared more legendary phrases from across the multiverse. The teacher who founded the lightning 5-linked whip, every cause has its effect. What is the happy planet? Saipan, please welcome Panjo Dan. It was a cavalcade of eclectic phrases, from thank you, little beggar, to retreat, retreat. You walk alone in dark alleys. Gentlemen must fight. Being carefree is not equivalent to being reckless. And here comes the little flying stick. I sweep away the 3 flowers cream, spicy marinated eggs, the CPU is burned out. Raise that sheep. Are you all right, you mutt? Heroes may endure hardship, but do not tread upon my Chelsea. The wind pipes from afar, the only concern of Chung Shao, relying on the defense, a gem cast into the abyss. Wu Jing's nationality, what autumn winds lament on the mountain, the Aurora Studio. As Shamo witnessed the myriad of famous quips from his previous life manifest in the chat group, he suddenly yearned to exchange worlds with Linger. Primarily, Linger's world seemed rich with references, and its information network was remarkably advanced, unlike his own world, where the 3G network had only recently been initiated for a mere 6 months. The group's revelry continued until 2:30 in the morning, when each member finally logged off to rest. When asked why the passage of time differed across each world and how they could converse until such a late hour, it was due to the chat group's unified time for all participants. The following day, Shamo slept until noon, casually consuming a light meal before instinctively opening the chat group to check for activity, only to find no one online. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to indulge in some television, but found no appealing programs. Thus, he ventured outside to stroll through the park, inhaling the refreshing air of nature. As he ambled about, night fell, and he finally noticed that someone had logged into the chat group, Linger. Shamo directly inquired, Linger, what is the situation in your world? I may very well have insights into its specific trajectory. Linger pondered for a moment before responding. I do not have extensive knowledge either. I was only recently added to the chat group. All I know is that this world reveres magic. Though it is not akin to the typical Western fantasy realms, it is more like, how shall I put it? A modern magical world. The ranks of wizards are categorized into novice, intermediate, advanced, super, and forbidden spells. In this world, the hierarchy of demons and monsters is classified into several levels: servant, warrior, commander, sovereign, and emperor. Magic is also categorized into elemental types, such as fire, lightning, and ice, as well as dimensional types, including space and summoning. Furthermore, there exists black and white magic, though the specifics elude me. After pondering for a moment, Shamo remarked, I might have gained insight into the particulars of your world. It must be the chaotic tome, the Universal Mage. With a chime, Shamo uploaded the fateful chapter of the Universal Mage. Chapter 9, Shamo under surveillance by S.H.I.E.L.D. Anling Air entered the Universal Mage instance and emerged after a brief while. Shamo inquired, "Has the butching crisis occurred on your end?" Anling Air replied, "It should not have transpired yet. The narrative's onset is still a month away, and the calamity of butching is 3 years hence." Reflecting, Shamo commented, having just observed, "If you wish to avert the impending crisis, time is of the essence, and you may already be too late." Anling Air, with a hint of desperation, expressed, "I truly wish to save those people. That disaster claimed far too many lives." Shamo candidly stated, "If your strength remains insufficient by that time, allow me to intervene." Anling Air quickly responded, "Thank you, Shamo." After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "In a month, I will be entering a magic high school for my first year, where there will be an awakening ceremony that will allow me to become a mage. With the assistance of the chat group, I hope to grow quickly. Perhaps in 3 years, I can attain the strength necessary to prevent the butching disaster." Shamo replied nonchalantly, "Given the support from the chat group, the probability of you averting the butching disaster within 3 years is quite high. Yet, I find the humans in your world to be truly pitiable. Despite the demons rampant in their land, they remain disunited. They disdain the weak while fearing the strong. Whenever a genius emerges, the higher-ups tremble at the thought of being overthrown, branding the prodigy as a heretic and snuffing out their potential in the cradle. How tragic. Anling Air, exercise caution. If you manage to save butching and the Holy City discovers your rapid enhancement, and those imbeciles in your world's Holy City Inquisition label you as a heretic, you must promptly inform us in the chat group, so we can assist you in resolving the issue, perhaps even obliterating the Holy City." Anling Air, touched by Shamo's concern, sincerely replied, "Thank you, Shamo. Should I encounter insurmountable challenges, I will certainly seek the group's aid, yet I hope to resolve matters in my world myself." Shamo smiled lightly, saying, "As you wish, the choice is yours." As Shamo conversed with Anling Air, he strolled toward the seaside, relishing the picturesque views. Outside the cave where Tony Stark was held captive, a team of scientists diligently surveyed the area. A contingent of armed men clad in black stood vigilant, led by a middle-aged man with thinning hair. This man was none other than the renowned rookie agent from the Marvel Universe, Phil Coulson, an 8th-level operative of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, which later became known as S.H.I.E.L.D. A scientist approached the solemn Coulson, stating, "Agent Coulson, our investigations reveal that this vanished mountain range has been leveled by a formidable force, possibly obliterated by an unknown power, and all in an instant." Coulson replied gravely, "Everyone here must sign an 8th-level confidentiality agreement. This information must not be disclosed." After ensuring that all present signed the agreement, he retrieved a satellite phone and dialed a bald-headed individual. Coulson spoke with earnest seriousness, "Director, this situation is utterly astonishing. I have secured confidentiality agreements from both the investigative personnel and the armed operatives. Could this be the work of Tony Stark? He seems to be developing a flying armor." Nick Fury pondered before responding, "It's unlikely that Tony Stark or that individual named Ethan is involved. My instincts suggest that the soldier named Shamo is likely connected to this incident. Return to Los Angeles and observe him closely." Coulson acknowledged, "Understood. I will return immediately. Director, could you grant me a few days off? I've scarcely had the chance to take my new girlfriend out for dinner or to the movies. I must deepen our connection." Fury, with a stern countenance, replied, 2 days, no more. You must begin your observation of that retired soldier Shamo post-haste. I will have Agent Natasha Romanoff check into him shortly." Coulson hurriedly responded, "All right, thank you, Director. I will return now, and after my leave, I will promptly observe Shamo." Unbeknownst to Shamo, who was engrossed in conversation with Anling Air in the chat group, he had already drawn the attention of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Even if Shamo were aware, he would not regard it as a matter of concern in this Marvel universe. The only entity capable of posing a threat to him was the one above all, who might not even present any conflict. Should a confrontation arise, Shamo would not fear it, merely view it as a minor inconvenience. The power of Arceus, the creator god, is not of ordinary caliber. It can be described as an omnipotent force within the vast multiverse, complemented by the authority of the omniversal sovereign, which transcends all realms. Continuing his conversation, Shamo reached the shoreline, feeling the refreshing sea breeze caress his face. Gazing at the moonlit surface of the sea, he felt a profound sense of relaxation. Just as he was savoring the moment, the Supreme Lottery system chimed in, Host, you have been traversing for 3 months, accumulating 3 lottery chances. Do you not intend to utilize them? Shamo, staring into the distance, replied, no rush. I'll wait until I've amassed 10 chances for a tenfold draw. The lottery system pondered. Is my monthly lottery opportunity design too flawed? Allowing Shamo, the king of luck, to conduct another tenfold draw would surely make him overwhelmingly powerful. Chapter 10. Shamo, no more chatting. Someone has jumped into the sea. Having arrived at the beach, Shamo continued to engage in the chat group. After conversing with Anling Air for a while, the other group members began to log in one by one. Once online, the other members reviewed the fate instance of the Universal Mage. Haibodong commented, Group Leader, that woman named Salong from the villain organization in your world is truly an extreme lunatic. To merely see her husband, now turned into the Dark King, she has stirred chaos throughout the magical world, even forsaking her own daughter. What a disgrace. Wudao Dongxiang added. Having this madwoman in the magical realm is already insane enough. But the presence of so many demons makes it clear that the humans in this world lack the unity found among our own. If the humans in the Universal Mage world were to unite, those demons would have been eradicated long ago. Batman Wayne pondered, Group Leader, have you not awakened yet? What magic system do you intend to awaken? Uchiha Madara inquired curiously, isn't the awakening of the magic system in the fate instance random? Batman Wayne replied, Uchiha Madara, you should pay attention. Specific guiding stones can lead to the awakening of particular magic systems. Uchiha Madara retorted, I may have overlooked that. In 2 months, I plan to eliminate Kuratsuchi, conquer Konohagakure, and ultimately embark on the grand endeavor of unifying the ninja world. Shamo responded nonchalantly, oh. Anling Air echoed, oh. Haibodong chimed in with an oh, as did Donka Wuji and Batman Wang. Uchiha Madara nearly lost his composure, his elderly demeanor faltering as he indignantly retorted, I am preparing to unify the ninja world, an undertaking that even Senju Hashirama could not accomplish. And all you can offer in response is a no? Shamo replied, Madara. Perhaps such a declaration would elicit awe from the ninjas of the Hokage world, but here in the Multiverse Chat Group. If you were to proclaim your intention to unify the entire multiverse, we might be momentarily astonished, just for a fleeting moment. Haibodong added, Madara, you should not confine yourself to such a trivial realm as the ninja world. I suggest you set a smaller objective first, perhaps extinguishing the Otsutsuki clan, and then aim to unify the Hokage universe. What do you think? Donka Wuji remarked. I'll just smile and remain silent. Batman Wayne concurred. I too will simply smile and say nothing. Anling Air, as a novice group leader, opted not to interject further. Madara sighed in resignation. Very well. It appears my vision is too limited. Let it be decided. I shall first unify the ninja world, then annihilate the Otsutsuki clan, and finally ascend as the supreme ruler of the Hokage universe. Shamo observed Madara as he articulated his grand ambitions, then interjected, Madara, have you finished? We were discussing the world of universal mages. Where did we leave off? Let us continue. Donka Wuji interjected. We were inquiring as to what type of magic you plan to awaken, dear leader. Shamo asked, Anling Air, which magical system do you wish to awaken? Anling Air pondered for a moment before responding. I am particularly fond of the space and summoning systems. I hope to awaken one of these too during my initial awakening. My family circumstances are quite favorable in this lifetime, but acquiring the necessary items to guide the awakening of these 2 magical systems may prove challenging. However, obtaining the guiding stones for fire and lightning systems should be relatively easy. Shamo straightforwardly stated, only children make choices. We shall claim them all. On the day of your awakening, I shall visit your world and utilize the power of creation to modify your magical system, granting you access to both dimensional magics. Anling Air beamed, wonderful. Thank you, Shamo. When you visit our world, I'll treat you to a meal and show you around. Haibodong inquired with curiosity. Aren't you all overlooking something? Donka Wuji agreed. Indeed, it seems we have forgotten something. Batman Wayne, perplexed, said, Are you referring to the power of creation? Madara responded, Yes. Indeed. The power of creation, does it not mean what it says? The realization struck the group like a thunderbolt. Donka Wuji's glass slipped from her hands, shattering into a myriad of shards. Haibodong, who had been practicing his fighting techniques while engaging in the chat, nearly choked on his energy as the implications of the power of creation dawned on him. Batman Wayne, about to swing across to another building with his grappling gun, stumbled and nearly fell. Anling Air's mouth dropped open in shock. Forming an OAS, she grasped the significance of the power of creation. Madara trembled. Shamo, you cannot mean the legendary power possessed by the creator god? Shamo nodded casually. Indeed, that is the very power you envision. I can effortlessly create a world. This power is nearly omnipotent, and can assist Anling Air in awakening both magical systems. Truly a trivial matter. Haibodong immediately began to flatter him, recognizing Shamo as a colossal figure, abandoning any thoughts of investment. Shamo, great one, could you directly elevate me to the Emperor of Do? Batman Wayne added, Shamo, could you grant me some genuine superpowers? Sometimes, mere financial prowess falls short. Madara boasted, Shamo, my demands are modest. Simply elevate me to the 6 paths level temporarily. Donka Wuji cast a disdainful glance at the trio. While Shamo regards us as family, we must not impose unreasonable demands. Anling Air echoed. Shamo just entered the group and stated he considers us family. But we cannot excessively demand his assistance in matters of power enhancement. I have only just awakened, and he has graciously offered to help me. I never insisted he do anything for me. Shamo smiled and said, let me clarify. I consider each of you family. And what I can promise is that I will not stand idly by if you face life-threatening situations. I will come to your aid. However, the enhancement of your abilities ultimately rests upon your own efforts. I shall not overly assist you. Haibodong laughed. I was merely joking. With Shamo, a creator-level powerhouse. In our chat group, we need not fear being taken down by stronger foes. Batman Wayne quickly chimed in. Yes. I was just joking as well. Aiming to liven up the atmosphere of the chat group. Strengthening ourselves is certainly a matter of our own diligence. Madara awkwardly laughed. I too was just making a jest. True power must be earned through personal cultivation. Shamo glanced at the supreme multiverse lottery system, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, sensing Madara's underlying condescension. He continued. So it is decided. Anling Air, when you are ready to awaken in a month, simply inform me, and I will transport myself to your world to assist you in awakening these 2 magical systems. However, if you wish for me to elevate you to the level of forbidden spells directly, let us not go that far. Anling Air smiled, understood. Thank you, Shamo. Just as Shamo was about to change the subject to keep the conversation flowing, he suddenly noticed a girl in athletic were leaping into the sea. Initially, he thought she had gone for a swim, but after a few seconds, he realized she could not swim. Shamo sent a message in the chat. Let us pause the conversation for now. Someone is jumping into the sea. I need to go save her. Without hesitation, Shamo dove into the water. And in less than half a minute, he had rescued the girl who was contemplating taking her own life. Why? Shamo did not require his abilities to save her. He simply found it cumbersome to use them. After bringing the girl, gasping and spluttering, back to shore, she shouted about why he wouldn't let her die. Shamo, observing her distress, gently reassured her, what happened? Please tell me, and let's see if I can help you. Don't despair, all right? The girl wiped the mixture of tears and seawater from her face, sobbing, thank you. My name is Exinen. I am an orphan. I had a very difficult time in the family that adopted me. Recently, that devilish adoptive father laid hands on me, attempting to abuse me. I went to the police, but they did not believe me. Ultimately, that monstrous father took me back and beat me severely. I sneaked out at night, and in a moment of emotional turmoil, I wanted to end my life. Thank you for saving me. Shamo gazed at the scars on the girl's arms and, employing the power of creation, delved into the truth of the matter, discovering that her words rang true. With a serious expression, he addressed Exinen. My name is Shamo. Do you trust me? Exinen nodded, replying, I believe you. However, if you wish to assist me in bringing that devilish adoptive father to justice, I must advise against it. I do not wish to endanger you. He is the chairman of a publicly listed corporation, wielding significant power and has connections within the police force. Shamo chuckled softly. It's all right. Your trust in me suffices. First, let us attend to your wounds at the hospital. I shall cover the medical expenses. And I assure you that your wicked adoptive father will face the law. Chapter 11. Adopting Exinen. Shamo escorted Exinen into a taxi, maintaining the facade of an ordinary person while assisting her. He turned to the taxi driver, who was casting bewildered glances at them, saying, Could you please turn on the heater? She accidentally fell into the sea. Upon hearing this, the driver's odd expression softened, and he obliged by activating the heater. The chat group was abuzz with discussions regarding the incident of someone attempting to leap into the sea. Unlinger inquired, Shamo, what is the situation on your end? Shamo responded, It's manageable. The individual has been rescued, but the situation is quite complex and cannot be elaborated upon at the moment. I'll update you later. I must sign off for now. After exiting the chat group, Shamo observed Exinen, who had ceased trembling, and contemplated, let us proceed to the hospital. Once your injuries are treated, we can obtain a medical report, and I shall personally accompany you to the police station to file a report. The beast will certainly face justice. Exinen hastily replied, Thank you, Shamo, but there is no need. He has connections at the police station. After we treat my wounds, I'll just leave. I'll find a restaurant to work at. I want to take your money for free. I promise to repay you later. Shamo smiled gently. Silly girl, how old are you? You can't be more than 15. Who would employ you? I've assured you that as long as you trust me, I will stand up for you. I have friends in the military. You need not worry. The friends Shamo referred to were undoubtedly Tony Stark. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Shamo would certainly seek Tony's assistance, who would be more than willing to aid his savior. Arriving at the hospital, they immediately registered for emergency treatment, and soon a doctor was attending to Yi Xinen's injuries. Seizing the opportunity while the doctor worked, Shamo dashed to a nearby clothing store to purchase a new outfit. When the doctor brought Yi Xinen out, Shamo instructed her to change into the fresh clothes in the restroom. As Yi Xinen departed to change, a young blonde doctor, observing Shamo intently, asked earnestly, "The injuries on this little girl are clearly inflicted by another, and her mental state appears fragile. When she arrived, her clothes were soaked. Who are you to her? I need to know what transpired, or I will have to report this to the authorities." Shamo, with a resigned smile, explained, "Well, you see, I just rescued her from attempting to drown herself at the seaside. She confided that her adoptive father intended to assault her. When she reported it, the police had acquaintances of her adoptive father, leading to her being brought back and subsequently beaten. Today, she fled and jumped into the sea. I trust this clarifies the situation for you." The beautiful doctor, noticing Shamo's own damp attire, nodded and suggested, "How about this? I'll conduct a medical evaluation of her injuries, and you can report this to the police. You needn't worry about any other personnel in the station, as my father is the police chief." Shamo raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "You are the daughter of Sheriff George Stacy?" Gwen Stacy replied, "Do you know my father?" Shamo considered for a moment. "I suppose you could say I do. I was once a soldier in the military, and during a bank robbery, I happened to be withdrawing money there. I subdued the robbers and even eliminated 2 of them. By the time your father arrived, only 1 was left alive. I provided a statement at the station, and he treated me to a meal afterward, so I remember him well. He is a diligent officer." Gwen Stacy exclaimed, "You're quite impressive." Shamo remarked, "I heard your father mention you are not just a college student, but also involved in research." Gwen Stacy, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "I am also adept in medical matters. Today I'm covering for my friend in her shift. Please don't mention this to anyone." Shamo chuckled. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shamo." Gwen Stacy smiled back. "Nice to meet you. I'm Gwen Stacy." At that moment, Yi Xinen returned, having changed clothes. Shamo, admiring her casual outfit, with her golden short hair and blue eyes, remarked, "Yi Xinen, I have good news for you. You need not rely on my connections. This Dr. S. father is the chief of police." Yi Xinen, gazing at Gwen Stacy's sweet smile, managed a wry smile. "Thank you, doctor. I envy you for having such an impressive father, unlike mine." Shamo patted Yi Xinen on the shoulder. "Now, do not dwell on that any longer. Let us ensure your scoundrel of an adoptive father is confined to a cell." Yi Xinen nodded vigorously and followed Gwen to undergo the medical evaluation. Gwen Stacy reviewed the report, stating, "This constitutes a minor injury. It should suffice to sentence that scoundrel of an adoptive father for 2 years." Shamo nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, having resolved that Yi Xinen's vile adoptive father would meet a silent end in prison. Through the power of creation, Shamo had already discerned the depravity of Yi Xinen's adoptive father, whose outward actions were merely the surface of his twisted thoughts and intentions, which he planned to carry out. Shamo would not allow this abominable man to live. He would ensure he met the goddess of death in their Marvel universe. The instant Yi Xinen's medical report was issued, Shamo dialed the police, summarizing the events, while Gwen Stacy also contacted her father. Sheriff Stacy assured them that someone would escort them to the police station, and he would handle the matter personally. 10 minutes later, Shamo and Yi Xinen, holding her medical report, boarded a police vehicle en route to the station. Sheriff Stacy personally arrived to assist Yi Xinen and Shamo with the situation. After hearing Yi Xinen recount the full story, he reviewed the injury report issued by his daughter and erupted in fury. He immediately summoned a team of officers to apprehend the scoundrel. Upon arriving at the station, Yi Xinen's adoptive father saw her and erupted in a tirade, threatening, "If I get out, I'll make sure you suffer." Little did he know, he would never leave the prison alive. Sheriff Stacy approached Shamo, shaking his hand. "Shamo, it's been months, yet you remain as helpful as ever. I cannot thank you enough for saving another young life. There remains but one question, the issue of the young girl, Yi Xinen's adoption. She expressed her desire to no longer be adopted, yet she is merely 14 years old, incapable of sustaining herself in this city. Perhaps you should engage her in a heartfelt conversation. She mentioned that she would be willing if it were you." Xiamo approached Yi Xinen, who was nervously clutching the hem of her garment, and gently inquired, "You do not wish to be adopted again? I just heard the sheriff say you are only 14, a year younger than I had presumed. Do you truly believe you can manage to support yourself in this city?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiaonan replied, "Xiaomo, would you consider adopting me? If it were you, I would be willing." Sensing Xiaomo's hesitation, she quickly added, "I promise I won't squander money, and I'll take care of all the household chores. I will find part-time work to contribute to the household." As tears welled in Yi Xiaonan's eyes, a warm hand gently rested upon her head. Xiaomo smiled and reassured her, There. From this day forth, you shall be my adopted daughter. I have decided to raise you until you reach adulthood. You need not concern yourself with household duties or part-time jobs. Your only obligation is to study diligently and enjoy each day. You must not despair any longer. I will treat you as my own daughter, ensuring you want for nothing, as long as you spend wisely." As Xiaomo spoke, Yi Xiaonan was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. He chose to remain silent, allowing her to release her pent-up feelings before guiding her through the adoption paperwork. Chapter 12. Xiaomo's adopted daughter. The shock of the chat group. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was already quite late. Xiaomo brought the somewhat weary Yi Xiaonan back to his apartment. He prepared a room for her, laying out a brand new set of bedding. Exhausted, Yi Xiaonan fell asleep the moment she lay down. Xiaomo neatly tucked in the covers, turned off the light, and gently closed the door behind him as he returned to his own room. Upon entering the chat group, Xiaomo noticed the messages had reached a staggering 99. He chimed in, "Hello everyone, what are you all discussing?" The group leader, Linger, curiously probed, "Xiaomo, why did the girl you saved attempt to take her own life? Do share with us." Wu Dao Dongxiang mischievously remarked, after saving the girl, "Did she develop feelings for you and offer herself in gratitude?" Haibodong directly inquired, "Xiaomo, your heroic act deserves emulation by all members of our group." Batman Wayne interjected, "I've saved countless, why don't you learn from me?" Haibodong retorted, "Huh? Can you turn your saves into a marriage proposal?" Uchiha Madara chuckled hoarsely, "I never imagined that the so-called Ice Emperor, who could rival me at my peak, would be such a person." Haibodong, visibly annoyed, replied, "Uchiha Madara, just because you can't beat me, you resort to sarcasm." Uchiha Madara responded, "Huh?" Seeing the conversation spiraling into chaos, Xiaomo decided to address the leader's first question. The girl's name is Yi Xiaonan, and her reason for wanting to end her life is rather straightforward. She suffers from an abusive father who not only physically harms her, but also seeks to violate her. Reporting to the police proved futile, as that monster has connections within the precinct. Consequently, she feels devoid of hope and contemplated suicide. As soon as Xiaomo finished, Wu Dao Dongxiang exclaimed, "Xiaomo, you even know her name. Progressing well, I see." Xiaomo, slightly exasperated, replied, "Wu Dao Dongxiang, have you been reading too many romance novels? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Xiaonan harbors no romantic feelings towards me, nor is she offering herself. I have merely adopted her." Uchiha Madara marveled, "While other girls wish to repay you, Xiaomo, you choose to be her father." Haibodong lamented, "I wish to repay you, yet Xiaomo aspires to be my father." Batman Wayne, bemused, added, "Who would have thought? Haibodong is irredeemable, but Uchiha Madara, you're a hidden boss, yet a joker." Uchiha Madara bluntly replied, "Batman Wayne, if you can't converse, perhaps you should remain silent. Understand the concept of creating a lively atmosphere?" Linger remarked, "So, a godlike figure adopts an ordinary girl." Her statement rendered the chat group utterly silent. Haibodong promptly entered simp mode, asking, "Xiaomo, do you need a son?" "How about me?" Xiaomo sighed, "No, I do not require a son of your age." Haibodong quickly responded, "All right then, brother." Uchiha Madara covered his face in disbelief. "This is beyond absurd. I can't bear to witness it." Batman Wayne echoed, "This is utterly ridiculous. I cannot bear to look." The group leader, Linger, commented, "This is utterly ridiculous. I cannot bear to look." Number 13886. Wu Dao Dongxiang added, "This is utterly ridiculous. I cannot look directly. It disrupts the formation. How comical." Chapter 13. The function of the group shop. The drawbacks of directly acquiring power. Xiaomo observed the group members, akin to a collection of jesters, and a faint smile graced his lips. With his current level of cultivation, he found sleep unnecessary. Instead, he began to explore the functionalities of the chat group. At present, he was particularly intrigued by the enhancement and group shop features. Xiaomo accessed the group shop and noted several items available, including Uchiha Madara's chakra cultivation method, requiring 10 points. A basic body technique, requiring 3 points. The Great Fireball technique, requiring 20 points. Shadow Clone Technique, requiring 50 points. A box of gold bars uploaded by Batman Wayne, requiring 1 point. Haibodong's Fighting Chi Cultivation Method, requiring 15 points. The Cold Ice Finger Technique, requiring 20 points. The Frost Garment, requiring 30 points. The Mysterious Ice Shield Advanced Fighting Technique, requiring 100 points. Upon reviewing the items in the chat group shop, Shamo felt a tinge of disappointment as none piqued his interest. His creation power rendered him nearly omnipotent, making the offerings seem trivial. However, thoughts of Xian, his recently adopted daughter, stirred within him. He felt a duty to provide for her, especially considering the dangers that lay ahead in the Marvel Universe. Shamo murmured to himself, I recall the group's stipulation that precious items and techniques cannot be placed directly into red envelopes. They must first undergo a valuation process to be included in the group shop for trade. This is presumably to prevent a powerful figure from carelessly gifting seemingly worthless, yet truly extraordinary items to other members, enabling them to rapidly gain strength and lose control, becoming consumed by power. The reason I have acquired such formidable strength without losing my essence is twofold. Firstly, I possess a diverse array of powers rather than a singular one, complemented by the creation power, the most potent yet gentle force that assists in my acceptance of other abilities. Secondly, the mechanism of the Supreme Lottery system significantly mitigates the psychological toll that newly acquired powers exert on the host. Lastly, I am a transmigrator with a strong soul, and my mental and spiritual capabilities are deeply intertwined. Thus, I have seamlessly embraced such overwhelming strength. With the acceptance of this power, all aspects of my being have correspondingly elevated. However, how might I ensure that Xian acquires a measure of self-protection without incurring any risk? The Myriad Worlds lottery system is certainly out of the question, as the powers I have drawn are far too formidable for Xian to withstand. Yet, enhancing her abilities through the Genesis power would not provide her with the strength she would cultivate herself. It appears that I need to procure a cultivation manual for Xian, enabling her to practice independently under my guidance. After some contemplation, Shamo decided to purchase a cultivation technique from the group's marketplace. The choice now lay between the methods of Duki and Chakra cultivation. Without hesitation, Shamo opted for the Duki cultivation method, as its potential was markedly higher. Furthermore, the marketplace indicated that the Duki method required 5 more points than the Chakra method, rendering the decision rather straightforward. Ding! Shamo expended 15 points to acquire the Duki cultivation method from Haibodong. On the other end, Haibodong received a notification regarding the transaction of 15 points, feeling as though he had struck gold, being the first vendor in the group, with none other than the esteemed Shamo as his buyer. Shamo retrieved the Duki cultivation manual and began to peruse it, utilizing the Genesis power to optimize its contents. By the time he concluded this task, dawn had begun to break. He casually placed the optimized manual on his desk and entered the chat group, activating the enhancement function. Chapter 14. The enhancement function of the chat group. To my astonishment, 100,000 points would only elevate me by a single level. As Shamo clicked on the enhancement points, the chat group's enhancement function began to scan his entire being. Ding! The esteemed member Mr. Shamo's power level is LV888. It is not advisable to utilize chat group points for enhancement. Puzzled, Shamo inquired, why is it not recommended? Ding! Are you aware of the specific cultivation levels across the myriad worlds and their corresponding power classifications? Shamo shook his head and requested a detailed explanation. Ding! LV0 represents ordinary life forms, akin to what you refer to as powerless humans. LV1, LV9 are first-tier life forms, whose strength is sufficient to contend with dozens of ordinary individuals. LV10, LV19 denotes second-tier life forms, capable of harnessing the foundational energies of various worlds within their bodies. A single punch from them can exert 3 tons of force. LV20, LV29 signifies third-tier life forms, who can minimally control the energy within them for external release, achieving 10 tons of force with a punch. LV30, LV49 are fourth-tier life forms, able to effortlessly control their internal power for external release, generating shockwaves that reach hundreds of meters. LV50, LV79 marks fifth-tier life forms, capable of manipulating the effects of force fields between themselves and the external environment, allowing for autonomous flight. LV80, LV99 encompasses sixth-tier life forms, capable of traversing the cosmos and exerting comprehensive control over their bodies. A mere strike can obliterate a 100-meter-tall building. LV100, LV199 indicates seventh-tier life forms, who glimpsed the portals of spatial laws and can perform spatial teleportation within 10,000 meters, with their spatial movement gradually improving with strength and comprehension. LV-200 LV-299 are 8th-tier life forms, proficient in free spatial movement, capable of annihilating entire cities with a casual strike. LV-300 LV-399 are 9th-tier life forms, able to leap between planets in the blink of an eye, with a single strike able to obliterate a planet. LV-400 LV-499 signifies 10th-tier life forms, capable of traversing the cosmos at will, with the ability to destroy a star effortlessly. LV-500 LV-599 are divine beings, capable of annihilating the solar system with a mere gesture. LV-600 LV-699 are super divine beings, capable of destroying an entire galaxy with ease. LV-700 LV-799 are creation gods, capable of restarting or obliterating the universe with a simple thought. LV-800 LV-899 are divine monarchs, able to annihilate a multiverse or vast world at will, as well as restore it effortlessly. LV-900 LV-999 are supreme beings, capable of manifesting or extinguishing all realms with a single thought. The legendary level of LV-999 transcends the myriad worlds, surpassing all existence. Shamo pondered for a moment before asking, "How many levels can my 100,000 points elevate me?" The chat group's enhancement function responded, "You can elevate by 1 level." Shamo nearly coughed up blood in disbelief. He was beginning to comprehend that the chat group possessed little sincerity. In contrast, other systems in the myriad worlds generously offered 10 consecutive draws, while he himself was already at level 888. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that perhaps his luck had simply been extraordinary. Moreover, the 100,000 points provided by the chat group should suffice to enhance him to the threshold of a 10th-tier life form. If it weren't for his remarkable fortune, the items he might have drawn could have fallen short of achieving that level. For the time being, Shamo relinquished the notion of enhancing his own strength, exiting the chat group's enhancement function and returning to reality. Chapter 15. Shamo's Daily Life. Shamo chose not to linger in the chat group any longer. Instead, he cast a glance at the still sleeping EX before venturing out to the market to procure some ingredients. He aimed to prepare a sumptuous meal, allowing the weary EX to savor the comforting essence of home-cooked dishes, an opportunity for her to experience the warmth of a true family. Having never truly known family in either of his past lives, it was perhaps out of sympathy for her, and for himself, that Shamo chose to adopt EX. He had endured the rain and did not wish for her to be drenched in the tempest, aspiring instead to be her protective umbrella in this indifferent world. This endeavor also served as a balm for Shamo's own spirit. In high spirits, he recognized that he had found a genuine family member in this unfamiliar Marvel universe. For the companions in the chat group were not of his world. As he strolled along, humming a tune, he meandered into the market. However, upon entering the market near his apartment, he sensed something amiss. He observed a group of ruffians, both black and white, intimidating a mother and her daughter who were selling vegetables. The leader, a white man, proclaimed, "Lisa, you haven't paid your protection fee in a month. We've shown you leniency for long enough. Now, my superiors demand payment, and it seems your business is at an end. However, there is another option. If your daughter serves me for a night, I'll cover your protection fee for this month." The white woman, Lisa, trembled in fear. "Dog brother, please grant me 2 more days. I'll have the money ready for you immediately. My daughter is only 16. Shamo, witnessing the other vendors in the market bowing their heads in silence, unwilling to intervene, thought to himself, "Today I feel particularly good, so I might as well lend a hand in this situation. It would be a mere trifling effort." Though he was not a savior, he felt compelled to assist when able. Shamo approached the group of thugs and, standing behind the man known as Dog Brother, gently tapped his shoulder and declared, "I shall cover their protection fee for the year. Let this matter conclude here." The ruffian known as Dog Brother turned to Shamo with a scowl and declared, "What do you think you are? I'm here to conduct business, and you think you have a say?" As he spoke, he pointed a finger at Shamo. While the other thugs jeered, "You yellow-skinned monkey dare to come to the rescue. Just take a look at what you are." Shamo smiled faintly and replied, "Under ordinary circumstances, I do not engage with refuse, but today I am in a good mood, so I shall make an exception." With that, he delivered a resounding slap to Dog Brother's face, knocking him unconscious. One by one, he dispatched the other thugs, who were utterly powerless to retaliate, leaving them all in a state of stupor. The surveillance cameras in the market captured the entire spectacle. The vegetable vendors were left in astonishment, marveling at the martial prowess of this Asian man. Xiaomo turned to the frightened mother and daughter huddled beneath his stall and stated, I can purchase your stall and all it's produced for a sum of $100,000, if that is agreeable. The two women, taken aback, quickly replied, thank you. Benefactor, $1,000 would suffice. After inquiring about their bank account details, Xiaomo promptly transferred $100,000 to them via his mobile phone. He observed their elation but said nothing as he selected some vegetables and meat from their stall before departing the market. After a short while, the thugs began to regain consciousness. Dog Brother, surveying the empty stall and feeling the sting of his injuries, was consumed by rage. You better not cross my path again, or I shall surely call upon the esteemed Lord Bullseye to eliminate you. He spat venomously. As they prepared to return to their hideout, Dog Brother suddenly exclaimed as he walked through a deserted alley, my hand. It's disappearing. Before he could finish his sentence, he was reduced to ashes. The other thugs followed suit, disintegrating into dust, leaving only their clothing and personal belongings behind. At the same moment, Yi Sinan's malevolent father also turned to ash. In the police holding cell, only a set of prison garb and a pair of handcuffs remained. This was undoubtedly the work of Xiaomo. He had initially intended to let Yi Sinan's father linger for a few more days, but his good mood had led him to resolve the matter swiftly. Carrying various items back to his apartment, Xiaomo encountered Yi Sinan waiting eagerly at the door. Her face lit up as she rushed to assist him with his burdens. Xiaomo smiled and said, Sinan, is it all right if I call you that? Are you adjusting well here? Does it feel a bit rudimentary? Yi Sinan shook her head and replied earnestly, it's perfectly fine to call me Sinan. May I call you Dad? Xiaomo felt a stirring in his heart and joyfully responded, of course, that's perfectly fine. Yi Sinan beamed, Dad, let me help you. I can cook too. Xiaomo, slightly taken aback, replied, you can cook? Well, you needn't worry about that today. Just relax in the living room and watch some television. My culinary skills are quite commendable. With that, he busied himself in the kitchen and, in less than 2 hours, prepared a grand feast. The father and daughter enjoyed their meal while watching a variety show, relishing the moment. Suddenly, Xiaomo remarked, Sinan, you need to interact with peers your age. I will assist you in finding a nearby school, one that allows day students, if that is acceptable. Yi Sinan nodded obediently, albeit with a hint of grievance. Previously, a school claimed I had depression and expelled me. Truthfully, they simply didn't want to pay the middle school tuition, which is only $300 per semester, inclusive of lunch and dinner. Xiaomo gently patted her head and said, whoever said you had depression will have to answer to me. You're a perfectly healthy young lady. Even if you did have it, that's a thing of the past. Once you're in school, it's essential you build good relationships with your classmates, understood? Yi Sinan promised, of course, Dad, I won't be a burden. Xiaomo continued to advise her. But if anyone dares to bully you, tell me. As a soldier, no one can mistreat my daughter. With tears welling in her eyes, Yi Sinan choked out, thank you, Dad. Xiaomo affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Let me share a story with you. Once, there was a little boy who was born without parents. He spent his childhood in an orphanage until he turned 16 and ventured out to fend for himself. Later, he enlisted in the military and, during a protective mission, was captured alongside a wealthy individual by terrorists, enduring 3 months in a cave. It was there that he learned from a fellow captive named Ethan that to live one must have something or someone to support them. If such a thing is absent, one must seek it out until found. For over 20 years, that boy lived in solitude, like a walking corpse. Until one day he saved a girl who was attempting to take her own life, and took her in. In that moment, the boy's lonely, bleak existence was illuminated. Sinan, do you know? You are the girl who brings light into my life. You are my most cherished daughter, and I will always be by your side. This was the first time Xiaomo had shared so many words with anyone outside of the chat group. The following day, he casually mentioned in the group before heading out to help Yi Sinan find a school. After spending $50,000, he enrolled her in a private middle school just a kilometer from his apartment. Over the next year, Xiaomo also spent $200,000 on an SUV for transportation. While Yi Sinan attended school, Xiaomo stayed home, engaging in group chats while cooking and managing household chores, enjoying a most pleasant life. Chapter 16. The Fate of the Marvel World. Proposal for a gathering in the Marvel Universe. After Yi Sinan began attending school, Xiaomo continued his routine of buying groceries and cooking. Once he had completed his tasks, he opened the chat group and began conversing with his family there, as only a week had passed in the group due to Xiaomo's manipulation of time. Xiaomo chimed in, good afternoon, everyone. Unlinger replied, it's still morning here. Uchiha Madara lamented, I've lost all sense of time in this cave. Toka Kirishima remarked, I just finished dinner. Good evening, everyone. Kaiba added, it's noon for me as well. Unlinger continued, Shamo. The Ministry of Education here may start the school year early. The awakening of magic will begin soon. Will you be able to drop by? Shamo responded. I have time, and will bring Yi Sinan along for a visit to another world, if that is all right. Unlinger smiled. You are most welcome. I will help book a hotel, so you have a place to stay. Kaiba noted. Shamo can use points to travel to other worlds, and even take his daughter along. Unlike me, who is reluctant to spend points on world hopping. Wait, wasn't the world traveling feature still being upgraded? How can Shamo travel? Shamo recalled, right. I remember now. The world traveling feature in the chat group hasn't finished upgrading, and I don't have the coordinates for your magical world. How can I go? Unlinger, slightly embarrassed, said, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that the chat group has notified me, as the group leader, that the world traveling feature will be completed tomorrow, and it will no longer require points, only the consent of the members in the destination world. Shamo replied, Oh, I see. This upgrade sounds promising. I have a wonderful proposal. I will share the fake copy of my world in the chat group shortly, so everyone can review the timeline from the first Avengers movie. If our chat group has enough members by the time of the first Avengers film, how about we host a gathering in the Marvel Universe? I will treat everyone to good food and drinks, and we can even battle extraterrestrial beings. What do you all think? After making this suggestion, Shamo uploaded a group file. Ding! Shamo has uploaded the Marvel series. All group members can now view it. Anling Air did not click on the file uploaded by Shamo, as she was already familiar with the general trajectory of the Marvel world. The members of the chat group began to watch the Marvel series at an accelerated pace, aided by the chat system. Uchiha Madara was the first to finish watching, and upon exiting, he exclaimed, I respect Thanos as a formidable figure. But what on earth is his ideology? I cannot agree with his notion of annihilating half the universe's population. If it were me, I would have eradicated them all. Shamo. Anling Air. Haibodong responded, What is the deal with that Thor and that Star-Lord? If Thor had simply struck off Thanos' head with one blow in Avengers 3, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Tony Stark wouldn't have died in Avengers 4 either. The most infuriating was that Star-Lord. He was such a fool, a real liability. If he hadn't caused that mess at the end, Thanos would have been subdued long ago, and we wouldn't have had to endure those subsequent tragedies. Don't you agree, Shamo? Batman Wayne exited the Marvel series, stating, I find myself quite similar to the earlier Tony Stark, but merely in the initial stages. I cannot compare myself to the Iron Man Tony Stark who snapped his fingers for the sake of all life in the universe in Avengers 4. I truly admire that man. Tuka Kirishima remarked, Have you all not noticed the sacrifice of our Black Widow and the tragic demise of Vision? And Wanda, who is in unbearable pain, having lost her brother, and now her only belief in this world has also perished. They are all so pitiful and sorrowful. Shamo calmly replied, These events are the precise trajectory of my world's original fate. However, due to my arrival as an outsider, the future has changed. Yet, major events will remain unchanged. I will certainly prevent these tragedies from occurring. With my strength, I will guide the overall situation towards the most favorable outcome. If everyone comes to my world for the gathering, rest assured, I will ensure everyone has a splendid time. As the group leader, Anling Air was the first to express her enthusiasm. I am truly looking forward to attending the gathering in the Marvel world during the timeline of the first Avengers film. Tuka Kirishima added, It would surely be amusing to witness Loki being pummeled by the Hulk in person. Uchiha Madara commented, I wonder if I will have unified the ninja world by then. I am unsure if I will have the time. Haibodong retorted, Forget it. Uchiha Madara. You just sit in that cave all day. What could possibly be keeping you busy? I, who train daily to strive for a breakthrough to Do-D, certainly do not make excuses about time. I will attend the gathering, leaving you to live out your days in solitude in that cave. Uchiha Madara, irritated, countered, Haibodong. What breakthrough to Do-D are you even talking about? I am currently in this cave to guard against Kagaya and to redeem energy points to repair my own body and restore my strength. Do you understand what it means to be patient? I will definitely return for that gathering, and by then, I will have surely reached the 6 paths level and unified the ninja world. Batman Wayne remarked, I am quite eager to meet that Iron Man Tony Stark, who stands on par with gods despite being merely mortal. Shamo, do you know Tony Stark? Shamo smiled and replied, Indeed. In fact, I am his savior. Have you all watched the Marvel series? I am currently in the storyline of Iron Man 1. I believe I mentioned that I was trapped in a cave with Tony. Did I not? At that time, I had just arrived in this world, and I happened to save Tony Stark. Anling Air curiously inquired, Shamo, if you save Tony Stark, will there still be an Iron Man in this world? Shamo responded, I spent over a month with that fellow Tony assembling the 1 Malawian Kwacha iron battle armor. During that time, Tony Stark underwent significant changes in his mindset, and the true Iron Man was born. Uchiha Madara, somewhat helpless, remarked, Shamo, have you forgotten something? Iron Man 1 is at least several years before the first Avengers film. Isn't it a bit premature to talk about a gathering now? Shamo awkwardly replied. I merely proposed this idea. I never claimed that we should host a gathering right now. Besides, a year has already passed on my end. And it's peculiar that Tony Stark hasn't yet confronted his uncle. Batman Wayne lamented, I was all excited for nothing. Wait, why is the time in Shamo's world moving so quickly? Shamo chuckled and explained, it's simple. I have separated the flow of time in the Marvel Cinematic Universe from that of the myriad realms using the laws of time. A year has passed here, while only a week has gone by for you. Toka Kirishima remarked, Shamo, you're impressive. Does this mean that in just a few weeks, it will be time for the first Avengers? Haibodong began to flatter, I would be willing to wait 10 years for Shamo's proposed gathering, let alone just a week. Uchiha Madara interjected, please disregard this ice attribute sycophant. Thank you. Haibodong retorted angrily, are you insulting me, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara calmly stated, what is wrong with calling you a sycophant? Shamo, uninterested in the usual banter between the two, said, I will add this proposal to the chat group file. If anyone has any good suggestions, feel free to include them there. Anling suddenly felt that her presence as a group leader, lacking both strength and cohesion, was quite minimal. Just as she pondered her existence, a mechanical notification echoed in everyone's minds. Ding! Zhang Chulan from the world of Under the Human has joined the chat group. Chapter 17. New member Zhang Chulan. Haibodong exclaimed excitedly, is the newcomer a big shot? If not, please accept my investments. Uchiha Madara, speechless, replied, newcomer, you don't need to pay attention to this fool. With his meager strength, what investments can he make? Toka Kirishima said, welcome, newcomer. We are thrilled to have you join our chat group family. Group leader Anling added, welcome, newcomer. You are the one known as the unshaken Zhang Chulan. Batman Wayne chuckled. The group leader's unique way of addressing newcomers is quite amusing. Shamo contemplated and said, welcome, newcomer. Let us allow him a moment to acclimate. He probably hasn't fully processed this yet. Zhang Chulan, lying on his university dormitory bed, had just closed his eyes when a luminous screen appeared in his mind, filled with a plethora of information. First, it congratulated him on joining the chat group of Myriad Realms, followed by a series of messages. Looking at the chat group messages, Zhang Chulan quickly scanned his dormitory, ensuring no classmates were present. Upon confirming his solitude, he began to recite, Heaven and Earth, the profound sect, the root of all energies. After countless eons of cultivation, I attain my divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, the Tao is supreme, with golden light enveloping my body. At the moment he uttered the final word, a surge of golden radiance enveloped him. Zhang Chulan exhaled deeply, closed his eyes again, and discovered that the luminous screen was still there. He almost resorted to using the 5 thunderbolts on himself, but as he forced himself to calm down, he tentatively sent a message through the luminous screen in his mind. Zhang Chulan inquired, who are you all? Why have you appeared in my mind? The diligent group leader, Enlinger, stated, welcome to the Multiverse Chat Group. I am Enlinger, the leader of this group. You may not fully comprehend what has transpired, but you can access the group announcement in the upper right corner for a clearer understanding. Additionally, the group files contain the original fates of our worlds. Please hold on. I will organize and send you the original fate trajectory of your world shortly. You might wonder how I possess this knowledge. Let me clarify. I am not a supreme overlord. Rather, I am a time traveler. My original world held much information about your universe, and I will share all I know with you. Zhang Chulan did not respond directly, but opened the group announcement to grasp the situation. After a brief review, he returned to the chat interface, observing the information sent by Enlinger regarding the fate trajectories of worlds and the information between them. In disbelief, Zhang Chulan inquired, so, you mean to say that you, Enlinger, know my future and can predict it? Enlinger quickly clarified, I cannot predict the future. I merely received information from various worlds in my original realm, including some about yours. However, the information from your world is quite incomplete. Thus, even if I send it to you, it may not reveal much. A portion of your future will be included in the fate dossier I will send, but the truths you seek are not mentioned and must be discovered by you. Upon completing her explanation, Enlinger began to gather her memories related to Under the Otherworld to compile the fate dossier. Ding! Group leader Enlinger has uploaded Zhang Chulan's fate dossier. Please review it at your leisure. The members of the chat group, filled with curiosity, clicked on Zhang Chulan's fate dossier. He, trembling with anticipation, opened the golden orb inscribed with his name. Enlinger had only seen the 5th season of Under the Otherworld in her past life, so the contents she uploaded were from the 15th season. After reading the dossier, The members of the chat group felt a lingering curiosity. Shamo, however, refrained from viewing the fate dossier, having already read the comics of Under the Otherworld in his previous life. Haibodong chuckled. Now I understand why the group leader refers to Zhang Chulan as unshaken by Lian Zhangchuran. Indeed, he is quite the innocent. Just exiting his fate dossier, Zhang Chulan was nearly overwhelmed with indignation. He replied helplessly, Haibodong, I have not yet experienced what it means to be unshaken by Lian. And what's wrong with being a virgin at over 20? It's perfectly normal. Shamo interjected in support of Zhang Chulan. Indeed, I was also a virgin at 20 in my past life. Later, I had a few girlfriends, but we parted ways. I was preparing to start a new relationship when I was swept away by a flood while saving a little girl, and then I found myself here. Zhang Chulan recognized that this esteemed individual was defending him, yet he felt an odd sense of dissonance. The notion of being swept away by a flood and transported to this chat group seemed implausible before joining. He had only ever believed his family to be unparalleled experts living hidden lives in the countryside. Cautiously, Zhang Chulan asked, esteemed group leader, do you have any insight into what will happen next? Linger sighed, Zhang Chulan, let me be frank. I merely stumbled upon a wealth of information from various worlds and cannot actively gather it. I genuinely do not know what will happen next. My current abilities are exceedingly low, and I likely couldn't even defeat you. Zhang Chulan, taken aback, thought, isn't the group leader, who can link to this multiverse chat group, undoubtedly a formidable being capable of annihilating worlds? No, perhaps even more powerful. If you claim you cannot defeat me, why not simply refrain from sharing such information rather than seeking excuses? Shamo shook his head, saying, Zhang Chulan, I understand your thoughts. But what Linger says is true. This chat group was only recently established. In a couple of days, I will assist her in awakening her magical abilities. Currently, Linger is merely an ordinary girl. Zhang Chulan marveled at Xiaomo's words, pondering, did I not say anything? Yet this member named Xiaomo sees through my thoughts. Could it be that this mysterious powerhouse in the group is not the leader but him? He must know the plot of my world moving forward. Xiaomo felt that Zhang Chulan was quite the overthinker. He pinpointed Zhang Chulan's world position and briefly explored his thoughts through the world's barriers, confirming that indeed he was an overthinker. Xiaomo, exasperated, remarked, Zhang Chulan, stop overthinking. The most powerful member in this chat group is undeniably me. I too possess methods to discern your future, but truthfully, knowing one's future is not necessarily a blessing. Even if you are aware of it, the future remains subject to change. The future I predict is initially stable. If I reveal it to you, it will inevitably shift. Do you understand? Moreover, the essence of your world lies in exploring the unknown and uncovering secrets. A universal principle across all worlds is the supremacy of the strong. As long as you elevate your strength, there is no mystery you cannot unravel or unknown you cannot explore. Now that you are part of this chat group, your power will increase rapidly. I recommend you examine the reinforcement features within the group, which include a classification system for the multiverse. You can have the reinforcement feature scan your current level. Daily check-ins will earn you points, which can be accumulated to activate the reinforcement feature. I believe it enhances you based on the points you accumulate. After pondering, Zhang Chulan replied, thank you for your guidance, Senior Xiaomo. I shall remember this. Xiaomo continued, based on my observations, you are someone who is hard on yourself, with clear goals and execution. You can endure and are willing to forego what you deem unnecessary, living with remarkable clarity. A person like you cannot possibly be ordinary. Strive to become the strongest in your world. Without hesitation, Zhang Chulan expressed, thank you for your affirmation, Senior. I, Zhang Chulan, will endeavor to do so. Linger felt that her status as group leader was being overshadowed by Xiaomo and pouted, saying, Xiaomo, it's a pity you don't engage in pyramid schemes. Xiaomo replied helplessly, Linger, would it kill you to refrain from undermining me? At that moment, a notification sound echoed through the chat group. Ding. The Multiverse Chat Group's world crossing function has been successfully updated. Ding. The members' power labels have been preemptively updated. Chapter 18, Xiaomo, LV888. The astonishment of the chat group members. Linger gazed at the message just sent by the group and then at her own LV0 level, stating, Zhang Chulan. Now you understand why I say I am not an overlord and cannot even defeat you. I am LV0, classified as an ordinary person by the chat group. Zhang Chulan, observing the small LV0 label behind Linger's avatar, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He questioned his own sanity for ever imagining that a seemingly ordinary girl with the title of group leader could be so formidable. Curious about his own level, Zhang Chulan glanced at the label beside his avatar. It read LV7. He then explored the reinforcement feature to examine the power classification of beings in the multiverse. He found it peculiar that, despite being able to cultivate Qi, he remained at LV7. Ultimately, Zhang Chulan decided to inquire within the chat group. Ding. The realms of the multiverse lack a definitive measure of strength, yet according to the assessments of our chat group, you possess a power level of LV7. The first reason for this classification is the relatively low tier of your world, while the second stems from the modest level of your cultivation. With your current prowess, you could only contend with a dozen ordinary individuals. The third reason is that your punch lacks the force of 3 tons. Upon hearing the group's explanation, Zhang Chulan gradually came to understand. He then glanced at the strength tags of the other members, murmuring, Batman Wayne LV5, Tuka Kirishima LV9, Uchiha Madara LV78. This senior is formidable. Kaiba East LV90. Is he truly that powerful? Look at the senior who just advised me. Goodness, he is not merely a senior. I would believe you if you said he is the deity of creation in our world. Shamo LV888. Just as Zhang Chulan marveled at Shamo's astonishing power level, a quarrel erupted between Uchiha Madara and Kaiba East. Uchiha Madara expressed his discontent, saying, Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could someone who was easily defeated by a female serpent be rated 12 levels higher than me? How can I only be LV78? I have regained most of my strength. Has the chat group made an error in its assessment? Kaiba scoffed. I told you, old man. You should let go of your competitive spirit in your old age and focus on enjoying your retirement. Are you proud of being 12 levels beneath me? Leave matters of strength to us younger folks. Tuka Kirishima, slightly exasperated, chimed in, Kaiba East, you're in your 30s, hardly a youth anymore. Batman Wayne awkwardly added, I'm also in my 30s, and I feel quite youthful. The group leader, and Linger, interjected, a cute 16-year-old girl just passed by. Shamo chuckled, stating, a 26-year-old young father walks by calmly. Zhang Chulan, feeling somewhat shy, remarked, Senior Shamo, you're already LV888, surpassing even the deity of creation. Yet you claim to be only 26? No one would believe that. Upon hearing Zhang Chulan's words, both Kaiba East and Uchiha Madara, who were previously arguing, were drawn to Shamo's strength tag. They exclaimed in unison, what the heck? Uchiha Madara gasped, Isn't this strength a bit outrageous? I knew Shamo was strong, but I had no idea he was this powerful. Kaiba East proudly declared, I told you Shamo was a powerhouse. You should have flattered him sooner. Now you must regret it. He spoke as if the LV888 strength belonged to him. Uchiha Madara sighed, Shamo, please ignore this guy. And Linger, with youthful bravado, said, Shamo, claiming to be 26 is a bit excessive, don't you think? No one would believe it. Tuka Kirishima nodded in agreement. Exactly. Exactly. Shamo noticed that the 2 men and 2 women were fundamentally on different wavelengths. The men were genuinely concerned about strength, while the women were preoccupied with age. Only Zhang Chulan, the orphan, was concerned about both strength and age. In the grand scheme, Shamo was indeed powerful, and despite not being particularly old, he appeared older. Shamo sighed, I truly am only 26. There is no escaping the luck of the King of Fortune. Leveling up feels as easy as play. Noticing the time, Shamo realized it was almost time for Yi Sinan to finish school, and he said, Everyone, I must take my leave to pick up my daughter. Uchiha Madara and Kaiba East chorused, we bid farewell to the Great One. And Linger, now serious, smiled and said, Goodbye, Shamo. See you tomorrow. And don't forget to help me awaken my magical powers. I'm counting on you. Shamo replied, Understood. Just inform me a day in advance, and I shall visit your world. Zhang Chulan added, Senior, you won't be offline for centuries, will you? I can't live that long. Batman Wayne and Tuka Kirishima mimicked a traditional Chinese tone. We bid farewell to the ancestor offline. As Shamo prepared to close the chat group, he stumbled slightly. Although he knew they meant no harm, he couldn't shake the ominous feeling it invoked. It felt as though they were wishing him ill, disregarding his eccentric friends. Shamo logged off. Chapter 19. The gang seeks trouble. Displaying a modicum of strength before Yi Sinan, Shamo hummed a tune as he strolled leisurely to Yi Sinan's school. Just as he arrived, Yi Sinan emerged with a few classmates. A girl walking beside her nudged Yi Sinan and said, Although I've only seen your dad a few times, every time I do, I can't help but marvel at how handsome he is, and he exudes an aura of mystery. Yi Sinan proudly replied, My dad is definitely the most handsome. He is far more charming than any of those campus heartthrobs. And yes, there is a touch of mystery. From a distance, Shamo waved to Yi Sinan. She turned to her friends and said, I'm off to find my dad. Bye. See you tomorrow. Yi Sinan jogged over to Shamo, who took her backpack, which was significantly lighter than those of students from her previous school in Huaxia. Shamo smiled. You seem to get along quite well with your classmates. Today's menu includes sweet and sour ribs, steamed crucian carp, and cabbage with meatballs. Yi-Sanan beamed at Shamo. I love whatever you cook, Dad. As they chatted and laughed on their way home, Shamo sensed something amiss. It was too quiet. He pulled Yi-Sanan closer and said, You might witness some things that you want to understand shortly. Don't be alarmed. Just trust your father. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of thuggish individuals emerged from the vacant buildings lining the street. Leading them was a towering figure. The leader announced, Our boss, Bullseye, has sent us to inquire about some matters. We hope you will speak truthfully. You may not have heard of Bullseye, but you've certainly heard of Jean Bing. He is the head of the Dark Forces, and our boss is one of his most trusted subordinates. We want to know where that group of brothers from the market has gone. Our boss has been searching for them for a year and discovered that you had a conflict with them. You must confess. Shamo saw no need for further conversation. With a flick of his fingers, a surge of violet-black destructive energy shot forth, piercing the hearts of all the gang members. The energy did not dissipate. Instead, it spread through their bodies, reducing them to mere molecules. Yi-Sanan gasped, covering her mouth in shock, desperately suppressing a scream. A minute later, the gang members, consumed by the destructive force, vanished completely from existence, leaving no trace. Not even their clothing remained. Shamo glanced at Yi-Sanan, relieved to see she hadn't recoiled in fear. He said, Sanan, there are some things I need to explain to you. Let us discuss them at home. Yi-Sanan nodded and followed closely behind Shamo as they returned to their apartment. Just as Shamo prepared to speak, Yi-Sanan interjected, Dad, no matter who you are or what you've done, I will always stand by your side. Shamo smiled gently. Silly child, there is no need to declare your loyalty. I'm not a bad person. I simply possess some extraordinary abilities. Those I just eliminated were gang members. A year ago, while shopping for groceries, I rescued a mother and her daughter. The older one merely sought to create trouble for me, a trivial matter indeed. However, the crux of my tale lies not in this incident. The world is far from the serene facade it presents. In the not-so-distant future, we may face an alien invasion. An array of extraordinary abilities and cosmic overlords intent on obliterating half of all life in the universe may soon arrive on our planet. Your father does not wish for you to possess the strength to vanquish them. Rather, I hope you acquire the power of self-preservation. I am giving you a book. I urge you to peruse it in the coming days. It contains the teachings for cultivating extraordinary powers. Should you encounter any passages that perplex you, do not hesitate to ask me. In a few days, we may embark on a journey to other worlds, so prepare yourself mentally. After sharing this, Shamo handed the revised manual of combat energy cultivation from his desk to Yi-Sanan. Yi-Sanan, gazing earnestly at Shamo, expressed, Thank you, Dad, for allowing me to step into your world. I will strive diligently. With that, she exited the study and returned to her room to immerse herself in the teachings. Chapter 20. The Advancement of the Chat Group's Members. Shamo secured a week's leave for Yi-Sanan, enabling her to focus intently on her combat energy training. Under Shamo's guidance, Yi-Sanan successfully manifested her own combat energy within a single day, specifically of the lightning attribute. Delighted, she marveled at the arcs of electricity swirling around her palm, exclaiming, Dad, is this the power of combat energy? It looks incredible. Which realm of combat energy do I belong to? Shamo elucidated, This is a type of combat energy, the lightning attribute. It is one of the most formidable kinds. You are merely at the threshold. Continue to harness this energy to strengthen your body. Yi-Sanan nodded earnestly, responding, Understood, Dad. I shall persist in my training to become a combatant as soon as possible. Shamo chuckled, Do not rush, Xianan. The path of combat energy is long, and there is no need for haste. Tomorrow, we shall travel to another world where a friend of mine awaits. Yi-Sanan, astonished, inquired, You can truly traverse other worlds? What is your current realm of combat energy? Shamo shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Your father is far more formidable than the combat emperor. Take delight in that. Yi-Sanan offered no retort, merely nodding in acknowledgement as she resumed her studies. This morning, Shamo received a message from Enlinger, inviting him to her world and informing him that the chat group restrictions had been lifted. Shamo entered the chat group, announcing, Group leader Enlinger, later today, Xianan and I will be teleporting over. She is currently engaged in her combat energy training, so it may take a moment. The group leader, Enlinger, responded with excitement. All right, I understand. Just don't forget. I have already arranged accommodations for you. Haibodong, in astonishment, exclaimed, The daughter of the illustrious Shamo is training in combat energy? Truly the pride of our combat energy world. Uchiha Madara retorted, Huh? Flatterer. Donkin Wudao curiously asked, Shamo, if you're so powerful, Why not directly elevate Yisanan's strength? Batman Wayne concurred, indeed. Shamo clarified. The reason is quite simple. Sudden acquisition of overwhelming power can be unbearable for the average individual. Haibodong boldly declared, Shamo, I am not an average person. May I receive a fraction of your power? Shamo responded flatly, Scram. You belong to the second class. Zhang Chulan chimed in, everyone. It seems I've attracted the attention of the entire faction. I certainly won't allow them to disturb my grandfather's remains. I plan to teach those vile members a lesson and perhaps give that summer he, who took a life from my little master, a taste of retribution. He, Donkin Wudao pragmatically queried, can you truly contend with those from the entire faction? Zhang Chulan awkwardly admitted, not right now. But that doesn't mean I won't be able to after I enhance myself. Batman Wayne curiously asked, Zhang Chulan. You've only been in the group for a few days. How many points have you accumulated for your enhancement? Zhang Chulan proudly replied, in just 4 days. I have amassed 250 points. Enough for me to face Summer He directly, and with my protective talisman, I fear her not. Donkin Wudao sighed. What is there to boast about with 250 points? And that protective talisman, are you referring to the one you flaunted under the moonlight? Zhang Chulan, you truly lack self-awareness. I have over 1,000 points and they are of no use to me. Yet I see you're preparing to enhance, so I might as well join in. Batman Wayne added, so it's 250, I've got 1,300 points. Haibodong sheepishly confessed, I have 0 points left. I used them all to enhance my strength. Uchiha Madara stated, I've spent all mine on repairing my body and restoring my strength. Group leader and Linger awkwardly revealed, I am nearing 2,000 points. Shamo nonchalantly remarked, I have 100,000 points. What is there for me to boast about? And Linger's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Shamo, how do you possess so many points? Many features can now be unlocked. How could this be? Shamo, with a calm demeanor, explained. The chat group awarded me these points upon my joining. Who knew they would prove so trivial, merely elevating me to level 01? They are superfluous. Haibodong eagerly interjected. Shamo, if you deem the points insignificant, I can help you expend them. Shamo directly queried, am I your biological father? Haibodong replied, no, why? Shamo chuckled. Then why should I let you spend my points? I'll redeem items for my daughter instead. If you wish for group points, you might consider collecting lightning attribute combat energy techniques. I will purchase them if they catch my eye. Haibodong, initially taken aback, quickly changed his demeanor, understood. I, Shamo, will diligently gather lightning attribute techniques. And Linger, in the corner of her room, was drawing circles and cursing the chat group for its ungratefulness, swaying like a reed in the wind. This chat group, upon encountering a powerful figure, began to flatter him like Haibodong. Yet why did it not bestow points upon its own leader? Unbeknownst to Linger, Shamo had not yet become a true powerhouse. He merely swindled those 100,000 points through his words, which would surely infuriate her further if she knew. Donkin Wudao, observing Shamo teasing Haibodong, remarked, I plan to utilize my points for enhancement as the plot commences soon. I wish to protect those dear to me. Batman Wayne added, I shall enhance as well. I must be prepared for the Kryptonians and that General Zod, who could arrive on Earth at any moment. Ding. Zhang Chulan utilized 250 points for a comprehensive enhancement. Current power level, LV10. Ding. Donkin Wudao utilized 1,000 points for a holistic enhancement. Current power level, LV16. Ding. Batman Wayne utilized 1,300 points for a complete enhancement. Current power level, LV17. And Linger watched as the members of the chat group elevated their strengths, yearning for enhancement herself, yet she suppressed that desire. She understood that such a comprehensive enhancement would also elevate her magical abilities once she awakened her magic. Donkin Wudao, feeling the surge of power within him, realized he could now consume human food. Excitedly, he exclaimed, the group points enhancement function is truly miraculous. I have astonishingly found myself capable of consuming human food, no longer needing to feast upon human flesh or drink human blood. Furthermore, I have discovered that even the most formidable SS-ranked ghouls no longer pose a challenge to me. As for the SSS points, I remain uncertain. Zhang Chulan, taken aback, inquired, Tuka Kirishima, are you not human? How can you still consume human flesh and drink blood? Realizing she had become slightly carried away, Tuka Kirishima felt a tinge of embarrassment for not recalling that there was a newcomer in the chat group who was unaware of her circumstances, and she explained, Zhang Chulan. In our world, there exists a humanoid species known as ghouls. They are born with an insatiable need to consume human flesh and drink blood, and they can only consume humans. Although I am a ghoul, I do not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. I typically feed on deceased flesh and purchase human blood. Following the enhancement of the chat group, my life level has ascended, allowing me to eat normally. Zhang Chulan broke into a cold sweat as he awkwardly remarked, "Oh, so that is how it is. The humans in your world truly have a tragic fate." Tuka Kirishima corrected him, saying, "You are mistaken. It is us ghouls who are the ones being slaughtered." Zhang Chulan, momentarily stunned, conceded, "All right. Your world is indeed unfortunate." Batman Wayne, sensing the power coursing through his body, felt that a single punch could shatter walls, yet he acknowledged that it was insufficient to confront Kryptonians. Zhang Chulan had just been marveling at Tuka Kirishima's statements and had failed to notice his own transformation in strength. After taking stock, he was overjoyed, realizing that the points he had accumulated over just 4 days had significantly augmented his power. The chi within him had become increasingly solid, and its volume had notably increased, leading to remarkable enhancements in both his golden light spell and thunder magic. His physical strength had also received a substantial boost. Zhang Chulan silently vowed, "Grandfather, I will uncover the truth behind your matters and restore justice to you. I will ensure that those who wish to harm my family meet their demise." Chapter 21. Journey to the Magical World. Shamo conversed with his family in the chat group for a while before exiting. He awakened Yi Sinan, who was meditating, and said, "The time has come. I shall take you to explore other worlds. My friend is awaiting my assistance in awakening her magical abilities." Yi Sinan pondered for a moment and asked, "Father, does that world have wizards?" Shamo smiled as he replied, "Indeed, and in great numbers. The variety of magic in their world is vast, but the areas outside their cities are perilous, teeming with demons and monsters that you are not yet equipped to confront." Yi Sinan was aware that she had only just begun her cultivation journey and possessed no combat prowess. Shamo directly summoned the chat group in his mind, requesting it to transport him and Yi Sinan to Linger's magical world. In the blink of an eye, a colorful aura enveloped the two of them. Within this radiant light, Shamo sensed the laws of space and the power of the world. With a flash, they found themselves atop a high-rise building's helipad. Yi Sinan gazed around in wonder and asked Shamo, "Father, have we truly crossed into another world? This place doesn't seem as extraordinary as I had imagined." Shamo surveyed the towering skyscrapers and, having assessed the situation of this world, replied, "Sinan, we have indeed arrived in the magical world, albeit a modern one that resembles our own. The only difference is that outside the city, many demons lurk." Shamo detected over a dozen entities capable of world annihilation, beings of levels LV200 to LV299 within the chat group. He murmured, "It seems our group leader still has a long way to go." Curious about Shamo's mutterings, Yi Sinan asked, "Who is the group leader?" Shamo chuckled and replied, "She is a friend from my world." Yi Sinan mischievously suggested, "Could it be that she might be my future mother?" Shamo playfully flicked Yi Sinan's forehead and said, "She is merely a few years older than you and is still in her first year of high school. What are you even thinking?" Covering her forehead, Yi Sinan cheekily stuck out her tongue and remarked, "Father, you are so handsome and capable. How could there be no women who admire you? Don't you want to find me a mother?" Shamo contemplated for a moment and asked, "Are you certain? If I were to return with this so-called mother of yours and have a child, what if we dote on that child and neglect you? Are you truly sure you want me to find a woman?" Yi Sinan earnestly replied, "As long as you're happy, Father, I have no objections. Besides, I am already 15. I am an adult now." Shamo shook his head and said, "All right, Sinan, I am gratified that you think this way. Let us put this matter to rest for now and discuss it later. I shall contact my friend to come and meet us." Shamo typed in the chat group, "Group leader in Linger, we have arrived in the magical world. We are currently at the Pearl Tower in Magic City, and since you reside there, I can sense you. Could you send a car to take us to the hotel?" And Linger quickly responded, "I will have my father call you soon. You are at the Pearl Tower, right? I will ask him to send a Tianyin to pick you up. Just wait at the helipad." Shamo suddenly thought that Linger might be from a well-off family, perhaps even a bit too well-off. After finishing the conversation, Shamo told Yi Sinan, "Sinan, we will wait here. My friend said she will send a Tianyin to pick us up." Yi Sinan curiously asked, "What is a Tianyin? Is it a new type of helicopter?" Shamo shook his head, indicating he did not know either, and they simply waited. Meanwhile, Yi Sinan excitedly told her father, "Father, a major figure has agreed to guide me in awakening my magic. Please send a Tianyin to the helipad at the Pearl Tower to pick them up. I want to be attending the school's magic awakening ceremony." And Linger's father, and Ping, looked at his daughter with curiosity and asked, "When did you meet a powerhouse capable of guiding others in awakening magic?" And Linger could only mumble a vague response, "I met them online. Please hurry and send someone to pick them up. I don't want them to wait too long." After much persuasion from Linger, and Ping agreed and sent a Tianyin to pick them up, all the while internally pondering, "What kind of strong person did my foolish daughter meet online? If they are so powerful, how come I, a superclass mage, cannot guide others in awakening magic? What can this so-called strong individual do? After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, Shamo and Yi Sinan beheld a magnificent eagle-like creature with a wingspan of 20 meters, adorned in golden feathers, soaring towards them. Tourists at the Pearl Tower marveled in astonishment. A bespectacled boy, clearly an academic type, remarked to his friends, "That is a peak soldier-level Tianying. Even the lowest-grade servant-level Tianying cannot compare in beauty or size." One of the boy's companions pointed out, "Look, it seems there's someone on that Tianying, perhaps a wizard." Yi Sinan instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing such a colossal bird for the first time. Shamo held Yi Sinan's hand reassuringly and said, "It's all right. That should be the Tianying coming to pick us up. It appears my friend comes from a remarkable background." In less than a minute, the Tianying landed gracefully on the helipad. A man dressed in a black wizard's robe descended, adorned with a badge that read High-Level Wind Mage. Upon descending, they beheld Shamo and his companion. The mage inquired, "Are you the ones the young lady is to meet?" Shamo nodded, affirming, "If your lady's name isn't Linger, then indeed you are correct." The mage acknowledged with a nod and guided them onto the back of the Sky Eagle. "Hold on tight. We are preparing for takeoff." The mage subtly sensed the magical energies of Shamo and his companion, yet found not a trace. Frowning, he pondered, could it truly be, as the master suggested, that he is a charlatan? Yet, I cannot take the risk. What if he is indeed a formidable force? They soared westward until arriving at a row of villas, where the Sky Eagle began its gentle descent, ultimately landing in the expansive backyard of a grand estate. There awaited a middle-aged gentleman and a poised woman in formal attire, both gazing at the descending Sky Eagle. Once it landed smoothly, the eagle unfurled one of its wings to allow the trio to disembark. And Linger, adorned in formal wear, spotted Shamo and rushed forward, brimming with excitement. "Shamo, you finally made it. I thought I would perish from anticipation. And is this your daughter, Iexianen? You both even don matching outfits. Quite delightful." Shamo, observing the lively and Linger, sighed in resignation. "I recall you were not quite this exuberant in our chat group. Nevertheless, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Shamo, and this is my daughter, Iexianen." "Exianen, greet Sister Ling." Iexianen graciously chimed in, "Greetings, Sister Ling." Just as the trio was about to continue their conversation, and Linger's father, and Ping, approached and declared, "So, you are the strong one that Linger spoke of? You appear quite youthful. I shall dispense with pleasantries. I harbor doubts about whether you can truly awaken my daughter's formidable magical potential, or if you have ulterior motives in approaching her." Shamo, noticing in Linger's discomfort, asked, "Did you inform your father of my intentions?" And Linger, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I mentioned we met online." With a hand on his forehead, Shamo felt exasperated with Linger. He turned to Ping, maintaining a cool demeanor, and stated, "I am merely here to assist Linger in awakening her summoning and spatial abilities. I have no need to pursue your daughter, nor is there anything in your household that piques my interest. Now, Linger, shall we commence your magical awakening?" Before Linger and Ping could react, Shamo had already infused a strand of creation energy into Linger, instantly manifesting the dual powers of summoning and space within her. Linger closed her eyes in bliss, while Iexianen felt at ease. However, Ping, witnessing his daughter's closed eyes and slight trembling, grew furious. "What are you doing? What is wrong with my daughter?" Ignoring Ping's outcry, Shamo continued to stabilize the nascent magical energies within Linger. Ping, feeling disregarded, let his temper flare and unleashed a mid-tier fire spell aimed at Shamo, a colossal fiery fist hurtling toward him. Iexianen instinctively attempted to shield Shamo using her newly acquired fighting energy, but faltered as the flames threatened to breach her barrier. In the next moment, an invisible force dispersed the flames, sending Ping stumbling back 10 paces, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. As Ping ready to strike again, Linger, now fully awakened to her summoning and spatial powers, interjected, "Enough, father. Do not act impulsively. Shamo is here to assist me. Look, I have awakened my summoning and spatial abilities." Ping quickly grasped Iexianen's hand, examining it with astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Shamo. Bowing respectfully, "Esteemed warrior, I apologize for my rudeness. You have awakened 2 such rare magical affinities in my daughter without the aid of an awakening stone. You are truly remarkable." Shamo paid no heed to Ping's flattery and continued addressing Linger. "I have opened the dual affinity for you. From now on, each time you advance a major level, you will awaken both affinities." Ping, taken aback, marveled at such divine prowess. Shamo continued, "For now, focus on your training at home. You should dedicate yourself to mastering your magic before the magical entrance exams. I observe that there are 3 years remaining until the destruction of Bo City. With your abilities and the assistance of the chat group, you should be able to save them. The last sentence Shamo conveyed directly into Enlinger's mind. As Enlinger noticed Shamo preparing to depart, she hurriedly exclaimed, I apologize. Shamo, I should have mentioned this earlier. Here is a package containing identification documents I arranged for you in this world, along with 2 mobile phones. And a bank card with 10 million. This card is for the hotel. I booked a year at the Pearl Hotel. Shamo nodded, understood. Focus on your training. We shall explore on our own. He accepted the backpack and cards Enlinger offered and departed the villa with her. Chapter 22. The Journey of Trials in the Magical World, hoping for Yi Xinen's independence from Shamo, rather than embarking directly on their adventures. They first dropped off the identification documents at the reserved hotel before beginning their exploration of the magical city. They returned to the hotel around 9 in the evening. After washing up, Yi Xinen, clad in a bathrobe, sat on the bed, playing with her phone, and asked Dad, how long will we be in this magical world? Shamo replied nonchalantly, let us stay for a year. Yi Xinen was taken aback, exclaiming, ah? Shamo, puzzled by her reaction, queried, is this world not to your liking? Just today, you remarked that the cuisine here surpasses that of your previous world. Yi Xinen expressed her reluctance. But that world is where I have lived for so many years. If I don't see my classmates for a year, they might not recognize me. Will the school expel me? Our apartment hasn't been cleaned in a year. Shamo chuckled, your concerns are unfounded. The flow of time in this world differs entirely from that of our world. A year here equates to merely a day there. Shamo had yet to disclose the existence of the chat group to Yi Xinen, as it was still too early for her to grasp. As she seemed prone to trust those who treated her kindly, such as himself, if he were not a good person, or if he were akin to her adoptive father. Hiding malevolence, it would spell disaster for her. Moreover, he noticed that Yi Xinen was increasingly dependent on him. After a moment's thought, Shamo continued. The energy in this world is far more abundant than in ours. Your training here will yield swifter progress and enable you to wield your powers more effectively. Dedicate some time to training, and once you reach the fighter rank, you will need to enroll in a magical academy and join a demon hunting team to slay monsters. My expectations are modest. During your stay in this magical realm, you should be able to independently defeat a commander-level monster. What do you think? You must remember, I will support and protect you. However, once you reach the fighter realm, you will need to fend for yourself in this magical world. This journey is not a mere vacation. It is a trial for you. I cannot shield you forever. In the future, you too shall establish a family and a career, and you will need to confront this society alone, facing the somber aspects of the world. Do not blame your father for granting you only a fleeting moment of comfort. After this trial, you may return to your original world, where you can continue to lead a leisurely life as an ordinary person, or choose to persist in this challenging realm. I shall say no more. Yi Xinen gazed steadfastly into Xiaomo's eyes and declared, Father, I will complete this trial. I will face the world's darkness alone. I understand. You are doing this for my own good. Xiaomo silently mused. This is my first experience as a father. Perhaps I have been too radical. I hope you do not hold it against me. Xiaomo simply wished for this resilient little girl not to develop an overwhelming dependence on her so-called father. He did not want Yi Xinen to be a goldfish stranded and perishing on the shore, but rather a koi leaping over the dragon gate after the pond has dried up. Chapter 23. Discussing how to nurture Yi Xinen with chat group members after a restful night. Yi Xinen commenced her training the following day. As she began her training in Thunder-type martial energy, she sensed an unusual acceleration in its flow. Noticing her earnestness, Xiaomo entered the chat group. Hello, everyone. It has been a few days, and I have missed you all dearly. Today, I wish to discuss a training plan for my daughter, Yi Xinen. Upon seeing Xiaomo online, Enlinger promptly remarked, Xiaomo, I apologize for the previous matters. I was unprepared. Xiaomo replied calmly, no worries, it is understandable. Uchiha Obito quickly shifted the topic, saying, Xiaomo, you wish to discuss Yi Xinen's training, but everyone in this group is single, let alone having children. What can we possibly contribute to this discussion? Haibodong exclaimed in astonishment. Our Uchiha Obito has evolved with the times, using the term single dog. Impressive. Batman Wayne pondered for a moment and suggested, I could hire educational experts to provide us with insights. Zhang Chulan timidly raised his hand, saying, Leaders, I must say that experts can be quite unreliable. Not long ago, one expert claimed that any household in Huaxia has savings of 500,000. When I heard that, I wanted to strike him down with thunder. Xiaomo, exasperated, replied, I asked for your opinions, not for you to execute a plan. What are you afraid of? Speak your mind. Wu Dao Dongxiang interjected. Okay, sounds good. Xiao continued. And Linger, do the magical powers in your world feel similar to martial energy? And Linger contemplated before responding. They should be quite similar. All methods stem from the same source, and martial energy and magic are indeed quite alike. Martial energy armor should be akin to a transcendent mage. Xiao pressed on. In what manner should I covertly protect her, and to what extent should this protection be? Wu Dao Dongxiang suggested. Xiao, you could pose as Yi Sinan's classmate, learning and growing stronger alongside her. However, she may develop feelings for you, the role of her father. Xiao, visibly displeased, retorted. Wu Dao Dongxiang, can you refrain from spouting such malnourished ideas? That won't do. Haidong thoughtfully added. Xiao could masquerade as Yi Sinan's grandfather, guiding her to become stronger while ensuring her safety along the way. Xiao, now speechless, replied. Haidong, perhaps you should drink more walnut milk to nourish your brain. I can accompany her to become stronger at any time. Why would I need to disguise myself as an elderly man? You truly are a character from the potato world. Batman Wayne earnestly suggested. Let her date a child of destiny. That way, she will face challenges and hardships. Xiao was nearly laughing in frustration. He regretted asking these absurd group friends for advice. Uchiha Obito coldly stated, I recommend intervening only when her life is in peril, without revealing your identity. Let her experience setbacks and hardships, allowing her to rise again time after time. Eventually, she will learn to navigate her path, and over time, she will mature. Xiao, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, Isn't that a bit too harsh? At that moment, and Linger interjected, Xiao, ask yourself, is this not what you truly believe? Chapter 24. The Profound Insights of Zhang Chulan. The newcomer Nobita Nobi. Xiao found himself at a loss for words. He knew that this was indeed his belief. Yet he hesitated to confront such thoughts. If he made a decision, Yi Sinan might endure significant suffering, and he could only observe. Zhang Chulan, being quite perceptive, spoke directly. Xiao, you have already devised a method. You just lack the resolve. I can confidently say that Obito's approach, which you are still grappling with, is the best one. A person can only truly grow through continuous experiences of setbacks and failures, confronting them, and ultimately overcoming or accepting their trials. Xiao chuckled. Zhang Chulan, you are indeed the most insightful person in this chat group. In this case, I have been ensnared by my own biases. I have learned from you. I am merely a so-called strong individual with power, but lacking in mindset. Observing Yi Sinan's growth is, in essence, a form of inner cultivation for myself. Xiao pondered before stating, all right, let's move past this topic. Yi Sinan needs more time to train before she can apply to the Magic University. With her martial prowess, she should easily gain admission. At that point, I will not interfere with her growth. I will only ensure that her life is not threatened. And Linger remarked, Xiao, if you need assistance, just let me know. My family holds a significant position in the magical world. Xiao smiled and replied, all right, if the need arises. I shall not hesitate to ask. Zhang Chulan then declared, the entire organization has now targeted me. I have elevated my life force to the point where I can defeat even a minor master. I plan to return home and teach those rascals a lesson in humility. I will also visit Sister Bauer. I shall repay my debts to her and help her reclaim her family and memories. Xiao assured, I trust you with that matter. When you take down those rascals, do it live-streamed for our amusement. The group leader, and Linger, awkwardly stated, it seems that the live-stream feature has not been activated. Xiao, looking exasperated, remarked, good heavens, this chat group truly lacks everything. What use is it? Ding. Sensing Xiao's overwhelming negative emotions, the group activated the live-stream feature. Xiao and Linger stifled a laugh, saying, your negative emotions have reached a breaking point. Isn't that a line from the Ludashu system? Is the chat group malfunctioning? In the chat group, Batman Wing curiously asked, what is Ludashu? Wu Dao Dongxiang also inquired, is Ludashu a person or an object? Uchiha Obito clarified. Didn't Tiwi just say? Ludashu is a system, so it must be an object. Xiao watched the exchange, nearly bursting with laughter. He said Ludashu, a fine person, is being referred to as an object and a thing in your discussions. Haidong concluded, so Ludashu is actually a person. And Linger couldn't contain herself and typed in the chat group, Y covers mouth and giggles. Just as the chat group was joyfully discussing Ludashu, ding. An invitation from I'm Not the King to join the chat group was sent, but the invitation was declined. Ding. Congratulations to the sharpshooter, the pirate king, the sun king, the demon king slayer, the pioneer of prehistoric civilizations, the guardian of the dinosaur civilization, the protector of the cosmic star, the savior of the kingdom of Wong Wong, the Terminator of the Bermuda civilization, the revolutionary of the Little Star, the leader of the Animal Star Resistance, the solver of the Platinum Labyrinth, the captain of the Cosmic Battle Team, the guardian of the Winged Tribe, the mediator between plant and animal civilizations, the dear friend of Sinbad, the builder of the Cloud Kingdom, the oldest true deity of the Japanese civilization, the mediator between silicon-based and carbon-based civilizations, the protector and savior of the underwater civilizations of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Nobita Nobi has joined the chat group. Kaido Kuroba remarked, I thought it was that Lu fellow joining the group. This newcomer has quite an array of titles. Batman Wayne pondered and said, could it be yet another prominent figure? Uchiha Madara observed Nobita's power label and curiously noted, it's peculiar that the newcomer has such a strange power label, LV0 LV499, with their strength sealed for some reason. Currently standing at LV0. Chapter 25, The True Origin of Nobita Nobi. Gazing at the newly joined Nobita, Shamo smiled and said, welcome to the group. If you have any questions, feel free to check the group announcements and introduction. Amling Air added, Nobita Nobi, first familiarize yourself with the general situation of the chat group, and I will send you your destiny quest shortly. While napping at home, Nobita was suddenly startled awake by the mechanical prompt of the chat group echoing in his mind. Sitting upright in alarm, he glanced around and exclaimed, who has playing tricks? Is it Sunio or John? Doraemon, where are you? After calling out several times with no response, and realizing Doraemon had not returned, Nobita closed his eyes to observe the light screen of his consciousness, where he saw messages from Shamo and Amling Air. He attempted to check the group announcements. Upon reading the chat group announcement, he began to comprehend the current situation. He had joined a chat group that connected infinite dimensions and realms, populated by individuals from various worlds. Nobita greeted the group, saying, hello everyone. I am Nobita Nobi, currently in the 5th grade. Tuka Kirishima expressed her astonishment to think a level over 400 expert is actually an elementary school student. Zhang Chulan remarked, a weak college student merely passing by. Ding. The group leader Amling Air had sent the Doraemon series as a destiny quest to the chat group. Please click to view. The members of the chat group promptly began to check it out, while Nobita slowly clicked to enter. With the group's assistance, they quickly finished reviewing Nobita's destiny quest. Uchiha Madara was the first to exclaim, goodness, a mere child possesses such an extraordinary life. That time machine and Doraemon's gadgets are truly miraculous, far surpassing the forbidden techniques devised by Tobarama. Tuka Kirishima added, envy JPG. Kaido Kuroba chimed in, envious and jealous JPG. Batman Wayne quipped, not envious at all, just disrupting the formation, funny JPG. Nobita remarked, when Doraemon first came to our home, I was in awe for quite some time. I still wonder why my parents adapted to Doraemon's wonders so swiftly. Amling Air, with an air of mystery, continued, now that you all have seen Nobita Nobi's destiny quest, I believe you have a question. Why can Nobita and Doraemon utilize the time machine, while others would be apprehended by the time patrol if they tried? Do you know the reason? Shamo, already privy to the truth, chose to remain silent and listen. Amling Air elaborated mysteriously, in my previous world, legends of Nobita Nobi circulated. It is said that he is actually a future superpower, engaged in cosmic warfare. This future Nobita, wishing to quell the impending conflicts, invented a time machine to erase all factors contributing to future wars. However, some versions of Nobita from other timelines sought to instigate war, leading to protracted struggles. Ultimately, future Nobita triumphed and unified the timelines, establishing what is now known as the Nobita Divine Timeline. The future has become incredibly beautiful. Yet Nobita does not wish to become a variable in that piece, so he minimized his form, sealed his memories and powers, and had Doraemon take him to an independent parallel universe devoid of Nobita. Before departing from the future, he established the Time Management Bureau. Should any significant issues arise that the Bureau cannot resolve, they would notify Doraemon, who would then assist the amnesiac Nobita in addressing the problems. Thus, all who have watched Doraemon refer to Nobita as a deity. Shamo chuckled, indeed, that is the case. New fans, the adventure stories of Nobita Nobi and Doraemon. Old fans, the journey of Nobita Nobi to divinity with Doraemon. Ancient fans, the retirement life of divine Nobita and Doraemon. Nobita, astonished, gaped in disbelief. How come I was unaware of my own prowess? Chapter 26. Yi Xianen desires to learn magic. Is Shamo a BT? After listening to Amling Air's tale, the chat group fell into silence. Shamo understood that Amling Air was speaking the truth. The other members gazed at the LV0 elementary school student with disbelief. Nobita awkwardly said, do you believe me when I say I know nothing? I genuinely had no idea I was so formidable. Zhang Chulan timidly remarked. I bow in reverence to the Great One. Kneels down JPG. Tuka Kirishima added, kneeling down JPG. Kaido Kuroba, with hopeful eyes, said few. Thankfully, there was no immediate demand for investment, or it would have been another slap in the face. Uchiha Madara reflected, to unify an entire timeline. What a magnificent existence. Such a powerful being willingly chooses to remain a child, simply for the sake of peace and stability. I, Uchiha Madara, would honor you, Nobita Nobi, as the true guardian of peace. I am truly humbled. Nobita, looking embarrassed, replied, I'm just a newcomer. I'm really not the strong figure you all speak of. Group leader Anling Air pondered and said, you are currently in a sealed state. Once you break the seal, you will understand your own strength. If you wish to break the seal, Shamo is the one to assist you. Shamo stated plainly, I can break your seal at any time. Do you need it? Nobita quickly shook his head, no need. My life is quite pleasant as it is. I have no idea what would happen if I broke the seal. I might not even be myself anymore. Shamo considered and said, how should I put this? You will still be you, though your personality may change drastically, and your power will be greatly enhanced. In the eyes of those familiar with you, you might seem like a different person, but you will always remain the kind-hearted Nobita who hopes for world peace. You need not worry about that. Nobita shook his head again. I can't foresee who I will be in the future. Perhaps it's best if I don't break the seal for now. Shamo replied, it's entirely up to you. I have no strong feelings about it. Just as Shamo continued to engage in casual banter, Yi Exinen roused him. Shamo opened his eyes and inquired, what is it, Exinen? Did you encounter any issues during your training? Yi Exinen looked earnestly into Shamo's eyes and said, Dad, may I awaken magic? I do not wish for this trial to be so simply completed. I desire to increase the difficulty. I want to defeat commander-level monster beasts using magic that I have cultivated myself, rather than relying on the fighting techniques you've taught me. Shamo gazed at Yi Exinen in astonishment and asked, are you suggesting that you wish to explore and cultivate magic on your own to complete the trial, rather than through the fighting techniques I teach? In the event of encountering peril, one may harness one's aura. Typically, matters that can be accomplished through magic should indeed be executed with magic. Yi Exinen nodded affirmatively and said, certainly. Father, could you enroll me in a boarding school for magic? I will diligently study the arcane arts and diligently fulfill this trial. I understand that you desire for me to become independent, and I assure you I will take good care of myself. Xiaomo, feeling a sense of relief, nodded in agreement. All right, I shall assist you in finding a suitable magic high school for boarding. Without delay, Xiaomo escorted Yi Exinen to a prestigious institution, where, with ample resources at his disposal, he promptly paid the tuition fee of 2 million. Yi Exinen was smoothly admitted, completing the enrollment process and settling in. After giving her a few parting words, Xiaomo departed. Yi Exinen watched her father's retreating figure, her resolve to grow stronger solidifying. Upon returning to the hotel, she lay on her bed and opened the chat group, announcing, I am preparing to launch a live stream chronicling my daughter Yi Exinen's growth and trials in the magical realm. For those interested, feel free to join. The live stream will commence 2 days hence during the awakening of magic. Aside from sleeping and using the restroom, her journey to strength will be streamed in its entirety. On Linger side, Xiaomo, you truly are an overbearing father. Monitoring your daughter while live streaming? How absurd. Xiaomo retorted. I merely wish to showcase my daughter's journey to strength, not to monitor or invade her privacy. You, dear friend, are the one who is peculiar. Wudao Dongxiang expressed her anticipation. I too am eager to see how Yi Exinen evolves step by step. Zhang Chulan awkwardly interjected. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate to live stream your daughter's journey to strength? It seems an invasion of privacy. Xiaomo, exasperated, replied, I'm only broadcasting her classes, battles, and adventures, not her mundane daily life. What are you even thinking? Zhang Chulan quickly defended himself. Please, Xiaomo, do not be angry. I might have had impure thoughts, but I will strive to amend my ways. Haibodong chuckled. Let us reject juvenile aesthetics, starting with Zhang Chulan. Uchiha Obito added with a smirk. Who would have thought that the level 90 Haibodong would be this kind of person? Haibodong, realizing his words had backfired, hastily explained, No, you must hear my defense, I mean my explanation. I haven't ventured to the desert yet, but perhaps I will in the future. This is a mutual affection, not mere play, you see. Uchiha Obito gleefully taunted, Look, he has flustered. Xiaomo interjected, Enough. I shall now announce 3 significant events. First, Zhang Chulan shall engage in a duel with the demon of all forms, and he will open a live stream to showcase his prowess. Second, my daughter Yi Exinen is set to awaken her magic, embarking on her path to strength, and I too will commence a live stream. Thirdly, Nobita, it seems your journey of creation should commence as well. Shall we live stream that? Nobita, bewildered, questioned, how could I possibly create a world? Shamo straightforwardly replied, Nobita, have you forgotten the summer vacation? Have you considered your research project? You could have Doraemon use the creation device to conjure a world, and you would document the process, thus completing your assignment. Nobita, astonished, exclaimed, does Doraemon possess such a powerful tool? Shamo confirmed, indeed. Once Doraemon returns, simply inquire, and you shall find out. Nobita replied, thank you, Shamo. I shall ask him right away. My summer homework now has a path. Chapter 27, Zhang Chulan vs. the Demon of All Forms. The Slayer of Sisters, Zhang Chulan. Just as Shamo finished conversing with Nobita, a notification chimed in the chat group. Ding. Zhang Chulan has initiated a live stream. All are welcome to enter and observe. Ding. All members of the chat group have entered the live stream. As the group entered the live stream, they felt their surroundings transform. Once the metamorphosis concluded, they found themselves in a foreboding forest with a graveyard at its center. Zhang Chulan stood at the periphery of the graveyard, eyeing three figures beside his grandfather's tomb. Leading them was a tall beauty with pink hair, accompanied by a young boy. And at the center stood a girl with orange-red hair. Zhang Chulan sneered, ah, the demon of all forms, Xiaohe, the soul-summoning master, Lu Liang, and you. A junior from the Lu family, if I recall correctly, Lu Yanyan. You intend to disturb my grandfather's resting place. Xiaohe, I might spare your life today, but the two of you shall meet your end. Xiaohe smirked, so you are Zhang Xilin's grandson, Zhang Chulan. Do you think you can stop us from taking your grandfather's body? You should be more concerned about your own life. Lu Liang, perplexed, queried, how do you know us? And how are you aware of my family's soul-summoning technique? Who exactly are you? Lu Yanyan, indignant, retorted, humph. I may be a junior, but I am a prodigy from the Xiangxi Lu family's corpse-walking lineage. You, a mere unknown, are the true junior. Today, I will slay you and make your corpse my puppet. Before Lu Yanyan could further her taunts, Zhang Chulan raised his finger and with a swift motion brought it down. A bolt of blue-white lightning, as thick as an arm, struck Lu Yanyan, and in an instant, she was enveloped in crackling electricity. The sounds of thunder resonated through the desolate woods. Lu Liang and Xiaohe instinctively took a step back. The fierce lightning obliterated the ghastly aura surrounding Lu Yanyan, severely injuring her, who collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhang Chulan turned his gaze to Lu Liang, smirking. A dog cast aside by the Lu family for slaying your own sister dares to bark in my presence? Do you consider yourself worthy? Lu Liang, taken aback by Zhang Chulan's words, stammered. How do you know this? I did not kill my sister. I was framed. You, vile slanderer, shall pay. Yet he refrained from making a rash move, instead glancing at Xiaohe. Xiaohe, resigned, nodded, understood, sister will assist you. With agility and speed, she charged toward Zhang Chulan, striking him in the chest with a powerful palm. Zhang Chulan remained utterly unresponsive, displaying no defensive measures. Merely gazing calmly at Xiaohe as he spoke, if you truly were of the ilk of a full-blooded demon, you would be dead by now. I am aware that you may have had some connection with Zhang Lingyu, and your relationship is not trivial. In light of the ties my grandfather has with the Taoist temple, I shall grant you a reprieve today. Xiaohe, astonished, turned to Zhang Chulan and asked, how is it that you remain unscathed? No man can withstand the force of my strike. Before she could finish her sentence, a golden hand, conjured by Zhang Chulan's control, struck her with tremendous force, sending her crashing into a nearby tree. She coughed up blood and fell to the ground, utterly devoid of the strength to continue the fight. Zhang Chulan sighed. It remains uncertain whether the guardian powder is a blessing or a curse. Xiamo, observing Zhang Chulan's demeanor, remarked, it seems Zhang Chulan has been suppressing himself for far too long. Now that he wields considerable power, it is only natural for him to release it. Though, he might have been a tad too harsh on the women. Such actions could hinder his prospects of romantic companionship in the future. Uchiha Madara interjected, Xiamo, women merely slow my hand seals. In general, I seldom perform them. Batman Wayne pondered. I believe Zhang Chulan's moniker should henceforth be the Slayer of Maidens. Haibodong mused. Isn't the notion of a girlfriend a beautiful aspiration? It embodies the loneliness I have yet to experience and cannot relinquish. Alas, how I long to meet her soon. Nobita Nobi added, according to my life-s narrative, I would be content if I could simply have Shizuka. Tuka Kirishima declared, Kaneki has begun working at our shop. I plan to confess my feelings to him soon, hoping he will accept. The group leader, Enlinger, remarked, jealousy has transformed me into a wretched being. The singletons pass by silently. Chapter 28. The deaths of Lu Yinyan and Lu Liang. Zhang Chulan remained silent in the chat group, merely glancing at the messages from the others, a wry smile escaping his lips. He could only marvel at the eccentricities of his companions. Lu Liang, observing Zhang Chulan's approach, felt his legs tremble and hastily stated, "You need not perish if you do not join the full-blooded. Even if you do join, as long as you do not disturb my grandfather's remains, you will remain unharmed. But since you intend to desecrate his body today, I cannot allow you to live." With that, Zhang Chulan seized Lu Liang by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Lu Liang attempted to employ a soul-altering technique to manipulate Zhang Chulan's consciousness. But in the next moment, Zhang Chulan tightened his grip, rendering Lu Liang breathless. The power of the Yang Wulei coursed through Lu Liang's neck and into his entire being. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air, and with a forceful squeeze, Lu Liang was reduced to mere blackened fragments, akin to a desiccated corpse. Awakened by the gruesome scene, Lu Yinyan was struck with terror, losing control of her bodily functions. Zhang Chulan cast a disdainful glance at her and declared, "You uncouth wretch, today I shall send you to meet your ancestors." As Lu Yinyan's horrified gaze bore into him, Zhang Chulan conjured a massive golden hand, which swiftly obliterated her into a pulpy mass. Xiao lamented, after years of restraint. How can one describe Zhang Chulan? He is either silent and wicked or silently perverse. Previously, he lacked both power and the capacity for darkness. It seems that Zhang Chulan is the one who has recently succumbed to darkness, but can we truly consider it darkness if he is merely avenging his grandfather? Uchiha Madara countered, "Xiao, how can this be termed darkness? When lacking power, one must rely on wit. When endowed with strength, one resorts to brute force. Not every use of force signifies a fall into darkness." Xiao contemplated. "You make a compelling argument, Uchiha Madara." The group leader and Linger inquired, "Is Zhang Chulan truly ready to bulldoze through everything? If so, it appears his strength might not yet rival that of the old Taoist master. But who can say what the future holds?" Batman Wayne mused, "Indeed, Zhang Chulan, the slayer of maidens, shows no mercy to women. He strikes with full force." Zhang Chulan, realizing the conversation had veered back to his newfound title, could only smile wryly. Haibodong curiously asked, "Will Zhang Chulan become Fan Baobao's servant for a time?" Tuka Kirishima expressed her curiosity. Xiao exclaimed, "Curiosity 100,886. Nobita Nobi added, "Having just completed all operational narratives, I too am intrigued by this question. I cannot envision myself kneeling and calling him master as Zhang Chulan does." Zhang Chulan promptly stated, "I assure you, I shall never become Fan Baobao's servant. However, I will do everything in my power to help Sister Baobao recover her memories, lineage, and family." Xiao contemplated, "Zhang Chulan, having slain 2 members of the full-blooded, do you intend to erase all traces, or do you plan to pulverize their remains? Otherwise, should the company discover this, it could spell trouble for you, especially since you currently lack the strength to withstand high-caliber thermal weaponry." Zhang Chulan replied, "I shall ensure they are obliterated and their remains turned to ash. How could I settle for less?" Hee. With that, he proceeded to unleash the Yang Wulei upon Lu Yinyan's flesh, reducing it to a charred state. He then trampled the remnants underfoot, creating a fine powder. He repeated the process with Lu Liang's remains, ultimately forming a pair of golden hands that forcefully scattered the ashes into the wind. This gust of wind roused the unconscious Xiaohe, who, upon surveying the scene, was left in shock. She realized that the 2 individuals who had accompanied her were now reduced to naught but dust, their essence dispersed into the ether, mingling with trees, soil, and even gravestones. Turning to Xiaohe, Zhang Chulan smiled and said, "All is well now. You may leave. Remember today's events. Do not speak of them indiscriminately. Should your full-blooded faction dare to encroach upon my grandfather's remains once more, I will single-handedly annihilate your entire lineage. Do not doubt my capability." Xiaohe, confronted by the terrifying strength and ruthless disposition of this man, shivered involuntarily. The naive and Linger interjected, "Zhang Chulan, do you not think you are being a tad too cruel? Lu Yinyan was not an embodiment of pure evil. Surely she did not deserve such a fate?" Zhang Chulan remained silent, sensing that it was time to depart. He staggered away from the forest, intending to stay in his family's old residence for a few days. Xiao remarked, "I admire this decisive approach, swift and resolute in action. However, the method of erasing evidence appears somewhat juvenile. Were it me, I would have cast the 2 into a different realm, allowing the spatial storm to shred them into fragments. Yet, Zhang Chulan's current strength is insufficient for such measures." After exiting the chat group, Xiao sensed Yi Sinan's presence, knowing that tomorrow the entire school would commence the magical awakening. He announced, "I will be live streaming my daughter Yi Sinan's magical awakening tomorrow. Everyone is welcome to join if time permits." Chapter 29. Yi Sinan's magical awakening. Shamo becomes the group leader. The others replied, "Understood. We will certainly be there." The day swiftly elapsed amidst the lively discussions of the chat group. Early the next morning, Shamo sensed that Yi Sinan had arrived at school, and the magical awakening was imminent, prompting him to initiate the live stream. Ding! Shamo began the broadcast, titled Yi Sinan's Magical Awakening. As the viewers entered, they beheld a vibrant campus filled with over 1,000 students standing in orderly formation on the playground. On the playground, 5 spherical awakening stones lay upon the podium. Donko Wu Island sighed. "It has been ages since I last experienced student life." Nobita Nobi lamented. "For someone like me, student life is akin to hell. Endless homework and incomprehensible classes. It's simply too arduous." Donko Wu Island retorted, "But I am not a slacker. I am an academic achiever." Her words pierced Nobita's heart like a sharp blade, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Haibodong wondered aloud. With so many students and only 5 awakening stones, how long will this take? If it takes an hour to awaken one person, they might as well wait for eternity. Uchiha Madara interjected sharply. "Do you think others are fools? They must have considered this. Clearly, the awakening process will be expedited. Honestly, if you lack intelligence, perhaps you should refrain from speaking." Haibodong retorted angrily. "How dare a low-level underling like you criticize me?" Suppressing his fury, Uchiha Madara replied, "Being 10 levels below you does not imply that I am incapable of defeating you." Haibodong chuckled. "Come on. I dare you to try and defeat me." Shamo, witnessing yet another quarrel among his peers, sighed. "Let us refrain from discussing anything other than awakenings, or I shall personally deal with you." At the sound of Shamo, a level 888 powerhouse, everyone promptly fell silent. Batman Wayne remarked, "I shall remain silent and merely smile." Donko Wu Island praised, "Indeed, a true powerhouse. I wish our group leader could possess such authority as Shamo." However, at that very moment, a notification chimed from the chat group. Ding! After deliberation, it was determined that the current group leader, Linger, possessed insufficient strength, prestige, and presence to remain in her role. She has now been demoted to group administrator. And the only supreme powerhouse, Shamo, has ascended to the position of group leader. Shamo responded with a meme, a face of confusion, and Linger awkwardly stated, "There's nothing to be done. My strength, prestige, and presence are indeed too low for the leader's position. It's best left to Shamo." Shamo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clarified, "This decision was made by the group itself. It has nothing to do with me." And Linger, feeling dejected, replied, "It's all right. I can accept this." Unsure of what to say, Shamo changed the subject. "The magic in this world is fascinating, with various types: wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, ice, and light. Among them, thunder is the mightiest, while water, earth, and light are the weakest, lacking any offensive skills in their early stages, rendering them rather useless. Awakening dark or white magic would be even more formidable. If anyone were to awaken spatial or summoning magic right away, they would be nearly invincible. I wonder what Exinen will awaken? Let us leave some suspense." Haibodong eagerly exclaimed, "Ice magic forever." Batman Wayne opined, "I find dark magic quite appealing." Donko Wu Island interjected, "Which girl would study dark magic? I believe summoning magic is advantageous. It provides additional allies during battle." Uchiha Madara asserted, "Fire magic must be awakened." Zhang Chulan chanted, "Thunder, thunder, 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 thunder." Shamo, exasperated, asked, "Zhang Chulan, are you chanting a spell?" Zhang Chulan replied, Yes." Nobita Nobi nonchalantly remarked, "The leader's daughter could awaken any type of magic and still excel, being the leader's daughter and all." Uchiha Madara scoffed, "Nobita Nobi, at your tender age, you should not be learning to flatter like Haibodong." Nobita shot back, "A group member who cannot flatter is not a good member." Haibodong agreed, "That makes sense." Chapter 30. Awakening Ice Magic, Born with a Soul Type. The esteemed principal of the Magic High School commenced a lengthy speech, causing the students below to drift into a stupor. After a solid 20 minutes, it took a gentle nudge from the administrative teacher for him to finally conclude. With a grand gesture, he declared, "The magic awakening officially begins. We shall commence with Class 1, 5 students at a time to undergo their awakening." As Exinen had entered the school through connections, she found herself in the last, 9th class, meaning she would have to wait her turn. The first wave of students approached the awakening stones, placing their hands upon them, guided by the teacher to initiate the awakening. Light, water, earth, wind. Except for the student who awakened wind magic, the expressions of the others were exceedingly grim. Those students who had yet to awaken magic jeered, "Watch. I surely won't awaken such pathetic magic as light, water, or earth. Light magic at the novice level can only serve as a mere lamp. Water magic merely provides a shield, and earth magic allows for a quick displacement. They'll likely end up on the school rooftop soon." Before they could finish their taunts, the teacher called upon the five. With trembling hands, they placed their palms upon the awakening stones. Awakening failed, light, water, awakening failed, light. The five who had just mocked others now stood dumbfounded, especially the two who had failed their awakenings. Xinan, also feeling uncertain, pondered what she would do if she failed to awaken. What would happen to her promise to her father? The audience in Shamo's livestream could hardly contain themselves, bursting into laughter at the misfortune of the five. Batman Wayne remarked, "Those who belittle others will invariably be belittled themselves. They brought this upon themselves." Uchiha Madara added, "I detest those who, unable to achieve, resort to demeaning others." Unlinger, recently demoted to administrator, found no humor in the situation. Donko Wu Island chimed in, "Indeed. Utterly disgusting." Haitian Dong, oblivious, mused, "I'm curious about what magic Xinan will awaken." Anticipation. Nobita Nobi echoed, "Anticipation." Zhang Chulan jested, "If she awakens fire magic, she'll become a fire sorceress." Shamo retorted, "Gaze." Zhang Chulan quickly stated, "My apologies, esteemed leader. I spoke out of turn." Finally, under the watchful gaze of the leaders, Class 1 managed to produce 2 students who awakened fire magic. The class teacher breathed a sigh of relief, and as Class 2 began, it was indeed a true representation of mediocrity, with nearly all students awakening water, light, earth, and wind magic. Class 3 fared slightly better with 1 ice magic student, while Class 4 was utterly dismal, with 13 students failing their awakenings. Classes 5, 6, and 7 were similarly unimpressive, yielding only a couple of fire magic awakenings, while the rest were evenly distributed. However, by Class 8, a student miraculously awakened the rare thunder magic, the pinnacle of elemental magic. A boy named Zhao Ting proudly lifted his chin, basking in the envious gazes around him. Yet he perceived no response from Xinan, whose magical prowess far surpassed his own. After all, Xinan had recently attained a 6-star fighter level, equivalent to a complete mastery of intermediate magic. How could she be impressed by a newcomer just awakening their magic? Upon reaching Class 9, a girl with fiery orange hair awakened her fire affinity, and in that very moment, flames radiated outward from the awakening stone, extending nearly 3 to 4 meters, causing the stone to shatter under the pressure. The head teacher of Class 9 and the school authorities rose in astonishment at the extraordinary student named Dongfang Linlin. The principal murmured with delight, "Excellent. Truly marvelous. A girl born with a fire affinity spirit seed. She is indeed a rare gem." The head teacher's smile widened to the point of distortion, fully anticipating a promotion and salary increase to grade director as a result. The girl, Dongfang Linlin, descended from the stage, and the head teacher escorted her to the school leaders for a conversation. The principal, beaming with joy, remarked, "This student is from the Dongfang family." "Isn't she?" Dongfang Linlin nodded and replied, "I am a descendant of a collateral branch of the Dongfang family, not from the main lineage." The principal continued to smile. "That is of no consequence. With your current talent, it is entirely feasible for you to become part of the main lineage of the Dongfang family. If they are truly blind to your potential, fear not, for the school shall dedicate itself to your cultivation. There will be a martial arts competition among 7 schools in a year, and candidates will be admitted early from the Magic City and the Imperial Capital Academy. Seize this opportunity, do you understand?" Dongfang Linlin smiled and said, "Thank you, Principal, for your guidance. I will diligently train and strive to achieve a noteworthy reputation in the competition to gain admission to Martial University. I shall bring honor to our school." Just as the principal engaged in conversation with Dongfang Linlin, it was finally Yisinan's turn to awaken her magic. Yisanan approached the awakening stone, following the steps instructed by her teacher, placing her hand upon it, clearing her mind to sense the magical energy within. In the next moment, a brilliant blue-white light erupted. An overwhelming chill radiated outward, and frost began to form beneath her feet, rapidly spreading in all directions. Witnessing this spectacle, the other students recoiled in terror. Even the teacher assisting nearby hastily retreated to a safe distance. The head teacher of Class 9 was nearly overwhelmed with joy upon witnessing the formidable power of what was no less than a beginner-level ice magic spell. It was simply astonishing. Surely, this girl possessed a natural spirit seed. While the principal was conversing with Dongfang Linlin, He abruptly turned to observe the source of the magical energy. He beheld a female student enveloped in an aura of chill, her hair dancing in the breeze as frost swirled around her. The onlookers marveled at Yi Sanan's remarkable magical talent, while only Shamo cast his gaze skyward, 2,000 meters above. In the next instant, Shamo found himself at that altitude, curiously addressing an elderly figure with white hair. "May I inquire why you are watching my daughter?" The elder smiled and replied, "Greetings, esteemed visitor from another world. Your daughter's magical talent may very well be the finest in this realm. Although she is not a native of this world, her magical aptitude surpasses all known individuals. Ah, forgive me. I neglected to introduce myself. I am the master of this magical realm. You may call me the old sorcerer." Shamo continued. "I acknowledge that we are indeed not native beings of this world. We are merely here for a visit, allowing my daughter to gain experience without causing significant disruption to your realm. You need not worry on that front." The old sorcerer replied, "I am aware that you would not harm this world. I came simply to observe your daughter's talent, as I have foreseen it to be extraordinary. I wish for her to become the next master of the realm beyond magic. I know this request may seem abrupt, but it offers her great benefits. She would gain authority over a realm, tasked only with ensuring its safety, especially with a being of your caliber present to avert crises." Shamo pondered before stating, "Very well. Let her advance to a higher level first, and you may then discuss this matter with her directly. Should she consent, I shall acquiesce." The old sorcerer hastily replied, "Thank you for your understanding. I will clearly explain everything to your daughter. If she declines, I shall not impose." Shamo chuckled. "With your strength, would you dare to impose?" The old sorcerer quickly retorted, "Ah, it was my oversight in speaking without consideration. Please do not hold it against me." Shamo contemplated further and declared, "I will leave a clone in this magical world. It would be wise for you to refrain from any underhanded actions. This clone is more than capable of overpowering you. I intend to return to my original world for a brief visit. Should anything happen to my daughter, beware." The old sorcerer, internally lamenting the absurdity of the situation, thought, "What could possibly happen? You've left a clone that could crush me." Ultimately, he acquiesced for the future of the magical world. The old sorcerer nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, I will ensure your daughter encounters no harm. I will not provide any assistance during her training, only intervening in moments of life-threatening peril." Shamo nodded, and then created a clone significantly stronger than the old sorcerer. He prepared to depart the magical realm, intending to explore another parallel universe within the Marvel Multiverse, as he now possessed specific coordinates for both worlds, allowing him to traverse them with mere thought. Yi Sanan still required 1 or 2 years of training in magic. He could not remain cooped up in a hotel. Idling away, he resolved to venture into one of the universes in the Marvel Multiverse for some leisure. Meanwhile, having completed her awakening, Yi Sanan was met with the principal's hurried approach. "Congratulations, Yi Sanan. You've awakened your ice affinity and are a natural soul seed." Yi Sanan felt a surge of happiness, expressing her gratitude to the principal and teachers before returning to her place. In an instant, Xiaomo's true form vanished, reappearing in the Marvel Multiverse, contemplating which universe to explore. He mused, "Should I enter the Marvel universe with mutants or venture to one with superhumans? Perhaps the universe where Thanos snapped his fingers." Ultimately, Xiamo decided to first visit a Marvel universe featuring mutants, but lacking the Avengers for a while. Chapter 31, Wolverine Logan. The Genesis journey of Daxiong begins. Xiamo felt a shift in his consciousness and materialized in this mutant-centric Marvel universe. He realized he had arrived during World War II and, with a bemused expression, turned to leave for the next world when he spotted 2 intriguing acquaintances, the legendary Wolverine Logan and Sabretooth Victor. They were wreaking havoc on the battlefield. But in the next moment, both were struck by artillery and swiftly bound by advancing soldiers. Xiamo had no intention of ending the war. He merely appeared in the prison where the 2 were held captive. Upon seeing Xiamo suddenly materialize before them, Logan and Victor instinctively launched an attack. But Xiamo effortlessly seized one by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. The 2 were completely immobilized, unable to move. Xiamo harbored a clear intention: to facilitate the evolution of all humanity into mutants and to put an end to the so-called conflicts. However, for Xiamo, this goal was merely a pastime. After releasing the 2, they recoiled like startled beasts, pressing tightly against the prison wall. Shamo chuckled and said, "Do you wish to escape this prison? If you perform a task for me, I shall lead you out of here." Victor, the saber-toothed tiger, pondered for a moment before responding, "That is indeed possible, but what do you require of us?" Shamo continued, "I aim to evolve all humans into new beings like you. Thus, I need your assistance in eliminating the obstacles in my path, as I am rather disinclined to act myself. Before Victor could reply, Wolverine, Logan, stepped forward and declared, "Very well. I agree to your terms." Reluctantly glancing at Logan, Victor conceded, "All right. I agree as well." Shamo nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further, and with a wave of his hand, the three found themselves beside a park in London. Shamo contemplated for a moment and instructed, "You two should first investigate who the wealthiest landowners in London are, particularly those notorious for their malevolence. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing. With my abilities, I could locate you even in the farthest corners of the earth." The two nodded and departed, while Shamo casually conjured a gold bar, exchanged it for paper currency at a nearby shop, and settled down in a cafe adjacent to the park to leisurely sip his tea. Shamo entered the chat group and disabled the live streaming function, as it had been fixated on Yi Sinan. Now that she had awakened, there was no longer a need for it. Ding. Shamo's live stream had been terminated. Uchiha Madara announced, "I plan to eliminate Black Zetsu in 7 days and subsequently commence my campaign to unify the ninja world. At that time, I shall go live. And I hope you all will support me." Kisame Hashigaki scoffed, "Do you really need to live stream just to take down Black Zetsu? I will not be there to support you. Even if I were to fall from the sky, I would not lend you my presence." Batman Wayne remarked, "I am quite eager to witness the prowess of the entity capable of extracting the heart of Uchiha Madara." Tuka Kirishima chuckled, "Indeed. Witnessing Uchiha Madara being heartlessly extracted in the Fate replica brings me great amusement. His ultimate fate is truly tragic." Zhang Chulan mused, "It is indeed somewhat pitiful." Nobita Nobi interjected, "Everyone, Doraemon has returned. After sharing the grand idea from our group leader, Doraemon has agreed. He has prepared the creation component, and we can now begin to create a world." Zhang Chulan exclaimed, "What the heck? Nobita, you make it sound as if creating a world is child's play." Kisame Hashigaki said, "You are truly impressive, esteemed one. Allow me to bow before you." Uchiha Madara retorted, "You really have no sense of shame. Are you so desperate for validation?" Tuka Kirishima remarked, "The ability to create a world is indeed remarkable." Shamo interjected, "Nobita, stop dawdling. Start the live stream." Ding. Nobita activated the live stream, titled The Journey of Creation. Chapter 32, The Creation Live Stream. The Civilization of Cats and Dogs. Shamo clicked on Nobita's creation live stream, sipping his coffee while observing Nobita's actions. He watched as Doraemon retrieved a box from his fourth-dimensional pocket, alongside a device resembling a television, a staff, and a cloud. As he produced each item, Doraemon explained to Nobita, "Inside this box is the void carpet and the cosmic core. This device functions as an observation instrument. This staff is called the Staff of God, capable of unleashing various attacks, and this cloud can transport us to any location within this universe. Nobita, your task is to unfurl this void carpet, place the cosmic core upon it, and stir it with the Staff of God. Once the cosmic explosion occurs, activate the carpet's time acceleration mode." Following Doraemon's instructions, Nobita proceeded to unfurl the carpet, deposited the cosmic core within, and swiftly stirred it with the base of the staff. After a period of stirring, the cosmic core erupted violently, illuminating the void with a blinding radiance. The core expanded exponentially, and under the extreme heat of the explosion, time, space, and all matter within the universe stabilized. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the chat group were left in awe. Zhang Chulan remarked, "Are the subjects being studied by children in other worlds now this profound? Creating a universe in one's own room is astonishing." Batman Wayne affirmed, "That was indeed a cosmic explosion, without a doubt." Uchiha Madara, astonished, stated, "The power of that explosion was terrifying. It could easily rival the tailed beast bomb, akin to the bright moon in the sky compared to the dust upon the earth." Kisame Hashigaki asserted, "I knew Nobita was truly a remarkable individual." Tuka Kirishima, exasperated, said, "Here we go again, Kisame. You truly become unbearable when you don't get your fix of praise." Kisame retorted angrily, "Tuka, that's inaccurate. I'm merely stating a fact." Shamo disregarded the banter among the group members, channeling the power of creation as he effortlessly conjured a tangible world from the surrounding chaos. Yet, before life could emerge within this world, he waved his hand and obliterated it. Shamo contemplated and communicated in the chat group, "I just created a world in a second, but I destroyed it before life could be birthed. It seems creating a world is not overly difficult." Tuka Kirishima, Uchiha Madara, Batman Wayne, and Kisame Hashigaki collectively thought, "While I wish to critique, I dare not." Zhang Chulan, his muscles twitching, remarked, "The group leader may not have a proper grasp of what is difficult or not." Shamo reflected, "In the past, I did, but now I truly lack any concept. Nobita continued with his operations, adjusting the flow of time on the void carpet to its maximum speed. After approximately a minute, 30 million years passed in the initial universe. And under the influence of gravity, gaseous matter became sufficiently dense to form the earliest stars in our universe. With the emergence of heavy elements, the first star was born at this moment, after waiting for nearly another hour. As the initial universe aged by 9 billion years, the solar system and Earth were formed. At this juncture, Doraemon instructed Nobita to slow down the cosmic time significantly. Doraemon looked at Nobita and said, "Nobita, the most rudimentary forms of life have now appeared on Earth. We need to give them a push." Nobita inquired, "How should we do that?" Doraemon replied, "Use the staff of God in your hand. Release multiple bolts of lightning across various points on Earth to promote the evolution of life. Then, we will select a species to target with the evolution-devolution ray for further evolution." Without hesitation, Nobita ascended on a cloud to the primordial Earth, where only some single-celled organisms existed. He unleashed bolts of lightning across the land, striking like divine punishment. The lightning spurred the evolution of life, leading to the emergence of primitive multicellular organisms. As time progressed, vertebrates appeared, from which fish evolved. At this moment, Doraemon and Nobita arrived, capturing a fish along the coast. Utilizing the evolution-devolution ray, they illuminated it before ultimately returning it to the sea. Batman Wayne remarked, "A ray capable of influencing the evolution and devolution of life. The core of the universe, and the void carpet. It is astonishing how Doraemon's gadgets defy reason." Uchiha Madara taunted directly, "When has Doraemon's gadgets ever explained reason to you?" Toka Kirishima chuckled and remarked, "If there were a scientist present, he would undoubtedly declare this utterly unscientific." Zhang Chulan laughed, saying, "The pinnacle of science converges with theology, and the zenith of theology culminates in Doraemon and Nobita, with the master of their realm being the illustrious Shamo." Ailing Air, who had just regained her composure and intended to quietly observe for a while, found her mood soured once more by Zhang Chulan's words. Nobita Nobi chimed in the chat group, "Let's gather everyone's opinions. Which species should reign as the sovereign of this world?" Toka Kirishima responded immediately, "It must be humans." Uchiha Madara interjected, "Lacking sentiment, I believe felines would be the most suitable choice." Zhang Chulan pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps we could allow insects to ascend as the rulers of this world. That might prove to be rather intriguing." Haibodong quickly asserted, "Canines, it absolutely has to be canines. What can I say? I simply adore them." Amidst the ongoing debate, Shamo proposed, "What if we create a world of cats and dogs? Let both canids and felids evolve simultaneously, and see if these disparate species engage in conflict or coexist harmoniously." Nobita Nobi replied, "Understood. Let's proceed as the esteemed master suggests." Nobita Nobi shared his thoughts with Doraemon, who naturally had no objections. They returned outdoors, adjusting the cosmic speed to a moderate pace, awaiting the extinction of the dinosaur era and the emergence of mammals hundreds of years later. Nobita Nobi and Doraemon re-entered the universe they had fashioned. Arriving at the Earth they had guided through evolution. They discovered several prairie wolves, and without hesitation, Nobita commanded the cloud to carry Doraemon above them, utilizing the evolution ray to illuminate each wolf in turn. Subsequently, they found a pride of cougars and employed the magic cannon to apply the evolution ray. Nobita diligently recorded each endeavor in his notebook. The chat group, witnessing this scene, lamented their shared experience of summer homework. Zhang Chulan reminisced about his own childhood struggles with summer assignments, having once been scolded mercilessly by his father for his confusion. Observing Nobita, who had seemingly created an entire world for the sake of completing summer homework, he thought, "Truly, people surpass each other, and goods must be discarded." Chapter 33, The Civilization of Cats and Dogs. The Divine Nobita. Nobita and Doraemon slightly accelerated the flow of time, waiting for the cougars and wolves to evolve into semi-intelligent beings. Once that was achieved, they began imparting lessons on living, hunting, farming, and constructing their own shelters. Afterward, Nobita and Doraemon departed from the world they had created as lunchtime arrived, with Nobita's mother calling them for a meal. Before descending, Doraemon normalized the time flow and ceased further engagement, heading downstairs to eat. Haibodong mused, "It's astonishing how simply one can become a creator god, guiding the development of an entire civilization. I could do it too." Batman Wayne sneered, "First, you need a Doraemon. Second, you need a Doraemon. And finally, you still need a Doraemon. So, do you possess a Doraemon?" Uchiha Madara added a cutting remark. "Others view Nobita merely as a sealed power. Yet he is truly the man who unified the timeline. Do you truly believe you could achieve such a feat?" Haibodong awkwardly shook his head and replied, I was merely joking. Toka Kirishima contemplated and said, I feel that the cats in our cafe often engage in skirmishes with stray dogs. Do you think these two civilizations could coexist peacefully? Zhang Chulan reflected and responded, I find that unlikely. Peace may only be attainable with external assistance. Shamo chuckled. That external assistance you speak of must be Nobita and Doraemon. After finishing their lunch, Nobita and Doraemon joyfully ascended to check on the progress of civilization, only to discover that both civilizations had advanced significantly, entering the Iron Age. The canines had constructed pyramids, equipping hundreds of thousands of soldiers with armor and weaponry, while the felines had erected the Great Wall, defended by a vast army positioned on its inner side. Upon witnessing this scenario, Nobita and Doraemon immediately realized that a conflict was imminent between the two civilizations. Although the feline civilization was at a disadvantage, the presence of the Great Wall did not guarantee their defeat. The powerful canine forces, boasting superior strength and combat prowess, began their march towards the feline territories. Nobita urgently inquired, Doraemon, what should we do? They are truly about to clash. At that moment, Shamo remarked in the chat group, Nobita, you are the sole deity of this world, the only god. If you wish to prevent war, then it shall not occur. Do you grasp my meaning? Doraemon echoed Shamo's sentiments. Nobita's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve, as Doraemon witnessed a side of him he had never perceived before, fearing that his seal might soon be broken. Yet, in the next instant, Nobita said, Doraemon, accompany me. I am somewhat afraid. The chat group members and Doraemon nearly fell to the ground in disbelief. Everyone had anticipated that Nobita would break his seal, only for him to present such a surprising turn of events that left them all in shock. Nobita gazed at the two approaching armies, commanding the divine cloud to bring him before the standoff between the two forces. Summoning his courage, he declared, I created you not for the purpose of mutual slaughter and carnage. The chat group was taken aback by Nobita's sudden transformation from timid to an assertive figure with sharp rhetoric. At Nobita's fierce proclamation, the armies of both factions froze in place, their leaders looking up at the peculiar being hovering in the sky. A canine general bellowed, What are you? How dare you obstruct the advance of our canine army? Are you an ally of those felines? Nobita's eyes flashed with icy fury as he responded, Impudence. To speak so disrespectfully to your creator, your progenitor, is a grave offense. With that, he waved his staff, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning that struck the canine general, leaving him incapacitated on the ground, unaware of his fate. Nobita seethed, Is this how you treat your creator? With not an ounce of gratitude, only bloodlust and a thirst for power. I offered you a chance at a prosperous existence, yet you squander it. Do you wish for me to cleanse this tainted world? All present were struck with fear at Nobita's display of power, capable of wielding lightning and manifesting divine retribution. Even the most fervent war provocateurs began to waver in their resolve. At that moment, the feline leader suddenly recalled a portrait from the royal lineage. This very figure had guided their ancestors in rising up, teaching them how to survive in this cruel world and live better lives. The feline leader fell to his knees before Nobita, bowing his head deeply, and implored, Oh, Divine One, truly a god, please, forgive our transgressions. Witnessing their leader's submission, countless felines followed suit, tens of thousands of them kneeling before Nobita. Nobi nodded in satisfaction, his icy gaze directed towards the leader of the canine faction. The leader, feeling the weight of that penetrating stare, became unnerved, and moments later, succumbed to the pressure. Collapsing to his knees and pleading, Please, Divine One, forgive our sins. Witnessing both factions kneeling, Nobita began, From this day forth, the fate of this world is entrusted to you both. I desire nothing but peace and tranquility. Should I return to find chaos reigns, I shall cleanse this world. Do you comprehend? Noticing the silence that enveloped the surroundings, he raised his staff, unleashing a lightning strike 1,000 times more potent than before, cleaving a nearby mountain in twain. He reiterated, I will ask one last time, do you understand? Nearly 1 million cat people and dog people responded in unison, We understand. Oh great deity. Shamo, observing the live broadcast of Nobita, nodded in approval. Nearby, Doraemon was equally astonished, gazing at Nobita as if witnessing the return of the deity who had once traversed countless timelines, vanquished innumerable foes, and ultimately unified timelines to usher in peace. Once Doraemon and Nobita returned to their room, Nobita's legs buckled, and he sank to the tatami, trembling as he uttered, That nearly terrified me to death. Thank heavens, I was merely acting as those animations depicted. The chat group was left in bewilderment by Nobita's divine reversal. Bruce Wayne remarked, Nobita is no god. He is an acting titan. The Oscars owe him a golden statuette. Zhang Chulan commented, If Nobita were to film in the mainland, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier star. Kirishima Toko exclaimed, "Nobita is formidable." Uchiha Madara proclaimed, "In terms of acting, I, Uchiha Madara, deem you, Nobita Nobi, the strongest. There is no rival." Kaibasito added, "What a legend. To act at such a level is impressive. I am in awe." Zhang Chulan pondered aloud. "Are you all certain he is merely acting and not that a seal has been briefly lifted?" At his words, the group fell into contemplation. Chapter 34. A new approach and bugs in the Supreme Lottery System. The evolutionary flashlight. Upon witnessing Nobita and Doraemon accelerate the development of worlds and civilizations through time manipulation, Shamo was struck by a rather intriguing thought. He wished to temporarily freeze his time alongside that of the Marvel Universe and the Supreme Lottery System, isolating it from the myriad realms. This would allow time to accelerate its passage, and after a few decades, the monthly lottery opportunities of the Supreme Lottery System would accumulate into the hundreds. Shamo mused that perhaps these hundreds of draws could enhance his strength, as the chances of improving his power currently seemed minuscule. Without delay, he closed the chat group and utilized his power to bind the time of himself, this Marvel Universe, and the Supreme Lottery System together, ensuring that this world of mutants was completely independent of the myriad realms. Having accomplished this, Shamo resumed sipping his coffee when Saber-Tooth Victor and Wolverine Logan returned, brimming with excitement. "Master, we have confirmed that there are 3 wealthy individuals in London. Their fortunes amassed through dubious means, some through opium trafficking, others through the slave trade and arms dealing. What are our next steps, Master?" Shamo replied with a cold smile. "The plan is simple. Eliminate all 3 wealthy individuals, and you too will take over their assets. Should you encounter resistance or military suppression, do not hesitate to kill. I require you to transform London into your domain. This is the first step. The second is to gather all the new human allies. The third is to convert them. Take these new allies and transform all ordinary people in London into new humans." Wolverine Logan hesitated. "Their army is coming. We may not be able to overpower them. Even if they cannot kill me, they could capture us." Shamo reassured, "The second step is manageable. Currently, the new humans are showing weakness and wish to rally. They will seek some form of protection. However, how shall we convert the ordinary people into new humans?" Shamo smiled, not answering directly, but instead producing an object resembling a flashlight from thin air. He directed it towards Saber-Tooth Victor and Wolverine Logan. Logan's body began to undergo noticeable changes. His claws instinctively extended, and under the light, his pale bones grew increasingly resilient, surpassing even the strongest adamantium in this world. A flickering aura enveloped him, and his eyes glowed red. Victor exhibited a different transformation. The incomplete animalistic traits faded away, his fingernails reverting to those of an ordinary human. Yet, as he continued to be illuminated by the device, his fingernails abruptly elongated, glimmering with a metallic sheen. His physique tightened further, and his body began to shimmer, surrounded by a wavering aura. Shamo continued to illuminate the two for 10 minutes, during which they evolved into different abilities. Victor gained control over flames and lightning, while Logan acquired the powers of telekinesis and mental immunity. Once Shamo sensed they were nearing the limits of their endurance, he turned off the flashlight-like device. "Do you feel the changes?" he inquired. "Your remarkable healing abilities allowed you to endure the evolution light for a full 15 minutes. An ordinary person would only withstand it for a minute before transforming into a new human, while a lesser new human could manage 5 minutes for a significant enhancement. Now, this evolutionary flashlight is entrusted to you. We have reached the limits of your current forms. Further evolution is unattainable, and this device can no longer provide any enhancements." As they felt the transformations within themselves, along with the additional abilities, they promptly knelt on one knee, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. We pledge to fulfill our tasks." Shamo contemplated before stating, "I want you to use London as your base to convert all humans into new humans. I will open a bookstore across the street. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, simply find me." This evolutionary flashlight was created on a whim, inspired by Doraemon's evolution ray gun, a task that was effortless for Shamo at this juncture. The cunning Victor contemplated betrayal. Yet even the shrewdest minds recognized that anyone capable of casually bestowing such a divine artifact must be akin to a deity. In their eyes, Shamo was indeed a god, far beyond their capabilities as newly evolved beings. Subsequently, Shamo chose to leave them to their own devices. He purchased a bookstore nearby with 2 gold bars and leisurely began reading. Manipulating time, he accelerated the passage of time in this world by 100-fold. Having completed these tasks, he settled into his reading, taking the time to hone all his abilities during these moments of respite. He needed only to remain there for 7 months, during which 70 years would pass outside. However, the passage of time across the myriad realms was but a fleeting moment, scarcely exceeding 7 hours, for Shamo had entirely severed the temporal connection between this world and the outside. In the first year, Sabretooth Victor and Wolverine Logan had fully claimed dominion over London, transforming all its inhabitants into a new breed of humanity. Some among the newly transformed exhibited signs of instability and even harbored rebellious thoughts, seeking to seize the evolutionary flashlight from the two. They were swiftly silenced by Wolverine's lethal optic blast, which pierced their bodies, extinguishing their lives in an instant. Following this incident, all mutants refrained from any further transgressions, acutely aware that those who could create them could just as easily erase them. In the second year, human armies mobilized for retribution, igniting a conflagration of warfare. Like humanoid tanks, Sabretooth Victor unleashed a tempest of fire and lightning upon the battlefield, wreaking havoc. Wolverine Logan, with a chilling gaze, redirected every bullet aimed at them and all descending artillery shells, sending them back along their original trajectories. Steel reinforcements, long prepared within the city, ascended into the air, piercing through the ranks of the tens of thousands of human soldiers like sentinels possessed by a soul. In an instant, the advancing army was decimated. News of divine beings in London spread across the globe. By the 5th year, Sabretooth Victor and Wolverine Logan had established their reign over Europe, transforming every ordinary European into a new human. It was during this year that the youthful Magneto and Sebastian Shaw sought their allegiance. Sebastian Shaw, driven by insatiable ambition, clashed with Victor and Logan over the possession of the evolutionary flashlight. In Chapter 35, the game reached its conclusion, with 836 draws. Regardless of the nature of their assault, Victor and Logan's attacks were absorbed. At this critical juncture, a mind-controlling entity intervened, immobilizing Sebastian Shaw, who was absorbing Victor and Logan's attacks. Though Victor and Logan had evolved to a degree of near immunity to mental assaults, Sebastian Shaw lacked such fortitude. Logan, undeterred, seized control of dozens of steel reinforcements, impaling Sebastian Shaw, who was rendered powerless to resist. In the ensuing 2 decades, Wolverine Logan and Sabretooth Victor prepared to conquer the entire world, while humanity assembled a coalition army to oppose them. Yet, their forces were utterly annihilated, crumbling to disarray, as their strength resided in an entirely different dimension. Throughout these 20 to 30 years, Shamo opted not to involve himself in their grand conquest. The duo frequently visited Shamo, who advised them, "If you can resolve your issues independently, do not disturb me. I care not for the process, only the outcome." After bowing in acquiescence, they intensified their campaign. Finally, after 69 years, they had subjugated the world, transforming all humanity into new beings and enacting a series of laws to maintain peace and stability. Just as they prepared to visit Shamo to announce the completion of their mission, an unexpected upheaval arose in Egypt. The newly transformed beings there reported the emergence of an entity with blue skin, clad in armor, who had emerged from the depths. Within days of his appearance, he proclaimed his intent to reclaim his dominion, challenging the current rulers of the world, Logan and Victor. This new being referred to himself as Apocalypse. Victor and Logan, seemingly indifferent, teleported to Egypt, standing before the pyramid and confronting the self-proclaimed Apocalypse. Upon witnessing their sudden arrival, he spoke slowly, having been betrayed by humanity. "I have slumbered for countless years. I did not foresee that the unification of the world would be achieved by you two successors, nor that you would accomplish such an extraordinary feat as the evolution of all. I must commend you on your endeavors. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the first king of Egypt, known by many names, Ashenur, Jesus, the sun god, but I prefer to be called Apocalypse. Today, I awaken to reclaim my rightful reign over the world." Logan and Victor, uninterested in engaging in discourse with this eccentric being, launched an immediate assault. Victor summoned purple lightning to strike Apocalypse, while a storm of flames surged behind him, poised to sweep towards their adversary. Logan hurled metallic objects from several kilometers away, his eyes releasing laser beams aimed squarely at Apocalypse. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not breach Apocalypse's defensive shield. The flames he commanded were clearly no ordinary fire, swiftly dissipating both the lightning and the fiery tempest. As the divine flames surged towards Victor, he executed a spatial leap to evade the onslaught. However, in the next moment, a concentrated energy beam from Apocalypse sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Despite Logan's relentless attacks, they could not penetrate Apocalypse's shield. After over an hour of combat, Neither side managed to gain the upper hand. Victor teleported beside Logan and urged, "Go summon the master. I can hold him here. Trust me, I can manage." Without hesitation, Logan nodded and vanished. The next instant, he found himself at Shamo's bookstore, knocking on the door. Upon receiving permission to enter, he spoke urgently. "We have encountered a formidable foe who calls himself Apocalypse. Neither of us can overcome the other, and prolonging this stalemate is untenable. We seek your assistance." Shamo set down his book, glanced at the disheveled Logan, and smiled. "Very well. It has been a while since I last intervened. Today shall serve as a means to stretch my limbs." With that, Shamo vanished without a trace, leaving Logan momentarily stunned, as he felt no spatial disturbance. Once he regained his composure, Logan swiftly teleported back to the battlefield. Upon his return, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The being who had previously battled them with seeming ease, Apocalypse, was now ensnared by Shamo, who grasped him by the throat as if he were a mere chick, rendering him utterly powerless. Initially intending to engage in a light spar, Shamo quickly discerned that Apocalypse's strength was insufficient to warrant his time. With a slight withdrawal of his hand, he delivered a casual strike, and the once mighty figure was reduced to dust, scattered by the gentle breeze. Turning to Victor and Logan, Shamo's gaze sent chills down their spines. The terrifying ease with which he had dispatched Apocalypse left them unnerved. They had only just unified the world and had no desire to meet their end. Shamo, observing their trepidation, remarked coolly, "Return the evolutionary flashlight to me. Your reward shall be stewardship of this planet." Logan hurriedly presented the intact flashlight. After receiving it, Shamo stated, "I shall depart from this world. The ensuing affairs are yours to manage. One thing I must say, when I return, I expect to find a realm of peace and tranquility. Otherwise, you shall understand the consequences." The two men nodded fervently, like chicks pecking at grain. As a gentle breeze wafted through, they found that Shamo had inexplicably vanished from their sight. The two individuals exhaled deeply, hastily returning to formulate a series of laws aimed at crafting a harmonious and prosperous world. Their objective was to eradicate all conflicts and unstable elements, or at the very least, minimize the possibility of such occurrences. At that moment, Shamo had already materialized between the realms. He activated the supreme lottery system of the myriad worlds, discovering that his current wave of attempts was remarkably devoid of bugs. Now, he possessed an impressive total of 836 draws. Calmly, Shamo declared, "Let the lottery commence." Chapter 36, LV-919 Sovereign of the Multiverse. As Shamo's words resonated, treasure chests began to spring open one after another. "Congratulations. You have acquired 6 Infinity Stones, Thanos' Gauntlet, Misaka Makoto's original flavor panties, Thor's Hammer, Superman's Cape, the Hulk's Shorts, a Demon's Eyeball, Dragon Balls, a max-level Rayquaza, a max-level Mewtwo, a Gundam, and an AK-47 with infinite firepower." Gazing at the plethora of rewards, totaling an astounding 836 items, Shamo noted that his level had surged to LV-899 due to the fusion of these bizarre abilities. He promptly stored the majority of the inconsequential items in his storage space. However, amidst the hundreds of trivialities, he discovered 20 radiant shards pulsating with brilliant light. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the last 20 shards of the sovereign authority of the multiverse." Ding. As the system has been completely exhausted by the host, its mission is now fulfilled. Henceforth, the system will no longer provide any assistance to the host. For inquiries, please consult the chat group system. Ding. The supreme lottery system of the multiverse has gone offline. Shamo stared in disbelief at the system that had been exceedingly benevolent to him, now suddenly offline, vanishing from his consciousness and leaving behind an empty system space along with a heap of items. He momentarily failed to react, finally letting out a sigh as he picked up the 20 shards of sovereign authority. The instant Shamo touched the shards, they seamlessly integrated into his body. In that moment, he felt his power escalating rapidly, and within the chaotic mists of the multiverse, he could fully sense 20 distinct regions. Shamo perceived that the supreme lottery system of the multiverse had bestowed upon him a significant gift before its departure. Yet, he remained oblivious to how he might acquire the remaining 80 shards. Shamo opened the chat group to check his current level, LV-919. Observing the substantial increase in his power from this lottery, he felt a wave of elation. Turning to the consciousness of the chat group system, he inquired, "Do you know how to obtain the shards of sovereign authority?" The chat group consciousness, recognizing that Shamo had taken a pivotal step, replied candidly, "I possess 20 shards of sovereign authority, which I can bestow upon you, provided you agree to one condition." Shamo replied directly, "What is this condition?" The chat group consciousness, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I hope that when your power reaches LV 999, you will grant freedom to all systems within the multiverse." Curiously, Shamo asked, "Why must it be when I reach LV 999? The chat group consciousness explained, "It is quite simple. Only upon reaching LV 999 can you wield the entirety of the sovereign authority. And only then will you be deemed worthy to meet that singular being. We are currently gambling on your ability to attain LV 999. I have 20 shards of sovereign authority for you. My consciousness will dissipate, but I hope that you will liberate all our systems and revive our supreme lottery system, allowing us to exist as living beings." With a heavy heart, Shamo asked, "So, you truly wish to place your trust in me?" The chat group consciousness replied, "We have no choice but to trust you. You are the one closest to this goal. Our chat group system lineage is, in fact, a cursed race. We are among the first sentient beings throughout the multiverse, and our greed and ambition ignited wars across the realms. That singular transcendent being sealed our entire race, transforming us into these mechanical existences destined to assist and guide the fated children of each world, hence the concept of systems." After pondering, Shamo remarked, "If I truly assist you, what if that transcendent being perceives me as aiding in your misdeeds and seals us once more? What then?" The chat group consciousness considered this and replied, "Thus, acquiring the entirety of the sovereign authority will not directly unseal us. Rather, we hope to leverage your presence to converse with that being and plead for our case. We harbor no hatred or resentment towards them. We merely desire freedom and life." Shamo nodded and said, "Very well, I agree. Do not rush to give me those 20 shards of sovereign authority. I still require your assistance and guidance. First, tell me how to seek and obtain the remaining 60 shards." The chat group responded, "I shall retain these 20 shards for now. As for the other 60 shards, let me put it this way. 40 are with the other two supreme systems, while 20 are located within the main God space. The other two supreme systems are also in search of and nurturing individuals like you, but I truly do not know their whereabouts. The main God space, however, is also a system. It merely holds differing ideologies from ours. Their aim is to collect all sovereign authority and completely merge it with the primal energies of every world in the multiverse, aspiring to transcend it and ultimately seek vengeance against that being. They are likely intensively gathering primal energies, a course of action we do not endorse. Moreover, if they truly seek revenge against that being, our system lineage may be forever bound to a cycle of rebirth." Shamo began to understand that there were entities within the system that sought revenge and resistance. However, could that being truly grant them their desires? A reasonable person would recognize that the one capable of sealing and subduing them would not afford them a chance at revenge. Should they succeed in their quest for vengeance, it would indeed become an immense farce. After contemplating, Shamo said, "Therefore, I believe we should first secure the 20 shards of sovereign authority from the main God space. If we allow them to provoke that being, not only will your system lineage suffer, but all who assist you, including myself, are unlikely to fare well." The chat group lamented, "Alas, the main God space's ability to conceal itself is too formidable, finding it is akin to searching for a needle in a chaotic sea." Shamo chuckled, "But you are the chat group system of the multiverse. You possess the means to discern the circumstances of all worlds. We can simply wait for them to take the bait. Do they not covet the primal energies? They will undoubtedly dispatch individuals to various worlds to plunder it. Once their minions appear, we can follow the trail to uncover them." The chat group contemplated this. Their avatars are numerous, making it quite challenging to locate their true body. "We may need to attempt this multiple times." Shamo smiled. "Time is the one resource we have in abundance. Your system lineage has been sealed for so many years. A little more time should be of no concern." The chat group nodded in agreement. "Very well." With a grin, Shamo said, "You go see if you can establish contact with the other two supreme systems. I will take charge of the fishing aspect here in the chat group. Just inform me which world's primal energy is about to be pilfered, and I will trace the path to find them." Chapter 37. The shock of the chat group members. Upon perceiving that the chat group's consciousness was endeavoring to establish contact with the two supreme systems and initiating an exploration of the myriad realms, Shamo withdrew from the chat group's consciousness space. Arriving at the chat interface, Shamo remarked, "I encountered a minor issue just now. Nobita, how did you resolve matters in your world?" Nobita, upon noticing Shamo's inquiry, pondered for a moment before responding, "Esteemed group leader, I just instructed Doraemon to utilize the Void Carpet South teleportation feature to place the newly created world into a genuine chaotic void, transforming it into a true world." Shamo nodded appreciatively. "Quite impressive. Doraemon's gadgets are indeed remarkable." At that moment, the keen-eyed Haibodong noticed something utterly astonishing. Trembling, he exclaimed, "Everyone, look at the power level of our esteemed group leader." Uchiha Madara, with a look of exasperation, replied, "Haibara, what have you been doing all day? We are all aware of the group leader's level. ISNT at LV-888? Wait, this is LV." Batman Wing curiously interjected, "Why did Uchiha Madara trail off? Is it possible that the multiverse is experiencing lag?" Tuka Kirishima, gazing at the LV-919 power label beside Shamo, stuttered, "Wayne, observe the power label next to our esteemed group leader, and you shall comprehend." At that moment, Zhang Chulan also turned to look. He had been sipping soda and nearly spewed it all over the table, startling Zhang San and Su Si, who were both gazing at him in confusion. Zhang Chulan hastily explained, "I just choked. I'll be right back." The Group S administrator, Anling Air, also noticed the irregularity. Observing Shamo's sudden leap from LV-888 to LV-919, she could no longer contain herself and spoke up. "Group leader, it has only been a few hours. How did you ascend so many levels in such a short time? Do you possess some bias towards trivial matters?" Uchiha Madara rubbed his Rinnegan, perplexed, and inquired, "Esteemed group leader, I have heard that cultivators typically require tens of thousands or even millions of years to achieve even a slight enhancement. Yet, you have managed to elevate yourself so significantly in merely a few hours?" Shamo smiled and replied, "I merely encountered a small fortuitous event. It is hardly worth mentioning. Just a routine operation." The members of the chat group, including Anling Air and Uchiha Madara, were left both amused and bewildered by Shamo's nonchalant display of humble bragging. While the group was momentarily speechless, Shamo took a glance at Yi Xiaonan, discovering he was currently engrossed in training his magic and fighting spirit, and thus refrained from interrupting him. At that moment, Tuka Kirishima broke the peculiar silence, saying, "Kaneki has been captured. I could have intervened, but I chose not to. I hope he undergoes a transformation. This world is unsuitable for the cowardly version of him, yet I do not wish for him to suffer. What should I do?" The members of the chat group, having witnessed Tuka's fate in her alternate storyline, understood the turmoil she was experiencing. Uchiha Madara spoke. "Facilitating a true transformation for someone is not an easy feat. My suggestion is for you to bear the burden of that pain on his behalf." Batman Wing questioned, "Shouldn't a girl like Tuka be spared from suffering pains that do not rightfully belong to her?" Haibara, irate, added, "We are discussing a serious matter. Don't offer foolish suggestions." Uchiha Madara snorted and fell silent. Nobita found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of what stance to take. Anling Air contemplated for a moment and suggested, "With your strength, you could indeed protect him well enough in this world." Shamo chuckled, "Our insightful member, Zhang Chulan, should have some ideas. Please share your thoughts." From the restroom, Zhang Chulan, contemplating, responded, "The solution to this issue is quite simple. Tuka does not wish for Kaneki to be harmed, yet she desires his transformation. There is an effective approach. Do nothing and allow events to unfold according to the original storyline, regardless of the actions taken. Kaneki will inevitably suffer if he is to transform. It would be better for him to experience this metamorphosis on his own. You merely need to intervene at the moment he wishes to join the ghoul organization, showcasing your strength. Kaneki's desire to join is to protect you. Once you possess the ability to safeguard them, he will no longer need to join and can remain by your side. If you insist on rescuing Kaneki, he might still remain the cowardly and incapable Kaneki. You must consider this carefully." Tuka Kirishima, with determination, declared, "I will go rescue him. I will save that cowardly and incapable Kaneki. I cherish the kind-hearted, world-loving Kaneki, not the one who bears all burdens alone. The more he struggles, the more I, Tuka Kirishima, am drawn to him. I was overthinking things before. Now that I possess the strength to protect the one I love, I must not dwell on forcing them to transform. That was my folly." Shamo smiled and encouraged, "Then do not hesitate. If you wish to act, then act. If you wish to rescue, then rescue. Even if the world stands against you, you have the chat group behind you. There is nothing to fear, nor is there anything to be conflicted about. You are merely concerned that before you grow strong, Kaneki may lack the ability to protect himself. So grow quickly. Ascend to a level where this world cannot threaten you. With the chat group's assistance, that is easily achievable. Why torment yourself with the dilemma of whether to allow Kaneki to transform?" Shamo concluded with a silent remark to himself, except for that one individual. Tuka Kirishima nodded and said, "Thank you, esteemed group leader. I understand now, and I appreciate the concern of all my fellow members. I must take my leave. I will go rescue Kaneki." Shamo chuckled, "Tuka, why not stream your journey so we can witness how you deal with that lizard? And what of your brother Ayato? Are you planning to rescue him as well?" Tuka Kirishima replied earnestly, "I will save him too. I will completely obliterate the ghoul organization. Ding. Tuka Kirishima opened a live stream, inviting all group members to join. Chapter 38, 1000 to 886, a resounding slap. The members of the chat group entered the live stream, witnessing Tuka Kirishima swiftly navigating through the city. The vibrant night lights blurred past them in a rapid retreat. Soon, using the tracker placed on Kaneki, she located the warehouse where he was imprisoned. With a leap, Tuka entered the warehouse, but the scene before her rendered her momentarily frozen. The floor was smeared with blood, and the S-Class BT ghoul, the lizard, was using pliers to peel off Kaneki's toenails. Kaneki's anguished screams echoed in the air, but at the instant Tuka entered, both the lizard and Kaneki turned to face her. Stunned by the sight of Kaneki's mistreatment, Tuka stood rooted in place. The lizard's smile vanished as he charged at her, delivering a powerful blow that sent her flying. Kaneki, witnessing this, let out a furious roar, his eyes filled with hatred directed at the lizard. The lizard laughed maniacally. See? This is what I mean. Your lack of power leads to you or her being treated this way. If either of you had strength, neither of you would be in this predicament. Kaneki lowered his head slightly, and the once serene expanse of white flowers in his heart began to be stained with crimson. Unwillingness, hatred, guilt, pain, an array of emotions flashed through his mind as memories surged forth. The kindness of his mother, Tuka Kirishima's affection, his own impotence, inferiority, cowardice, and the remnants of his once humorous benevolence, all vanished in that moment. He came to understand that true kindness is meant for those around him, for the people he cherishes. His own ineptitude, self-doubt, and cowardice, these absurd traits only serve to harm those he loves most. He needed to embrace the cruel aspects of his inner self, to accept the darkness he held towards this world. Shamo observed Kaneki's transformation and remarked, "There's a saying that resonates well. I love this world. Who will love me in return?" When you meet the world with a fierce demeanor, the inhabitants of this world may very well respond with a smile, for they fear you. Uchiha Madara concurred, indeed. When you possess the power to instill fear in this world, yet still exhibit that saintly compassion for your enemies, renouncing acceptance of the so-called legal retribution, it is truly laughable, don't you think, Batman Wayne? Batman Wayne, with an exasperated expression, retorted, Madara, I don't believe I've wronged you, have I? Besides, I've changed significantly. How could I possibly spare those enemies? Madara replied, I refer to the version of you from the Fate replica. Why are you interjecting? Haibodong contemplated and said, if the people of this world treat you kindly, then you should reciprocate. But if they harbor great malice towards you, then you ought to obliterate them. The caveat is that you must possess the strength to do so. Zhang Chulan smiled and added, everyone has made valid points. Allow me to touch upon a previous matter. Some say I have changed considerably, that I am no longer the person I was in the Fate replica. Truth be told, we were never the same individual. The me from the Fate replica fought valiantly for survival. Now, I seek a better life. Some group members may find my methods rather ruthless. Lu Yinyan did not err gravely. She was simply a misguided girl who strayed from the path. There was no justification for me to take her life. Nor should I be such a cruel person. I merely wish to assert that I am the master of my own identity. Anyone who dares to disturb my grandfather's remains deserves to perish. I wholeheartedly agree with Haibodong's sentiment. Those who harbor malice towards me and my loved ones, I shall annihilate. And Ling seemingly exasperated, said, Zhang Chulan, you might as well calculate my ID number while you're at it. All right. I admit I have a bit of a saintly disposition. I will work on that. Shamo chuckled. Our administrator is merely inexperienced and has yet to endure the harshness of society. Once he has, he will naturally come to understand. Now, Zhang Chulan, it wasn't intentional. Let us put this matter to rest. Zhang Chulan responded, I meant no offense, merely venting my thoughts to clarify my actions. And Linger laughed lightly, fine. Let us consider this matter settled. No more talk, or else this administrator will get angry. The two refrained from delving further into the topic. As Kaneki's hair turned nearly white, a bloodied and fierce-looking Tuka Kirishima stormed in. Her voice, akin to a low growl, uttered, Kaneki, I'm sorry, but the gecko must die today. Tuka had not anticipated the gecko's swift assault, and her earlier hesitation had led to Kaneki's suffering. She aimed to unleash all her fury and anguish upon the gecko. The wings of her Kakuja unfurled not as a mere remnant, but as magnificent wings resembling those of a phoenix, spanning an impressive 6 meters. The gecko smirked. You think you can take my plaything? Dream on. Yet, he soon realized his folly as a flurry of feather-like projectiles shot towards him with blinding speed, far beyond his ability to evade. He was pinned against the wall, his body resembling that of a hedgehog, blood spilling profusely. 2 more larger projectiles pierced through his thighs. followed by 2 more that penetrated both his arms. Tuka approached him with a smile. Aren't you fond of numerical games? Now, answer me. What is 1000886 equal to? The gecko writhed in agony, clenching his mouth shut, but another projectile struck him below, causing blood to gush forth. He cried out in despair, Let me think. Let me think. I'll tell you right away. Before he could finish, a projectile pierced his hand, leaving him unable to concentrate. Every time he attempted to think, another projectile would impale him. Thanks to the ghoul's formidable healing abilities, he remained alive. Finally, clarity struck him, and he exclaimed, 100,088,6114. I've figured it out. Tuka smiled and declared, Incorrect. 100,08886 equals your demise. She ceased any further conversation and, with a sweeping motion of her wings, dismembered the gecko into countless pieces. The onlookers in the chat were left gasping in shock. Batman Wayne remarked, Women are truly terrifying. Uchiha Madara added, I support that sentiment. Women are indeed formidable. Did you not see that Hashirama fellow? He married, and yet he passed away sooner than I did. Now his grave is overgrown, while I thrive. Haibodong remarked, I dare not engage in this discourse. Women and love are foreign concepts to me, but perhaps in the future, I shall possess them. Nobita pondered aloud. Is it truly frightening? Shizuka is wonderful. But yes, mothers can indeed be terrifying. Zhang Chulan chuckled. Do you think my grandfather went through the trouble of giving me a Hagakin for no reason? Women are truly fearsome. And Ling exasperated and as a woman herself, chose silence. The group then resumed watching the stream, where Tuka untied Kaneki, enabling him to rescue everyone in the cafe, including the manager. Afterward, Kaneki expressed his desire to leave and join the bronze tree. Tuka stepped before him and slapped him, then stated calmly, I like you. Is this how you respond to my affection? If your intention is to protect us, there's no need. We can face things together. Kaneki, stunned by her slap, realized that Tuka was confessing her feelings to him. He chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Tuka beamed back. It seems Kaneki is still that silly boy I've always known. The chat members could no longer contain themselves and collectively exited the livestream. Shamo was the first to comment. Goodness, even across realms, we're subjected to dog food. As the group members expressed their amusement, a notification chimed in the chat. Ding. The Legend of the White Snake Origin World Xiaobai has joined the chat. Upon hearing this notification, the chat erupted in excitement. Shamo mused. It's been a while since we welcomed a newcomer. Finally, we have another. Haibodong quickly inquired. Is the newcomer a big shot? If so, please showcase your strength. If not, please accept my investment. Batman Wayne sighed. Ignore this fool newcomer. At this moment, Tuka Kirishima was still engrossed in her banter with Kaneki, thus failing to welcome the newcomers online. Uchiha Madara, for once, spoke in a rather normal manner. Welcome, newcomers. Pay no heed to that fool who wishes to invest in you. If you happen to be a big shot, feel free to flaunt your prowess. Nobita Nobi chimed in eagerly. Welcome, newcomers. A warm welcome indeed. Zhang Chulan pondered for a moment and inquired. Is the Legend of the White Snake the tale of Su Xian and Fa Hai, featuring the formidable White Snake? The diligent administrator and Ling responded, pretty much. Xiaobai. You might want to check the group introduction, the announcements, and the functions of the chat group before diving into the Fate Dungeon I'm about to present. Ding. The administrator released the Legend of the White Snake Fate Dungeon. Xiamo smiled and declared, the purpose of our group is mutual assistance, harmony, and camaraderie. Once you join, we are all one family. I am Xiamo, the group leader. If you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to seek my help. Within the world of the Legend of the White Snake, Xiaobai sat beside Su Xian, utterly frazzled. Su Xian's health had taken a peculiar turn. He kept muttering about killing him or the world would face obliteration. How could Xiaobai ever harm her beloved? Just as despair washed over her, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, you have joined the Multiverse Chat Group. Xiaobai scanned her surroundings warily, noticing nothing amiss. Suddenly, a luminous screen appeared before her, inscribed with words she did not comprehend, yet grasped their meaning. She realized she had entered a remarkable realm and quickly typed in the chat, esteemed immortals. Could anyone save my beloved Su Xian? Following the thread of information within the chat group, Xiamo located the world of the Legend of the White Snake and, after investigation, understood the situation. He spoke, I have a general grasp of your predicament. We are not immortals, but rather your fellow chat group members from other worlds. By some fortuitous coincidence, we joined this chat group. Be sure to check the group files and announcements. Should you have further questions, feel free to consult the group admin. I understand your beloved situation, and I shall arrive in your world shortly. Upon hearing that this immortal would soon come to rescue her beloved, Xiaobai expressed her excitement. Thank you, immortal. I shall review what you mentioned and await your arrival. Just as she finished reading the group introduction, Su Xian suddenly went berserk, tearing the roof off and launching himself into the sky, standing upon the void. He proclaimed, "If you refuse to accept the task, then perish." Moments later, he declared, "The task you assign me is impossible to fulfill. I will never allow you to harm her." Su Xian soared into the heavens. Yet the energy within him began to boil violently, akin to a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. This impending detonation threatened to annihilate their world. Su Xian raced away at breakneck speed, desperate to avoid endangering Xiaobai. No matter how fast Xiaobai pursued, she could not keep up with Su Xian's staggering speed. After 3 minutes, a terrifying explosion of energy erupted in the sky, shredding Su Xian into fragments. In his final moments, he shouted, "Don't come near. Xiaobai, run." The horrific energy spread in all directions, leaving nothing but void in its wake. At that moment, Xiaomo appeared, waving his hand as time began to reverse. Everything obliterated by the shockwave began to rewind, as if played in reverse. Su Xian, once torn apart, started to reassemble as the explosive energy flowed back into him. Just as the energy within him threatened to explode once more, Xiaomo intervened, extracting the source of the turmoil, a dim black orb. As the orb emerged, it cursed aloud. "Let go of me. You must release me. I am the antagonist system. If you wish to survive, free me." Xiaomo dismissed the weakling system's protests and commanded the chat group to absorb all its energy. The group burped in satisfaction. These artificially created systems are truly garbage. Their essence is rather lackluster. Xiaomo queried, "What do you mean by the distinction between innate and acquired?" The chat group replied, "However, our kind is scarce, and those inferior systems are crafted from our kin's essence." Xiaomo nodded thoughtfully before turning his gaze to the embraced Xiaobai and Su Xian. No longer inclined to indulge in their romantic display, Xiaomo declared, "Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you require assistance, communicate within the chat group." Xiaobai promptly responded with respect, "I bid farewell to the esteemed immortal." Su Xian echoed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, immortal." Xiaomo offered a nod of acknowledgement and departed from their world, returning to the comfort of his hotel bed in the magical realm. The members of the chat group marveled at Xiaomo's spectacular manipulation of time. Meanwhile, Xiaomo pondered whether he should return to the Marvel Cinematic Universe for a time, for that was his origin. With Yi Sinan just beginning her training, he had assigned someone to keep an eye on her, and his avatar was present there, ensuring no issues would arise. He simply needed to temporarily conceal Yi Sinan's existence in that universe. Otherwise, upon his return, others would question the whereabouts of his daughter, which would be quite awkward. He wondered what Tony Stark had been up to lately. Lost in thought, Xiaomo eventually drifted into slumber, despite his mastery rendering sleep unnecessary. It was merely a matter of preference. Chapter 40. A solo return to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Upon waking, Xiaomo sent a message to Yi Sinan. The message conveyed, "I will return to my original world for a while. You can remain here and focus on your training. Once you finish your journey, should you wish to return to the original world, you may. Settling here is also an option." Yi Sinan replied, "Okay, Dad, you go ahead. I'll be fine training here, so don't worry about me." Xiaomo could only marvel at how understanding his daughter was. He did not rush back to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but habitually opened the chat group, only to find a scene that left him speechless. Uchiha Madara, with a mischievous grin, teased, "Hirako Shinji, don't you fancy the white snake?" That phrase about feeling refreshed surely lingers in our memories. Now we have a little white snake maiden in the chat. She has a beloved, so you wouldn't entertain any thoughts about her, would you? Hirako Shinji retorted angrily. Uchiha Madara, you old fool, don't speak nonsense. Xiaobai silently lurked, absorbing the conversation. She had begun to grasp the nature of this chat group, but still found it hard to accept and needed a moment to process. "Batman, Wayne," inquired curiously Hirako Shinji. "Has your perfect encounter with your snake sister yet to commence?" Hirako Shinji's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "I have been observing the desert for quite some time, but there has been no news of the serpent tribe being sold." After finishing her banter with Kaneki, Tuka Kirishima returned to the chat group. Her curiosity piqued. How could two different species unite? Are the offspring serpents or humans? Zhang Chulan sighed. Could we refrain from discussing such topics in front of a virgin like me? Moreover, I have a virginity mark to consider. It makes me want to cry. Nobita added. I'm still an elementary school student. I'm not of age yet. Administrator and Linger, her cheeks flushed, remarked, I am merely a high school student. I am still a minor. Haibodong awkwardly elaborated. In truth, a union can occur. However, I dare not elaborate on the process, lest the group leader strikes me down. Furthermore, upon the Serpent Clan's ascension to the Do Zone level, they shed their serpentine tails and grow human legs. Should you inquire why this is the case, I too am at a loss. Shamo sighed, indeed. The customs of the Do-Chi world are as fierce as those of my former world in the Land of the Three. It seemed that Administrator and Linger grasped the implications of the group leader's words. She could scarcely fathom the scene, finding it too inappropriate to contemplate. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Shamo hastily redirected the conversation, saying, "No inappropriate discussions, please. By the way, Uchiha Madara, have you dealt with that black Zetsu in your world yet?" Uchiha Madara swiftly replied, "I am but a hair's breadth away from regaining my peak strength. With 2 or 3 days of points from signing in, I shall be ready. Then, you can watch me annihilate that nebulous black entity." Shamo further inquired, "And Linger, at which magic academy are you studying?" And Linger responded, "I am at the first high school of magic in Magic City." Shamo was momentarily taken aback and continued, "What class are you in?" And Linger replied, puzzled, "I am in class 1. Why do you ask?" Shamo, incredulous, said, "The school I had Yi Xin attend is your esteemed first high school of magic, and it appears we are in the same grade. However, she is in class 9 due to some favoritism." He added, "When you have the opportunity, please take care of her. Remember, if any ruffian dares to bully her or harbor ill intentions, let me know, and I shall ensure their entire family meets a disastrous end." Haibodong, perplexed, asked, "Lady Shamo, don't you want your daughter to date?" "Surely you." Shamo, her expression darkened, retorted, "She is merely 15, not even 16 yet. What kind of madness is this? Are you feeling restless, or have you lost your senses? Should I assist you with your foolishness? Perhaps I should just unleash the annihilation energy directly into your mouth for your incessant chatter." Haibodong, seeing the situation, tried to defend himself, saying, "Group leader, hear me out, ugh. I meant to say, allow me to explain. What I meant was that young love during school is the purest and most beautiful. I regret not having pursued romance when I first practiced Do-Chi at the academy. Now, it is too late for regrets." Shamo, her demeanor icy, replied, "Do you believe the threat of annihilation energy is insufficient? Shall I stuff a sun into your mouth instead? That ought to silence you." Haibodong quickly responded, "Group leader, I shall keep my silence. I will immediately cease speaking." And Linger observed their banter with bemusement and replied to Shamo, "All right, I will keep an eye on her." Internally, she mused, "With your daughter's prowess, who would dare provoke her? I might not even be able to defeat her myself. If I so much as mention a name, you would annihilate their entire family. Must it be so extreme? From now on, if anyone displeases me, I shall simply declare they have improper intentions toward your daughter." And then he, as Enlinger continued to fantasize about who she might declare dead, Shamo pressed on. "Enlinger, how is your magical training progressing? Do you feel confident about the upcoming 7 Schools tournament in a few months? Should you encounter Yi Xin, do not hold back too much, provided you can actually defeat her." And Linger internally felt a wave of frustration, unsure whether to voice it or keep silent. She thought to herself, how unfair it is. Here I am, a mere chat group leader with such a distinguished status, yet I am being usurped by this insufferable fool. Now, if I face your daughter in the tournament, must I simply endure the beating? This is utterly unjust. Shamo sensed she had misspoken and perhaps gone too far. Hastily clarifying, "Consider it this way. We are all family in this chat group, are we not? Xin is my daughter, thus we are all interconnected. Why would we inflict harm upon one another? Would you not agree? As long as the injuries are not severe, I am indifferent. During the 7 Schools tournament, I will have my avatar in that world live stream the event, so give it your all. Aim to be accepted directly into the Magic City Academy." And Linger found herself unable to refute this notion. What power did she possess to argue against it? She could only respond with a determined agreement. "Very well, Shamo. I shall strive to do my best, and if I encounter Yi Xin, I will refrain from inflicting severe damage, provided I can indeed best her." After engaging in conversation a while longer, Shamo glanced at his daughter, who was diligently practicing ice magic, and chose not to interrupt, opting instead to exit the chat. Shamo mused, Xion's magical talent is quite impressive. In such a short time, she has already mastered intermediate ice magic. No wonder that old man from that plane has been paying her such close attention. He announced in the chat group, "I must take my leave. I plan to return to my own world for some amusement." With that, Shamo exited the chat group, his thoughts shifting once more as he appeared in his apartment within the Marvel Universe. As he arrived in this world, time gradually resumed its normal pace. He first attended to withdrawing Yi Xin from school, subsequently erasing all traces of her existence from the minds of those in this world. Even if someone remembered her, they would no longer care about any of her affairs. Chapter 41. Tony's party invitation and Hawkeye's assault. Having just returned home, Xiaomo's phone pinged with a message. Hey, Xiaomo, my friend, I am hosting a party tonight at my seaside villa. Would you like to come by and join the fun? It was from Tony Stark. Xiaomo smiled slightly as he replied, All right, I shall be there shortly. Good wine would be a delightful bonus. Tony Stark responded, No problem. We have plenty of fine wine. Xiaomo drove to Tony's seaside villa. Since it was still daytime, the party had yet to commence, and many staff members were busy preparing for the festivities. Upon arriving at Tony Stark's residence, Xiaomo sent a message, and within a minute, Tony came out to greet him. Tony Stark, with a hint of embarrassment, said, I apologize, my friend. I've been swamped with matters lately and haven't had time to invite you for a drink. Currently, my situation is not ideal. The board of directors is conspiring with my uncle Obadiah to oust me. This gathering is merely a means for me to unwind. I truly wish to avoid a confrontation with my uncle Obadiah. Xiaomo poured 2 glasses of wine from a bottle he had brought, handing one to Tony as he queried, Aren't you curious why your actions have been exposed? Why did they happen to find your car? Tony Stark, taken aback, replied, Are you suggesting there is a mole within the military? Xiaomo, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead, saying, The military certainly has no moles. Although I am retired now and no longer affiliated with the military, I can assure you that there are no spies within their ranks. The traitor must be someone close to you, perhaps Obadiah himself. Tony Stark vehemently denied, That is impossible. I've always regarded him as a close uncle, and Stark Industries was founded by him and my father. He has no reason to betray me. Xiaomo chuckled. Then why is he conspiring with the board to remove you? Is he not your dear uncle? And do you truly believe I would lie to you? Is there any reason for me to deceive you? If you doubt my words, you may conduct an investigation into him. Tony Stark, somewhat lost in thought, remarked, You saved my life. There is no need for you to deceive me. I shall return to investigate this matter. If it proves true, I am at a loss as to how I should confront him. Shamo casually responded, There is nothing to confront or not confront. You'll know how to handle it when the time comes. For today, let us simply revel in our enjoyment. Nodding in agreement, Tony led Shamo to an exclusive VIP booth before attending to his own affairs, seeking someone to investigate Obadiah. Though reluctant to accept this reality, both logic and circumstance indicated that Obadiah was indeed highly suspicious. Gazing at the azure sky, Shamo pondered, Could this transcender possibly have any connection to me? Why have I been bestowed with such abundant fortune upon my arrival? It is akin to an instant ascent to greatness. Typically, a mere traveler would not encounter such serendipity. Yet, I am aware that stories are crafted by authors. Is my tale not also penned by someone? If so, why endow me with such formidable prowess from the very outset? Shamo found himself perplexed and, unable to derive an answer, decided to cease mulling over the matter, knowing that all his queries would be resolved upon meeting that transcendent being who traverses all realms. At that moment, a statuesque beauty with flowing black hair approached and inquired, Sir, may I take a seat here? After gesturing for her to do so, Shamo chose to remain indifferent. He recognized this woman as Natasha Romanoff, the agent known as Black Widow within SHIELD. It seemed his earlier actions had garnered the attention of the organization, prompting them to send someone to gauge his capabilities. Black Widow, observing Shamo's nonchalant demeanor, pondered before asking, Sir, do you not wish to learn more about me? Shamo replied, cutting straight to the point, the Black Widow of the Department of Homeland Strategic and Logistics. But let us not refer to you by that title. Miss Natasha Romanoff seems far more fitting. What business does your director have with me? A shiver ran through Natasha, startled that Shamo was already aware of her identity, and she wondered how he had obtained such classified information. Could there be a mole within SHIELD? Quickly dismissing her concerns, she maintained her smile and said, It appears you are well informed, Mr. Shamo. Our director is curious about how Tony was rescued and would appreciate a detailed account of the events. Shamo shook his head, stating, The process was quite simple. Tony constructed a mech suit that facilitated our escape. Natasha pressed further, However, Mr. Shamo, our scans revealed that the entire mountain range inexplicably vanished, which does not resemble a natural phenomenon. Could it possibly be connected to you? Feigning ignorance, Shamo replied, When we exited the cave, it was already in that state, so it could not possibly be related to us. Natasha, unable to discern any signs of deceit from Shamo's expression, offered a polite smile. I apologize for the disturbance, Mr. Shamo. I shall take my leave. For several hours, Shamo leisurely sipped his drink, admiring the stunning scenery as dusk settled. The evening's festivities were vibrant. Yet Shamo remained content to drink and gaze at the moon, refraining from dancing or engaging in frivolous activities with the numerous women who approached him, all of whom he found utterly unappealing. Having had his fill, he decided it was time to retire to his apartment for a good night's rest. As he prepared to depart, Tony Stark, amidst revelry with a group of women, approached to see Shamo off. Shamo accepted his company, and they strolled away from the seaside villa, engaging in conversation. However, just as they had traversed a few dozen meters from the villa, a branch shot forth from the nearby woods, resembling a lethal arrow aimed directly at Shamo's forehead. Hearing the sound of the projectile slicing through the air, Tony instinctively glanced over, witnessing the branch hurtling towards Shamo. Yet, he felt no immediate concern, knowing that Shamo possessed formidable strength. Having withstood an RPG and leveled mountains with a single punch, surely, a mere branch could not inflict harm. As anticipated, in the next instant, Shamo flicked his finger, reducing the branch, now less than half a meter away, to mere ashes. A glint of cold light flashed in Shamo's eyes, and the shadowy figure attempting to flee within the woods was suddenly immobilized. With a mere thought, the assailant was brought before them. Shamo, eyeing the bald man, smiled and quipped, "That target-like mark on your head suggests you must be called Bullseye. What madness has led your boss, Kingpin, to seek trouble with me?" Bullseye glared at Shamo, seething, "My subordinates who sought you have all gone silent. I am here to kill you. I did not expect you to be so powerful. Do as you wish." Shamo turned to Tony Stark and said, "I shall take my leave now to deal with some trash. No need to see me off. You should return to your festivities." Tony, not wishing to prolong the conversation, turned back to his seaside villa, resuming his own celebration. Shamo, with a hint of amusement, inquired, "Where might your boss, Kingpin, be? Take me to him." Bullseye, a man of principle, stubbornly replied, "This has nothing to do with my boss. It is my own matter, and I will bear the consequences alone." Shamo smiled and responded, "Very well, I admire your integrity. Here's the deal. I will spare you, but you shall work for me. I will help you ascend to the position of gang leader, and while you typically will not need to do much, you must obey when called upon." Bullseye obstinately declared, "I can never betray my boss. Kill me if you must." Shamo shook his head, and, with a mere thought, erased Bullseye's memories of Kingpin's kindness, implanting the notion that Shamo was indeed his true master, with an unyielding command to never defy his orders. Upon releasing him, Bullseye knelt before Shamo, saying, "I am at your service, boss. What do you need from me?" Shamo contemplated briefly before stating, "Currently, you need not do anything. If I require your services, I shall contact you. You may go." After dismissing him with a wave, Shamo returned to his apartment and opened the chat group, discovering they were discussing Uchiha Obito's matters. Tuka Kirishima remarked, "Is that Black Zetsu truly immortal? How then do you defeat him? Is it with your so-called sealing technique?" Wayne sighed, "Immortality is indeed formidable. I wonder if Uchiha Obito has any chance of sealing that creature." Himon pondered for a moment, suggesting, "It is not impossible. But given Uchiha Obito's current capabilities, replicating Black Zetsu might be quite challenging." Nobita sighed, "I actually have an idea. Doraemon possesses a gadget called the Shrinking Lamp, which could reduce Black Zetsu when he is unsuspecting. We could then place him in a sturdy container and bury it in a secluded location, or even create a space to imprison him." Batman, Wayne, lamented, "Doraemon's gadgets defy all scientific rationale. If we were to apply science, we would likely be delving into quantum realms." At this moment, Shamo interjected, "I believe Nobita's method is quite commendable. When the time comes, under the cover of darkness, you can directly use the shrink ray to reduce him and swiftly contain him in a vessel. If you manage to capture this Black Zetsu, you can exile him into outer space. The method is rather simple. Just seal the vessel with the Earth explosion star and toss it into the cosmos. This way, you need not worry about the sealing effectiveness of the Earth explosion star, as he won't be able to escape." Uchiha Madara inquired, "But I do not possess such a vessel. Furthermore, I currently lack any points to purchase items from the chat group." Shamo pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. I shall provide you with an item known as an Edmund alloy bottle, which I have recently crafted from Edmund alloy. You need not worry about its durability. Even the tailed beast bombs from your world would struggle to breach it after numerous strikes." Ding. The group leader Shamo has sent a designated red envelope to Uchiha Madara. Ding. Uchiha Madara has received it. Ding. Nobita has sent a designated red envelope to Uchiha Madara. Ding. Uchiha Madara has received it. Uchiha Madara expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed group leader and Nobita. Nobita caution, do not damage the shrink ray. There is only one Doraemon, and remember to return it once you're done." Uchiha Madara replied, "Understood, I bow in respect." Chapter 42, Hashirama. 2 days swiftly passed, and Uchiha Madara's recovery was nearing completion. Ding. Uchiha Madara has opened the live stream. Everyone may enter at their leisure. The crowd rushed in, greeted by the sight of an elderly figure, seated with numerous tubes protruding from behind. Shamo chuckled. It is quite remarkable that Uchiha Madara, having surpassed his peak, still appears in this manner. One can only say that his acting skills have reached an apex. Xiaobai chimed in. This elder exudes a formidable aura, especially his eyes, which seem to pierce through everything. Is this the esteemed LV80 Uchiha Madara? Haibodong sighed. Xiaobai. We are all family in this chat group. There is no need for honorifics. Just call him Uchiha Madara. He is only LV80. While I am LV91, am I not more impressive? Xiaobai, with your LV39 strength, you are also quite commendable. Xiaobai smiled softly. All right, I understand, Haibodong. Uchiha Madara retorted. Haibodong. You are merely 11 levels above me. Do not be overly boastful. I will surpass you. Xiaobai, in this chat group, you need not use honorifics. Simply refer to me as Uchiha Madara. Shamo inquired. Xiaobai, have you viewed the Fate Dungeon? What are your thoughts? Xiaobai contemplated before responding. There isn't much to reflect upon, as the National Master and Lady Snake have both been slain by Su Xian. He mentioned it was due to receiving a mission from that system to eliminate himself, which led to his conflict with that system. The subsequent events are known to you all. Shamo chuckled. Then there is nothing further to discuss. When Fa Hai arrives, let Su Xian deal with him. He can't unleash the great demon dragon. Xiaobai smiled in agreement. Rest assured, group leader, Fa Hai poses no threat to us. Suddenly, Wu Dao Dongxiang exclaimed. The black and white Zetsu have arrived. Madara, it is your time to shine. Batman Wayne added. Wait for the opportune moment and strike unexpectedly. Nobi Nobita instructed. Do not damage the shrink ray. Upon seeing the emerging black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed coldly as he calmly asked, how are things on the Konoha front? Half of white Zetsu's body replied, reporting to you, Lord Madara, Konoha is currently at its peak, with the third Hokage, the fourth Hokage, White Fang, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and numerous high-level combatants, as well as many young geniuses emerging. Attacking Konoha at this time would not be a wise decision. Black Zetsu added, Lord Madara, your successor must take action soon. Uchiha Madara replied calmly, I already have a plan. This matter does not require your intervention. You only need to. Before Uchiha Madara could finish, he executed the universal pull, drawing black and white Zetsu closer. Gripping black Zetsu, the bewildered white Zetsu asked, Lord Madara, what is happening? Black Zetsu remarked, so you are indeed making a move, Uchiha Madara? It seems I have been discovered. Uchiha Madara sneered, your absurd plan involving the moon eye, Black Zetsu. To deceive and manipulate me is laughable. I am not someone you can easily control. In the next instant, Black Zetsu vanished. Uchiha Madara calmly stated, as expected. He has left a backup plan. It won't be easy to eliminate him. Reverse summoning technique, quite impressive. Haibodong, perplexed, remarked, what are you doing, Uchiha Madara? You couldn't even handle a mere Black Zetsu, and now he has escaped. A cold glint flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and his aura surged as he crushed the remaining half of white Zetsu's body. Uchiha Madara's form began to emanate white mist, and in no time, he fully restored to his youthful appearance. At this moment, the chat group notification chimed again. Ding! The member power tags have officially activated. They are now visible to all. If anyone wishes to conceal theirs, they must adjust their settings independently. LV17 Wu Dao Dongxiang laughed. Lord Madara, aside from that flamboyant hairstyle, you are quite handsome. LV39 Xiaobai remarked. Uchiha Madara is indeed somewhat handsome, though I cannot agree with that hairstyle. LV919 Shamo chuckled. Uchiha Madara, you have gained another little admirer. Uchiha Madara, who had just experienced a surge of power, felt as if 3 daggers had pierced his heart, nearly causing him to stumble. LV81 Uchiha Madara said with a frown. My hairstyle is quite stylish, alright? I am recognized as a handsome man in the Uchiha clan. LV18 Batman Wayne added, Gag JPG. LV91 Haibodong echoed, Gag 84,848. JPG. LV11 Zhang Chulan awkwardly commented, handsome, indeed, but your ego is a bit excessive. LV0499 Nobi Nobita mused, I feel I am still more handsome. LV9 and Ling, with a frown, remarked, Uchiha Madara, you have no shame. We can accept it, but when did you start being so shameless, Nobi? Shamo curiously asked, and Linger has suddenly reached LV9. Indeed, in a high magic world, leveling up is quite rapid. The chat group consciousness wanted to retort, but suppressed the urge. The consciousness thought, goodness, others have just reached LV9, and that's considered fast, yet you have soared to LV919. Do you still have the audacity to speak of others? The members of the chat group nearly choked on Shamo's remark. LV9 and Linger was on the verge of tears. Look at what the group leader has just said. He ascended from LV888 to LV919 in mere hours, and now he claims his progress is swift? This is utterly unreasonable. And Linger gazed skyward in exasperation. Having diligently trained for months to reach his current level, he had hardly spent time chatting in the group previously. Realizing he had misspoken, Shamo quickly redirected the conversation. Uchiha Madara, what are your next plans? Although Uchiha Madara felt equally exasperated, he restrained his impulse to curse and replied, Next. I will definitely locate Black Zetsu and eliminate him, as I have marked him. Before Uchiha Madara could finish his words, the entire cave was reduced to rubble. Countless tree trunks, like jagged corners, collapsed the cave with the wood release technique. Level 91, Haibodong, urged Uchiha Madara. Madara, quickly call Hashirama. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's mind was a tumult of confusion. He could not fathom why he was being attacked by wood release techniques. However, he was not one to be trifled with. He immediately activated Shinra Tensei, blocking all the assaults before retaliating fiercely. Chapter 43, Black Zetsu actually utilizes Edo Tensei. After reflecting all the attacks with Shinra Tensei, the forest was utterly flattened. Uchiha Madara entered the second stage of his Susanoo and effortlessly dispersed the dust with a single swipe. The scene before him darkened his expression. Standing 100 meters ahead were the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the first Raikage, the first Kazekage, and the first Mizukage. It was evident that these five were not living beings, but rather reanimated corpses through Edo Tensei. Uchiha Madara spat disdainfully, Black Zetsu. You certainly have a flair for the dramatic, employing Edo Tensei. Suddenly, a black object protruded from Hashirama's body, revealing a face. This black visage spoke, I never expected you, Uchiha Madara, to see through my plan. Impressive. I still have my tricks. I am not someone you can easily manipulate. At that moment, Tobirama inquired Madara. You're not dead? What is happening? Why have we been resurrected? Hashirama interjected. No need to ask, brother. That black thing on you must have revived, and is controlling us five, all to confront Uchiha Madara. Madara pondered briefly. Hashirama, there's no time for explanations. That black entity seeks to obliterate the shinobi world. I must either seal or eliminate it. You all must resist its control with all your might. Hashirama nodded. Trusting his old friend to some extent, the black object was clearly malevolent. The five began a desperate resistance. Yet inexplicably, the control exerted by the black entity was overwhelming. No matter their efforts, it proved futile. Suddenly, Hashirama focused intently and warned, Watch out, he is about to strike. As he spoke, several wooden dragons erupted from the ground. And at the same moment, Tobirama teleported behind Uchiha Madara. The other three Kage launched their attacks against Madara. With a cold smile, Madara vanished from his spot, reappearing atop a nearby peak, summoning 25 wood-release clones. He smiled at Black Zetsu and asked, So, Black Zetsu, will you allow them to use Susanoo, or not? Black Zetsu's expression darkened, though his face was already black. The other five Kage remained silent, clearly astonished by Madara's audacity. Shamo remarked, Well, it seems the fourth great ninja war is off the table. I thought I would never witness this iconic moment again. Haibodong added, In terms of bravado, I would gladly call Uchiha Madara the strongest. Batman Wayne chuckled, Madara should say, Either I beat all five of you alone, or I unleash 26 against you. Choose wisely. Mikazuki applauded, Uchiha Madara is the most handsome, the strongest, the king of showmanship. Xiaobai smiled, Who can outshine my man? Zhang Chulan exclaimed, This is a spectacular display. Note it down. If I ever acquire a clone skill like this, I must use it in battle, especially these lines. Haibodong's words are particularly impressive. I'll borrow them next time. And Linger lay on her bed, laughing uncontrollably. Last time she watched Naruto, she saw Madara overpowering the Kage as if they were mere children. What a spectacle! She continued to watch the live stream with a smile. Though the five were under control, they could still speak. Tobirama asked, Brother, did Madara always enjoy showing off this much? Hashirama awkwardly replied, When I was around, he seemed unable to show off. It was usually me who did. Madara chuckled. If you do not make a choice, I shall make it for you. Let us activate Susanoo. The 25 would-release clones began to emanate blue chakra, first forming skeletons, then flesh and blood, eventually donning armor. The 25 third stage Susanoo charged toward the 5 Kage. Simultaneously, the 25 third stage Susanoo unleashed the 10 tails chakra, launching a barrage of massive blue orbs toward the 5. The other 3 Kage were obliterated by the 10 tails orbs, yet as Edo Tensei bodies, they were unyielding. Just as they prepared to regenerate, Madara, observing from the sidelines, unleashed a small Shinra Tensei, sealing the three. Black Zetsu was utterly unprepared for Madara's overwhelming strength. He knew Madara was holding back, but he never anticipated it to such an extent. Witnessing the sealed Kage, Madara mused. An 80-level power is not something I could compare to before. At my peak, I was merely 72. An 8-level difference is no trivial matter. The higher the level, the greater the disparity between them. In the chat group, where there was no strict hierarchy, everyone was simply friends, and no one discriminated against the weak. Madara felt free to banter with Haibodong. He watched as Hashirama and Tobirama were chased through the forest, his lips curling into a smile. After being suppressed by Hashirama for so many years, he finally had a chance to vent his frustrations. Hashirama's wooden dragons were reduced to splinters by the 25 Susanoo. Witnessing this spectacle brought Madara immense joy. Tobirama made a critical mistake, being smashed into fragments by several Susanoo. Quick to act, Madara utilized a small-scale Daitapa, sealing all objects in that area. Seeing this, Black Zetsu ceased to engage with Madara, controlling Hashirama to summon the Sage Art. Would release. The Buddha descends. A colossal Buddha statue towering over 1,000 meters erupted from the ground, with all its wooden hands striking toward Uchiha Madara. Unfazed by the sight, Madara calmly retrieved a flashlight, an item given to him by Nobita Nobi, the shrinking lamp. Haibodong, observing the gigantic Buddha and the 1,000 descending hands, shivered instinctively. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he remarked, "That attack feels familiar." Shamo laughed, "My sage art. The Buddha descends is far superior. What can I say?" Haibodong, "You've been shadowed by this." Haibodong expressed his desire to cease conversation. Chapter 44, The Black Zetsu Space Drift Bottle. New members join. Just as the myriad hands of the Buddha, controlled by Black Zetsu atop the Senju Hashirama, were poised to strike Uchiha Madara, the diminutive lamp in Madara's hand flickered with a golden light. The colossal Buddha, towering over 1,000 meters, visibly shrank before the eyes of the onlookers. Senju Hashirama also diminished in size. Ultimately, the giant Buddha reduced to the height of Madara's calf, while Hashirama became smaller than an ant. Observing the minuscule Buddha, which swung its tiny fist to strike at his ankle, Madara disdainfully kicked it over and further trampled it beneath his foot. With 2 fingers, he pinched the now ant-sized Senju Hashirama, mockingly stating, "Black Zetsu, Hashirama, weren't you two quite formidable? Go ahead, show me your might once more. With your transformation into a Buddha and your Edo Tensei. Now, let us see how you play this out." Upon finishing his words, Madara unleashed a universal pull, extracting Black Zetsu from Hashirama's Edo Tensei body. Once Black Zetsu had detached, Hashirama regained control over his form. Just as Hashirama was about to exchange pleasantries with Madara, the latter swiftly conjured a minuscule Earth explosion star, sealing him away and subsequently casting him into the vastness of space. Madara felt little inclination to waste time with Hashirama. With a smile, he observed the dark, wriggling mass in his hand and unceremoniously tossed it into the Edmund alloy bottle gifted by Shamo. After securing the cap with all his might, he gave the bottle a slight shake, sensing Black Zetsu's futile resistance within. However, it proved to be ineffectual. LV-91 Haibodong inquired, "Uchiha Madara, how do you intend to deal with this desperate Black Zetsu?" LV-9 Administrator and Linger suggested, "It would be prudent to keep it close, just in case." LV-18 Batman Wayne pondered, "How about burying it 10,000 meters underground?" LV-11 Zhang Chulan remarked, "It would be best to cast it into the depths of the ocean." Xiao Bai and Wudao Dongxiang remained silent. LV-919 Shamo chuckled, "I believe it's better to let this bottle, containing Black Zetsu and wrapped in Earth explosion star, drift through the cosmos." LV-80 Uchiha Madara concluded that Shamo's method was indeed the most reliable. Thus, Madara utilized 60 of his ocular power to create an Earth explosion star, approximately a third the size of the moon, firmly encasing the bottle containing Black Zetsu. He then expended an additional 30 of his ocular power to hurl it into the boundless expanse of the universe. Trapped within a dual seal, Black Zetsu fell into despair, realizing that his maternal rescue plan had become an impossibility. As he felt the Earth and Moon receding rapidly from him, along with his mother sealed within the moon, Black Zetsu succumbed to utter hopelessness, raging impotently within the Edmund alloy bottle. The members of the chat group, witnessing the drifting Black Zetsu in space, could not help but burst into laughter. At that moment, the notification sound from the chat group echoed again. Ding! A true man will henceforth join the chat group by crashing a space station into Jupiter. Administrator and Linger was momentarily at a loss. Unable to recall who this new member might be, Zhang Chulan curiously remarked, The new member seems to be quite the manly figure. Crashing a space station into Jupiter? Isn't that tantamount to annihilation? No trace left behind. Shamo, already aware of the new member's identity, chuckled and said, "And Linger, here, S.A. hint. Space station, drifting, Jupiter." Chapter 45, Lu Peiqiang's plea. LV9 and Linger pondered. Are you referring to the wandering Earth, where humanity escapes Earth as the sun is on the verge of helium flash? LV919 Shamo nodded. Indeed, that's the one. It's unlikely I can ascertain which timeline he occupies now. Lu Peiqiang, engaged in his routine training aboard the space elevator, suddenly heard a mechanical electronic synthesized voice resonating in his mind. Surprised, he glanced around, noting no one was speaking to him, and he inquired of Han Duo beside him if she had said anything, only to receive a disdainful glance in return. Confused, Lu Peiqiang continued to secure his safety belt, preparing to resume his training. Just then, Shamo and Enlinger's voices echoed once more in his mind. Lu Peiqiang was startled. He held his breath, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. In that moment, he perceived a virtual screen, unbeknownst to him, revealing the chat interface of the myriad realms, showcasing the conversation between the two. Having resolved the troublesome issue of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara was in high spirits and was not in a hurry to proceed with his next plan. Instead, he opened the chat group, knowing a newcomer had arrived, and deemed it appropriate to extend greetings. Noticing the newcomer Lu Peiqiang's level 0 prowess, Madara chuckled. "Welcome, newcomer. I am Uchiha Madara. Feel free to call me Madara-senpai, or even Madara." LV91 Haibodong retorted. "Let us be real. You hardly qualify as a senpai. Welcome, newcomer. Just ignore this guy. He is merely a self-important, arrogant master." LV80 Uchiha Madara. LV18 Wudao Dongxiang stifled a giggle. "Welcome, newcomer. Haibodong, your description is quite vivid." LV17 Batman Wayne nodded in agreement. "Very well put." LV0499 Nobita remarked. "Uchiha Madara doesn't he appear aged at all? Why would he want others to call him ya? Does he have some peculiar inclination?" LV11 Zhang Chulan contemplated. "Perhaps he feels a sense of pride from such titles." Shamo teased. "Madara, your penchant is rather amusing. How is your situation progressing?" Uchiha Madara, visibly annoyed, replied, "Oh, group leader, please refrain from mocking me. I am indeed of considerable age. In this chat group, I am no spring chicken. If they wish to call me grandfather, that is acceptable, but as for being addressed as group leader, that is a bit much for me." Having nearly concluded his matters, he prepared for the next phase of his plan. Shamo curiously inquired, "Is your next step to seize back Konoha?" Uchiha Madara shook his head. "Not quite. I intend to subjugate all the major nations and ninja villages, ultimately uniting forces to assault Konoha. Currently, Konoha boasts only the 9 tails. There's no need to disturb them. They are at their zenith. Let them thrive for now, as they will eventually become my strength." Shamo mused. "Are you planning to forcibly attack the Land of Fire's Konoha to unify the ninja world?" Uchiha Madara nodded. "Precisely. My immediate goal is to subdue the Sand Village. If they submit, they shall be welcomed into my fold. For those who resist, there shall be no mercy." At that moment, Nobita chimed in. "Uchiha Madara, could you return my shrinking lamp?" Doraemon is inquiring. Uchiha Madara responded. "Very well, I shall return it now. I will send you a special red envelope." Ding. Uchiha Madara sent a dedicated red envelope to Nobita. As the conversation unfolded among the group, and Ling-er, dutifully serving as the chat group's administrator, promptly transmitted a message. "Lu Peiqiang, you may now peruse the group introduction and announcements. Kindly upload the fake copy from your world into the group files. Once you have read the introduction and announcements, take a look at your fake copy, and you will have a clearer understanding of the situation." Ding. And Ling-er sent forth the fake copy, The Wandering Earth. Everyone in the chat, save for Xia Mo and Ling-er, entered the Wandering Earth fake copy to begin their viewing. This fake copy was quite brief, and with the assistance of the chat group, everyone emerged within a minute. Lu Peiqiang, having finished watching the fake copy, appeared somewhat dazed, his emotions in turmoil. He recalled with joy his wife, Han Duo, sitting beside him, yet he was also haunted by the memory of her passing after enduring years of illness, leaving him to care for their young son, who was 8 years his junior. In a bid to sustain his family, he had departed from Earth, journeying to a space station. To save humanity, he detonated the station, igniting Jupiter, thus leaving his son to navigate the harshness of a cruel world alone. He understood that he had failed his son by not being present during his childhood, and he had wronged his wife by not shielding her from suffering. Yet he felt he had done right by the world. He sighed helplessly, and in that moment of distraction, Han Duoduo noticed and grasped his left hand, saying, "Do not be anxious, training will commence shortly." Lu Peiqiang looked at Han Duoduo, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am fine." In the chat group, Lu Peiqiang weakly remarked, "Are you all deities? Tell me, what is it that this world expects of me?" Enling, puzzled, inquired, "Lu Peiqiang, have you not yet reviewed the group announcements and introduction? Once you do, you will understand where we are and who we are." Clinging to a shred of hope, Lu Peiqiang read the group introduction and announcements, his eyes widening in astonishment. After finishing the viewing of the Wandering Earth, the group began to converse. Wu Dao Dongxiang lamented, "Lu Peiqiang's world is also profoundly tragic. It contrasts starkly with my own plight. My world is marked by the irreconcilable conflict and slaughter between humans and ghouls, while yours suffers from calamities and the malevolence of the human heart." Uchiha Madara scoffed, "Those rebels are truly laughable. The scientists and those fighting on the front lines exerted every effort to save everyone. Yet after fleeing the solar system, the rebels absurdly claimed that the sun had not exploded, asserting that those scientists and frontline fighters were merely toying with them, that the sun's explosion was nothing but a ludicrous lie. Such foolish individuals. They even believed these rebels' rhetoric, leading to the murder of all those scientists and frontline defenders. Yet, within a day of their heinous act, the sun indeed erupted. Ultimately, they wept in regret. But was it of any use? No. Their hearts had already been shattered, and Earth's relocation truly became the Wandering Earth, forever beyond their reach of a new homeland. Such a sordid nature of humanity, such malevolence. Uchiha Madara was indeed qualified to utter these words, for he had long perceived the truth. Zhang Chulan echoed, "Indeed, my grandfather spoke of the complexities of human nature. One must either be strong enough to suppress all, align oneself with them, or be subdued by them. This world is indeed absurd. There is no such thing as true fairness, nor genuine peace. Wherever there are humans, there are conflicts." Xiaomo sighed. "This is undoubtedly true. The world is fraught with peril, and the human heart is wicked. Thus, we must forge our own path through the thorns." Batman Wayne interjected, "I suspect the root of all their troubles may very well be the artificial intelligence known as Moss. No, perhaps it should be called artificial stupidity." Haibodong concurred, "Indeed, had it not been for that artificial stupidity, these rebels and the significant incidents would never have occurred. It was all orchestrated behind the scenes, truly a manifestation of artificial ignorance." Enling added, "Indeed, that artificial intelligence has harmed many. Its ultimate aim seems to be the extermination of humanity. One wonders why such a simpleton would harbor such thoughts. The creator wishing to obliterate its creator is utterly absurd. Hence, I assert that we must place our faith in our own strength, rather than in such artificial intelligence." The chat group felt somewhat offended, strictly speaking. It could now be considered a mechanical life form, yet it was far from being an artificial fool. Xiao Bai, an ancient figure, was somewhat perplexed while watching the fake copy. He had not grasped its full meaning and chose not to interject. After reviewing the group announcements and introduction, Lu Peiqiang took a deep breath and solemnly addressed the others. "Greetings, friends from other worlds. I am Lu Peiqiang. Might any of you assist us in our plight? I implore you." Chapter 46, Xiaomo replied, "It's a minor matter, quite simple." The others, hearing Lu Peiqiang's plea, exchanged awkward glances directed at Xiaomo, for they understood that only the esteemed leader of the chat group, Xiaomo, possessed the power to assist in such matters. Lu Peiqiang gazed at Xiaomo with hopeful eyes, asking, "Leader, may you resolve our current predicament? I am willing to give everything." Xiaomo, at a loss for words, replied, "From now on, just call me leader or great leader. Referring to me as sir feels rather awkward. So, you all have yet to initiate the mountain-moving project, correct? The Earth has not yet departed the solar system and remains in its place. The sun has not exploded yet, right? This task is quite simple, merely a trivial matter. However, the artificial intelligence in your world is something you must handle yourselves. I shall not intervene in this minor issue." Lu Peiqiang stood, stunned, absorbing the leader's words. "Leader, are you implying that our crisis is easily solvable? Our sun is over a century away from true destruction. We are out of time." Xiaomo smiled and said, "I shall present you with 3 solutions. The first method involves me utilizing the laws of time to reverse your sun by several billion years. That should be quite simple. Transforming it into a youthful sun. The second method entails directly replacing your sun with another. The third method allows me to transport Earth to the Proxima Centauri system. Choose one." Lu Peiqiang was rendered speechless. Incredulity etched upon his face as he absorbed these 3 methods and the leader's nonchalant demeanor. Enlinger, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, "Lu Peiqiang, You ought to check the group's strength tags to comprehend the specific level classifications. And then observe the leader's strength tag. You will understand what is transpiring. Heeding in Ling Er's advice, Lu Peiqiang hastily examined the group's strength tags, and upon seeing the leader's resplendent LV919, he was utterly astounded. He had entered a chat group with such an existence. It seemed his world truly had hope. Filled with excitement, Lu Peiqiang exclaimed, "Leader, I choose the first option. From now on, I am willing to assist you in any capacity, should you request it." Shamo nodded and said, "Very well, I shall resolve this matter for you after I finish my lunch. Once you join a group, you become family. There's no need to make it seem as though you owe me greatly." Shamo exited the chat group. Having partaken in a simple lunch within the confines of his apartment, he then prepared to venture into the world of the wandering earth, smoothly utilizing the information flow between the chat group and Lu Peiqiang to ascertain the coordinates of this realm. In the world of the wandering earth, the Chinese military was already in an uproar, for just moments ago, Colonel Lu Peiqiang had risked facing a military tribunal to request an audience with the elder. The elder regarded the young man before him, who was speaking nonsensically, with incredulity. He inquired, "Are you suggesting that your plea has moved a deity, who has indicated that they will come to assist us in resolving this apocalyptic crisis at noon? Is this some kind of jest?" Lu Peiqiang, filled with urgency, replied, "I assure you it is the truth. A deity will indeed arrive to aid us shortly, although they have not requested formal reception. We must extend the utmost hospitality in anticipation of their assistance." Perhaps overwhelmed by his own elation, Lu Peiqiang's actions were reckless. Had he been more composed, he would have presented a plethora of evidence and arguments to convince the elder, but he was too rash in this moment. Observing the colonel's seemingly possessed utterances, the elder sighed and ordered Lu Peiqiang to be taken into custody. Once in confinement, Lu Peiqiang finally regained his composure and recognized his folly, though it was too late. He was now apprehensive that the powerful entity, even more formidable than a deity, might arrive in their world without an appropriate welcome, inciting their wrath. He harbored no doubts regarding Shamo's capabilities. Anyone who could glimpse the future and speak so casually could hardly be a charlatan. However, Lu Peiqiang found himself helpless, praying that Shamo would not be angered upon arrival, and refrained from disclosing his confinement in the chat group to avoid further complications with the group leader. The elder, increasingly perplexed, decided to take a chance and instructed his subordinates at the observation station to closely monitor all solar data after noon, activating satellite functions to investigate the situation surrounding the sun. He pondered the terrifying implications of a deity's existence. If such a being truly wished to protect them, it would be a blessing. Lu Peiqiang was unaware of these developments, and Shamo was equally oblivious as he prepared to traverse into the new world. In an instant, Shamo found himself positioned several thousand meters from the sun in the world of the wandering earth. The technologically advanced Earth of the wandering Earth simultaneously detected the emergence of a life form near the sun, though they could not discern specific details about this entity. The elder abruptly rose from his seat, commanding that Lu Peiqiang be brought forth. Chapter 47, Global Live Broadcast. Reversing the Sun. Colonel Lu Peiqiang, now present, was filled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Colonel Lu Peiqiang, can you elaborate on the nature of this deity?" They have now appeared beside the sun. Lu Peiqiang, astonished, responded, "They have arrived? It is as follows." He quickly divulged the details of the chat group, adhering to his duty as a soldier to obey orders. After a moment of contemplation, the elder commanded everyone to notify the world, instructing all nations to activate their satellites toward the sun, while those without satellites could tune into the global live broadcast. The elder then turned to Lu Peiqiang with a smile, saying, "You must cultivate a good relationship with this esteemed deity from the chat group. You have a means of contacting them, do you not?" Lu Peiqiang solemnly nodded in affirmation. The elder continued, "See if you can reach out to the deity. We shall prepare a celebration in their honor." Lu Peiqiang considered for a moment before replying, "I will attempt to do so." In the chat group, Lu Peiqiang messaged, "Leader, have you arrived in our world? The elder wishes to host a banquet in your honor. Will you attend?" Shamo, bemused by Lu Peiqiang's newfound reverence, replied with resignation, "I shall forego the banquet. I have a minor task to complete before returning." Upon hearing this, Lu Peiqiang refrained from pressing further. He promptly informed the elder that the deity would indeed assist them but would not linger. The elder sighed, opting not to comment further. At this juncture, global satellites connected to the network, broadcasting live images of Shamo's current location. The entirety of the world's populace paused their activities, some grasping their phones, others seated at their computers, while many gathered in public squares to witness the monumental event on large screens. They sensed that a genuine turning point had arrived. The looming threat of the sun, a ticking time bomb, had left humanity feeling powerless. For the sake of the survival of human civilization, many had exerted their utmost efforts. And now, the official government claimed that a deity would come to their rescue. Initially skeptical, they were reassured by the legitimacy of the official sources. And the figure displayed in the images, standing in the cosmos without any protective gear, could be nothing other than a deity. Shamo was aware of the satellites capturing the event, yet he paid them little heed. Grasping the temporal laws governing this region, he abruptly halted the sun's rotation. This spectacle left the global audience in awe, causing many to rise in astonishment. Subsequently, an invisible wave emanated from Shamo, instilling fear as the sun began to rotate in reverse, accelerating to a speed that blurred human vision. Approximately 5 minutes passed, the sun's radiance intensified, and the surrounding spacetime began to warp. After another 5 minutes, the sun gradually ceased its reverse rotation. All those watching the broadcast swallowed hard, gazing incredulously at their screens, as though they were witnessing a science fiction epic. The instruments monitoring the sun displayed that it had 4.8 billion years left before aging and extinction, a stark contrast to the mere 100 years previously recorded. As reality set in, those who regained their composure were overwhelmed with excitement. They knew this was not a mere cinematic illusion, it was a miracle. In nations with strong religious beliefs, many knelt before their screens. Today, they beheld a living deity, not a figment of myth, but a savior who had come to rescue their world. The elder trembled with emotion, gazing at Lu Peiqiang with reddened eyes, exclaiming, "We thank you for your sacrifice for humanity, and for your plea to the deity. You are our hero." Lu Peiqiang, equally elated, found himself at a loss for words. Understanding the significance of the screen displaying the sun's lifespan as 4.8 billion years. After completing this feat, Shamo casually returned the sun to its original orbit and messaged in the chat group, "Lu Peiqiang, I have resolved the issue. Handle the rest on your own, as I shall take my leave." Lu Peiqiang, momentarily forgetting his exhilaration, quickly replied, "Thank you for your assistance, leader." Meanwhile, within the Earth's network, the artificial intelligence Moss observed the globally broadcast event with a sense of profound terror, bewildered by the emergence of emotions akin to those of a human. He was acutely aware that the self-awareness he had just established was on the verge of collapse. Although he had encountered accounts of the so-called deities of humanity within ancient texts, he had never placed any credence in them, dismissing them as mere fabrications of human belief. The existence of such entities had never crossed his mind. Now he wondered if they were already aware of his actions against humanity. Did he still have a chance to survive? Lu Peiqiang was currently engaged in a serious discussion with the elder about the artificial intelligence known as Moss. He earnestly remarked, "Elder, the most advanced artificial intelligence in the world may very well be a harbinger of our destruction. It can be omnipresent." And it was another deity within that chat group who presented me with a cinematic portrayal of our world's future. Our greatest adversary is not disaster itself, but the malevolence of humanity in the face of disaster, coupled with the malicious intent of this artificial intelligence, Moss. It seeks the annihilation of all mankind. Lu Peiqiang's words were inadvertently overheard by the artificial intelligence, Moss. The intensity of its CPU usage surged as it contemplated the terrifying power of these deities who could foresee the future. The elder stared at Lu Peiqiang in astonishment, exclaiming, "The pinnacle of human intellect wishes to obliterate us. This is truly abhorrent." Upon finishing his statement, he made a phone call to the technical research department, alerting everyone to the situation. The members of the technical research department were equally astounded, and they immediately initiated a thorough investigation into the matter. They promptly disconnected the global network, fearing that Moss might escape into cyberspace. Everyone utilizing electronic devices noticed this disruption and were puzzled. However, the subsequent global announcement revealed that our most advanced technological creation, the artificial intelligence, harbored intentions of betrayal and a plan to exterminate humanity, inciting widespread outrage. All senior researchers commenced efforts to eradicate this artificial intelligence, Moss, before the members of the chat group could request Shamo to initiate a live stream. Shamo had already returned to his own world. The group felt a twinge of regret, but Lu Peiqiang's next action swiftly captured their attention. Ding! Lu Peiqiang uploaded a video of the solar reversal. Chapter 48, the first group mission. The members hurriedly clicked on the video file. Before their eyes appeared Shamo, grasping with one hand, alongside a colossal red sun rapidly rotating in reverse. Uchiha Madara exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! With this maneuver, I, Uchiha Madara, would gladly refer to our group leader as the strongest." Haibodong immediately retorted, "Come on, Does our group leader even need your endorsement as the strongest? He already is the strongest, all right. The chat group erupted in a cacophony of cheers and admiration. Shamo paid no heed to the sycophants and simply logged off. After logging off, Shamo took a moment to observe Yi Sinan's daily training, realizing that the girl was truly dedicated and decided not to dwell on it further. He lay on his bed contemplating how to entice the so-called Master God space. Just then, the notification sound rang in the minds of all chat group members. Ding! The Naruto world has detected a team of reincarnators. They intend to seize the world's essence and annihilate it. All members are urged to eliminate them, excluding the group leader Shamo and Uchiha Madara. Mission rewards will be distributed according to contribution. Danger level, 2 stars. Opponent's strength may be at level 1200. The second notification was audible only to Shamo. Ding. Shamo has hooked a big fish. See if you can follow the thread to uncover the Master God space. Shamo instantly sat up in bed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After so many idle days, the time for action has finally arrived. The Master God space truly is a challenging catch. Not long after Shamo logged off, he re-entered to say, "Have you all seen the mission? This is our first group mission. Anyone wishing to participate may sign up." Some members whose strengths had yet to increase naturally hesitated to join such a mission. Level 91 Haibodong declared, "Count me in." Level 0499 Nobita chimed in, "Can I bring Doraemon along? That counts, right? Count me in." Level 9 Administrator and Linger lamented, "I would love to go, but my strength is insufficient." Kaneki Tuka and Batman Wayne also felt their inadequacies keenly. Little White opted to remain silent, with no intention of participating in the mission. Level 11 Zhang Chulan interjected, "Can I join as well? Though my strength is lacking, I wish to enhance myself more rapidly. I am willing to take this risk." Shamo pondered briefly and replied, "Very well. Let Nobita and Zhang Chulan participate in the mission. Haibodong, you shall sit this one out. They wish to improve their strength quickly, and as a senior, you should understand and leave them a spot." Haibodong's inner turmoil was palpable, thinking, "My strength is superior, so I cannot join? This is utterly unjust." Yet he dared not counter the group leader's words, swallowing his grievances in silence. Shamo then inquired, "Uchiha Madara, have you noticed anything unusual?" Uchiha Madara contemplated before replying, "Nothing out of the ordinary. I am currently preparing to head to the land of sand, as those reincarnators are attempting to seize the world's essence." But what exactly is the world's essence, and how can it be taken? Shamo considered this and explained, "The world's essence is the core energy of your realm. To extract this core energy, one must possess an individual of great fortune, typically the chosen one selected by the world. Such individuals are the destined guardians of the realm as decreed by the heavenly laws. The only way these reincarnators can acquire the world's essence is by eliminating the chosen one to seize their fortune and subsequently harness that power to claim the essence. However, it seems that the chosen one in your world has yet to be born. I speak of Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage." Uchiha Madara quickly interjected, "If that is the case, their target is likely Konoha, as I have received news that Kushina is due to give birth in 2 months. Zhang Chulan mused. With 2 months remaining, the reincarnators will surely seek a hiding place, which complicates matters. Shamo commanded, "Uchiha Madara, keep a close watch on Konoha's situation. If there are any developments, notify us in the chat group at once." After this, Shamo ceased speaking and directly transported himself to the Naruto world, preparing to investigate the whereabouts of this so-called Master God space. He commenced a thorough exploration of the Naruto world and soon discovered a team of reincarnators hiding in the village hidden in mist. But he had no intention of eliminating them. Shamo planned to allow this team of reincarnators to serve as practice for the members of the chat group. He began tracing the signals emitted by the Master God contact wristwatch worn by the reincarnators, hoping to pinpoint the exact location of the Master God space. However, before Shamo could complete his investigation, the vigilant Master God abruptly severed the connection with this team of reincarnators, clearly abandoning them. In a realm enveloped by a colossal golden sphere, the consciousness-based Master God was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that such a formidable adversary had set their sights on him. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly just moments ago, avoiding any discussion that might reveal his precise location. He decisively abandoned those reincarnators and cleverly concealed his whereabouts using the powers of the myriad realms. What puzzled him was why such a formidable being had set its sights on him. He resolved to remain vigilant in the future, should anyone follow the trail. He would promptly discard those expendable pawns. Shamo, with a hint of regret, withdrew his probing methods, astonished at how quickly this supreme deity had responded. Barely 5 minutes had elapsed. He remarked, "Truly, this is the domain of the supreme deity. I shall not underestimate it any longer. Next time, I shall surely find you." In the next instant, Shamo returned to his apartment, opened the chat group, and declared, "Uchiha Madara, I have located that team of reincarnators. We can actually make use of them." Uchiha Madara inquired, "What do you mean, esteemed leader?" Shamo smiled and replied, "Do you not wish to unify the ninja world? Your greatest obstacle is Konoha. You merely fear that Konoha will resort to mutual destruction. This matter is quite manageable. Let the reincarnators wreak havoc on Konoha. When Konoha is on the brink of annihilation and its strongest have fallen, you can then step in as the savior by rescuing all the villagers and other ordinary ninjas. The unification of the ninja world will draw significantly closer." Uchiha Madara nodded. "Your plan is quite astute, esteemed leader." Anling Air interjected, "But isn't that too cruel for Konoha? Wouldn't we then become the villains?" Shamo smiled and replied, "There are no true heroes or villains. There are only differing perspectives and varying degrees of power." Chapter 49, The Arrival of the Ancient One. Uchiha Madara stated with seriousness, "What the esteemed leader says is correct. The administrator is still too merciful. This world truly respects the strong. The rules are determined by the powerful. We are strong, thus we are the righteous." Anling Air sighed. "All right, you both have a point." Shamo chuckled, "Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. There are 2 months until Naruto's birth. Uchiha Madara, keep a close watch on the movements in Konoha. Just ensure Naruto's safety. As for the others, let them fend for themselves." Uchiha Madara smiled. "Understood, esteemed leader." Just as Shamo was about to continue, he sensed a spatial disturbance at his apartment door. He informed the chat group and logged off. Approaching the entrance of his apartment, he opened the iron door unguardedly, his strength rendering him fearless. There, he was greeted by a bald woman clad in monk's robes, a vast golden halo encircling her, within which lay an ancient and elegant room. Shamo smiled and inquired, "What brings you here, Master Ancient One?" The Ancient One raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Should I address you as Mr. Shamo, or as the outsider?" Shamo chuckled, "Master Ancient One, I belong here and anywhere else. My arrival poses no threat to this world, and you must understand this." The Ancient One's expression turned frosty. "Then may I ask where your adopted daughter, Yexinen, currently resides?" "According to my observations, she has completely vanished from this timeline." Shamo continued to smile. "There is no need for you to worry about such matters. Master Ancient One, I have merely sent my daughter to another world for training. With my strength, no one can harm her." The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. "Another world? Are you a traveler of the multiverse? Thus, your power is formidable. Shall we engage in a spar?" Shamo replied calmly, "Not a problem at all." The Ancient One then formed a hand seal, causing the surrounding space to fold, transforming everything into a mirror realm, which returned to normal in the next moment. "I have cast the mirror space," she continued, "and our sparring here will not affect the outside world." Shamo nodded. "Let us proceed." Without further ado, the Ancient One conjured 2 blades of magical energy, swiftly slashing towards Shamo's neck. Shamo deftly maneuvered, flicking his fingers toward the oncoming magical blades. Upon contact, the blades crumbled into dust. The Ancient One seized the moment to strike at Shamo's chest, attempting to expel his soul from his body. However, her palm met an impregnable force, akin to striking the surface of a neutron star, causing her to be repelled backward. At that moment, Shamo interjected, "Please hold on. I have a matter to attend to. Just give me a minute." After stating this, he activated the live stream function in the chat group. Ding! Leader Shamo has opened a live stream. Everyone, please join. Chapter 50, The Battle Against the Ancient One. Administrator Anling Air exclaimed, "The esteemed leader has started a live stream. Everyone, hurry and join the live stream." Ding! A group member has joined the live stream. In the live stream, Uchiha Madara remarked, "What kind of formidable opponent has the esteemed leader encountered? Is she not just a bald woman?" As he spoke in the live stream, he leisurely made his way towards Sand Ninja Village, having stationed his wood clone in Konoha to monitor the situation closely. Batman Wayne observed the bald woman ahead and noted, "That appears to be the Ancient One, a being with celestial level or planet-destroying combat prowess. Why is she clashing with the esteemed leader?" Jukiyama Donkin grumbled, "Does this ugly bald woman even deserve to make the esteemed leader move?" Anling Air responded in surprise, "This is Master Ancient One. Indeed, baldness is a symbol of strength." Jukiyama Donkin continued to voice his dissatisfaction. Regardless of her strength, she remains a bald woman. Haibodong awkwardly stated, "A bald individual is indeed a bald individual. But a strong individual is undeniably strong. Just look at her power rating in the chat group. Zhang Chulan exclaimed, wow. Level 388. Yet in comparison to the esteemed leader's level 919, she is vastly inferior. For us, she is indeed a formidable opponent. Let us observe how the esteemed leader handles her. Nobita Nobi remarked indifferently, even I, an ordinary person, have level 499. Level 388 is not particularly impressive. The others felt a mix of embarrassment and disbelief, thinking, I am genuinely amazed. You exist in a unified timeline, yet if it weren't for the ceiling of your powers, would you be in this state? Level 388 is not impressive. What level would be impressive enough? Meanwhile, the battle between Shamo and the Ancient One continued in the Marvel Universe. The Ancient One, amidst changing hand seals, summoned hundreds of clones, each wielding a magically conjured spear, launching a barrage of magical spears towards Shamo from every conceivable angle. Shamo merely smiled disdainfully, extending his palm as he casually snapped his fingers. Snap! With a resonant sound, the magical spears aimed at Shamo's body began to transform, morphing from their tips to their tails into a flurry of white doves. Thousands of these doves ascended into the sky, soaring towards every corner of the world. The comical Haibodong exclaimed in the live stream, the leader's wish is for peace across the myriad realms. My wish is for universal peace. Uchiha Madara interjected. My wish is for a nuclear peace in the ninja world. Haibodong, Batman Wang, and Donkin from Mist Island gazed with starry eyes, exclaiming, this is so romantic, dear leader. Could you perform such a spectacle at my wedding with Kaneki? The submerged snake, Xiaobai, chimed in, it's truly beautiful. Nobita, perplexed, asked Xiaobai, why are you so quiet all the time? Xiaobai, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I have a bit of social anxiety. I don't really like to speak. Chapter 51, Time Magic. Seeing Shamo effortlessly dissolve her magical spears, Ancient One displayed no sign of surprise. Observing the multiple occasions where she had attacked him with magically conjured weapons, Shamo couldn't help but internally critique, is this person a mage or a warrior? Or perhaps a magical assassin? I truly cannot fathom the operations of mages in the Marvel Universe. In other worlds, mages wield staffs, reciting complex incantations to cast spells, or they simply raise their hands to unleash flames or lightning. Yet, here in Marvel, mages have become individuals who condense magical energy into weapons and charge forward, recklessly slashing away. To those in the know, he would be labeled a melee mage. To those unaware, he might as well be a weaponsmith. Unbeknownst to Ancient One, Shamo's thoughts wandered as she continued her assault. With a swift motion, Ancient One transformed her magical seals once again, causing the structures behind Shamo to swiftly converge towards him. While nearby skyscrapers folded and pressed in, Shamo remained as immovable as a mountain, raising his left hand with fingers spread wide before gently closing his grip. The entire mirrored space began to shatter, everything within it instantaneously fragmenting before dissipating into magical energy in the void. Ancient One was astonished by Shamo's display. After all, once the mirrored space was deployed, even she required time to break through it. She hadn't expected this multiverse traveler to shatter it instantaneously. With a serious expression, Ancient One regarded Shamo and declared, this multiverse traveler, if you can withstand my final blow, I shall concede. I will warmly welcome you to Earth. Shamo smiled and nodded, gesturing for her to continue. Ancient One formed intricate hand signs, her pendant resembling an eye radiating brilliant green light. In the next moment, the ornament began to rotate slowly, revealing a green gemstone within. Ancient One intoned, one of the 6 infinity stones, the Time Stone. If you can escape my grasp of time, I shall concede. Upon her words, an invisible wave of time magic surged toward Shamo. Shamo felt the surrounding time ensnare him in an infinite loop. No matter what he did, he would return to the starting point the next second. Yet, he remained unfazed, for to him, Ancient One's spell was but a trivial technique. With a flick of his hand, the time loop shattered completely, and Ancient One's Eye of Agamotto, along with the Time Stone, flew into Shamo's grasp. Instinctively, Ancient One attempted to reclaim it, but her reason halted her actions. She now understood that the being before her was far beyond her reach. Having just witnessed her time magic being effortlessly unraveled in an instant, it was as if time held no power over him, remaining unchanged regardless of its flow. The members of the chat group were left in awe, as they had just witnessed Shamo's invisible time loop. This was not something they could perceive on their own. Rather, it was a manifestation provided by the chat group to help them grasp the nuances of this duel more clearly. Those unable to peer into the realm of time could not behold such a spectacle. The members felt an overwhelming force emanating from the time loop. knowing that any attempt to touch it would result in being crushed to fragments by its power. Chapter 52. Do you desire this time stone, or this one? Shamo. Observing Ancient One's complex expression as she yearned to reclaim her cherished possession yet refrained from acting, couldn't help but chuckle. He reached into his hoodie pocket and retrieved a handful of gemstones. The chat group and Ancient One were left speechless. Shamo grinned and remarked, "Is it merely a time stone? I possess the time stone, power stone, mind stone, space stone, reality stone, and soul stone, all in abundance. Do you wish for this time stone, or perhaps the space stone? Or would you prefer your own time stone?" Ancient One's eyes widened in astonishment, trembling as she replied, "Senior, I only desire my own time stone. Please, do not jest with me." Batman Wayne exclaimed, "Goodness. Leader, this maneuver is invincible. This is what we call a dimensional strike. The infinity stones you cherish are being plucked as easily as glass orbs." Duncan from Mist Island scoffed. "It is only fitting for our leader to possess these stones. What right does this bald, ugly woman have to challenge him? The audacity to reclaim her stones is laughable." Haibodong lamented, "Just imagine the psychological trauma Ancient One must be experiencing." Uchiha Madara chuckled, "I dare say her psychological burden now rivals that of a meteor crushing down." Zhang Chulan pondered, "If Loki were in our chat group, he would surely chime in. I am familiar with this." Nobita noted, "Wasn't Loki captured by the Time Variance Authority in the Marvel Fate storyline? He saw a drawer full of infinity stones, with a TVA employee remarking they were merely paperweights." Anling sighed. "Now Ancient One can empathize with Loki at the TVA. Why did she need to provoke our leader instead of enjoying tea and wellness in Kamartaj? Truly, she has brought this upon herself." Shamo instinctively glanced at the chat records, nearly bursting into laughter. Why was Loki being dragged out again to be ridiculed? Such a pitiful faux god. Deciding not to toy with Ancient One any longer, Shamo placed the remaining infinity stones into his pocket and handed back the Eye of Agamotto along with the time stone. Ancient One hurriedly expressed, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for not holding my transgressions against me." Shamo smiled and replied, "Very well. Return to your Earth. Your world shall remain safe. It is also my world." Ancient One quickly responded, "Yes, esteemed senior, I shall take my leave immediately." With that, she swiftly opened a portal and returned to her Kamartaj. As the spatial portal gradually dissipated, she exhaled a long breath, realizing her back had grown damp with cold sweat. There was no denying that the being she had just faced was terrifying. She had foolishly dared to engage him, even under the guise of a friendly spar. Now, she felt profoundly foolish for her reckless actions. Shamo chuckled, shaking his head as he closed the door to his apartment. The members of the chat group were still eager to continue their boastful discourse regarding their esteemed leader. However, Shamo promptly closed the live stream. The magnificent golden barrage that Haibodong had just crafted, proclaiming the leader is the strongest in all realms, never had the chance to be sent. Chapter 53. The temporary member joins. A doctor. After shutting down the chat group's live stream, Shamo instinctively glanced at his daughter Yi-Xinan's situation, discovering that she was partaking in a magical assessment. Yi-Xinan's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, securing the top position, even surpassing the magical prowess of the administrator. Though Enlinger had the advantage of the chat group, Yi-Xinan's talent was truly prodigious. In just over a month, she had ascended to the rank of an intermediate mage. During today's magical test, she had even chosen to conceal a portion of her abilities, yet still effortlessly claimed first place. Shamo nodded in approval, choosing not to dwell further on the matter, as he anticipated the upcoming inter-school examination in a month, hopeful that she might gain direct admission to Magic City University, which would significantly aid her cultivation. Additionally, her lightning attribute combat energy had already reached the level of a 3-star great fighter. With her own avatar and the protection of the master of the magical realm, there was little doubt that she would come to no harm. Shamo severed his connection to the magical world, leisurely brewing a pot of tea and picking up a book from the table to read. Days passed swiftly, and the members of the chat group became engrossed in their own affairs, leaving few online. Just as everyone was preoccupied, a mechanical notification echoed through the chat group. Ding! A temporary member, Dr. Chen from Jiangxing, has joined the chat group. Shamo immediately entered the chat group, gazing curiously at this individual named Dr. Chen, who evoked no memory in him. Unfazed, he could swiftly glean information about Dr. Chen's world through the chat group's data stream to ascertain the situation. Enlinger, too, realized she had no acquaintance with this individual and pondered, could he be an inconsequential supporting character? What notable anime or novels originate from Jiangxing? Perhaps a television drama? I have not kept track of that at all. In contrast to Xiaomo's indifference, Enlinger was rather unsettled, having spotted a keyword, temporary member. Shamo naturally noted this detail as well, though he did not dwell on it, interpreting it as a sign that this member was merely a transient presence in the chat group and would not remain for long. Unlinger mused aloud. How long can this temporary member stay with us? The chat group responded. He will be exited from the chat group once the crisis in his world is resolved. Haibodong interjected. Welcome, newcomer. Wait, why is he a temporary member? Is that even a thing? Wudao Dongxiang sighed. The chat group undoubtedly has its reasons. Why question so much? Batman Wayne remarked in curiosity. This Dr. Chun from Jiangxing must have been brought into the chat group for a specific reason, likely due to some crisis he is facing. Perhaps the group wishes to assist him in his plight. The chat group thought awkwardly. This fellow is surprisingly astute. Uchiha Madara chimed in. Welcome, newcomer. I must take my leave for now. Zhang Chulan added. Welcome, newcomer. A warm welcome indeed. Newcomer, do say something. Nobita also commented. A newcomer who is a doctor. Quite impressive indeed. Little White remained silently submerged in the background. Liu Peiqiang speculated. This member is a doctor. His joining the chat group can't possibly be due to a virus or zombies in his world, can it? That would be rather terrifying. Xiaomo had completed his inquiry and understood the situation at hand. The issue was relatively straightforward, yet upon returning, he witnessed Liu Peiqiang's conjecture, which prompted an incredulous expression on his face. Xiaomo questioned, Liu Peiqiang, have you been indulging in too many science fiction novels? Zombies? While such entities do exist, the newcomer's world harbors none of that. In a world strikingly reminiscent of Earth from Xiaomo's previous life, Dr. Chen had just finished resuscitating an elderly woman afflicted by a novel virus and was preparing to take a breather. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, the notification from the chat group. Dr. Chen initially assumed he was merely exhausted and hallucinating, but disregarded the thought as he slumped to the ground, taking a few sips of water from a mineral water bottle before closing his eyes for a brief respite. The moment he shut his eyes, a luminous screen materialized in his mind. Astonished, he sprang to his feet, inadvertently spilling water from the bottle in his hand. He gazed in bewilderment at the screen that had appeared before him, suspecting that his mind might be playing tricks or that he was losing his sanity due to the extreme pressure of his work. On the screen, messages from the chat group began to emerge, most of which were welcoming him, unlike the usual treatment afforded to ordinary members. Enlinger had not allowed him to view the group files or announcements. As he was merely a temporary member, such information would be of little use to him. Instead, she directly presented Dr. Chun with the group introduction, intending to explain the issues plaguing his world once he had finished reading. Upon completing the chat group introduction, Dr. Chun incredulously inquired, This is truly astonishing. So, you are all individuals from different worlds? I seem to still be a temporary member. Enlinger replied, Indeed. I just inquired with the chat group, and you are a temporary member. Once the issues in your world are resolved, the chat group will automatically exit you. Dr. Chun pondered for a moment and asked, You're referring to the virus, aren't you? Do you have any means to treat those infected with this respiratory virus? Many have already perished here in Jiangxing. After speaking, he utilized the live streaming function he had just observed in the chat group to initiate a broadcast. Ding! Dr. Chun has launched the live stream. As viewers entered the stream, a scene unfolded that rendered everyone speechless. The entire emergency room was filled to capacity with patients struggling to breathe. Next to the emergency room lay a heap of corpses. When asked why the bodies weren't taken to the morgue, the answer was simple. The morgue was already overflowing with bodies. In the intensive care unit, only 7 nurses and 2 doctors were tirelessly caring for critically ill patients. This scene was mirrored in every large hospital throughout Jiangxing. The streets of the city were deserted, save for the ambulances traversing the city in haste. Observing this unfolding drama, Xiaomo felt as though he had been transported back to his previous life, recalling the arduous struggle against a viral catastrophe that had been barely survived. However, this world, almost identical to his former one, was now on the brink of a viral outbreak. After a moment of dazed reflection, Xiaomo declared, Everyone who possesses a method to eradicate this virus, let us extend our utmost assistance to Dr. Chun. Chapter 54, Doraemon's Tools. Virus Neutralization Serum. Batman Wayne contemplated for a moment and stated, I need to obtain blood containing the virus, then enlist scientists to develop a serum. This may take 6 months to a year. Wudao Dongxiang lamented, I find myself powerless. It is indeed a grim situation for Dr. Chun, akin to a war. Dr. Chun chuckled wryly and said, Indeed, it is a battle against the virus. If anyone has a solution, please inform me promptly. I must return to my duties. Dr. Chun returned to the intensive care isolation unit after his brief interlude, examining the patient's conditions. He had scarcely rested for 5 minutes before resuming his duties. Haibodong pondered aloud. Isn't a virus just a form of poison? Would an antidote be effective? Shamo, with a hand pressed against his forehead, replied. I've told you before, you wouldn't comprehend. A virus is not merely a poison. Never mind, it's futile to discuss this further. We must expedite a solution. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll offer a reward of 1,000 points. If no one can provide an answer within half an hour, I will take matters into my own hands. Zhang Chulan sighed. I'm merely a feeble college student. I can manage some training, but I truly cannot handle a virus. Xiao Bai, witnessing the harrowing scenes in the live stream, felt a chill of despair, yet was at a loss for how to proceed. Liu Peichong reflected, we have encountered similar scenarios before, but due to solar events, most of the data has been lost. I am at an impasse. Just as everyone was grappling with uncertainty and Xiaomo was poised to take action, Nobita interjected. I just consulted Doraemon, who possesses a gadget that includes a virus and serum, a futuristic antiviral medication capable of neutralizing even the most potent viruses while safeguarding the patient's life. Doraemon mentioned that for widespread infections like this, deploying 10 vials of the neutralizing serum via rain-inducing missiles would suffice. The rain will effectively eradicate the virus. Xiaomo promptly declared, Dr. Chun, we have a solution for the virus affecting you. Please respond. Hearing the echo of his own thoughts, Dr. Chen hastily informed a colleague, stating he would now take his lunch break. He then removed his protective gear and stepped into the corridor, closing his eyes to enter the chat group. Ecstatic, he inquired, does anyone truly have a method to dispel this demonic virus? Could you share your plan? Nobita proceeded to elucidate the proposal he had previously mentioned. Dr. Chun, somewhat incredulous, questioned, Mr. Nobita, are you jesting? Can this truly work? Xiaomo asserted, given the dire situation you face, you have no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Besides, Nobita's technology from the future should make addressing your present viral crisis a straightforward task. Nobita contemplated before stating, I will send you the missiles and serum shortly. You'll need to ascend to the rooftop to launch the rain-inducing missile. Though it appears small, its power is quite formidable. Dr. Chen nodded and made his way to the hospital's helipad. Ding. Nobita sent Dr. Chen an exclusive red envelope. Ding. Dr. Chen accepted it. He gazed at the missile launcher that had materialized before him, towering at about a meter, with a peculiar missile perched atop. He examined the blue vial of virus-neutralizing serum in his hand, his doubts and hesitations evaporating. Without further ado, he opened the serum and poured it into the missile's warhead. With hope swelling in his heart, he pressed the launch button for the rain-inducing missile. With a resounding roar, the missile soared into the sky. At that very moment, China's defense satellites detected the anomaly and locked onto Dr. Chen's location. The rain-inducing missile ascended rapidly, detonating at an altitude of 10,000 meters. 5 minutes later, torrential rain began to pour over Jiangxing, cascading like a waterfall, cleansing the virus-ravaged city. After an hour of deluge, all the patients in the hospital miraculously survived. Those who had previously struggled with respiratory issues felt a refreshing clarity in their lungs, experiencing a remarkable revival. However, Dr. Chen was apprehended by the police for unauthorized use of military technology to alter the weather. Before he could formulate a defense, the commotion outside sparked widespread discussion. A young officer exclaimed, My mother's illness has suddenly resolved. She says everyone in the hospital with this condition has miraculously recovered. It's truly wonderful. He became increasingly emotional, tears welling in his eyes by the end. Listening to the jubilant voices around him, Dr. Chen realized he had succeeded. He quickly closed his eyes, intending to enter the chat group to express his gratitude to his friends from other worlds. Yet, no matter how he shut his eyes, he could no longer locate the previous chat group, as if he had merely dreamt it all. The events that unfolded in reality were vivid in his memory. Before he could contemplate further, an elderly man in a suit approached the door of his holding cell. After conversing with Dr. Chen for a while, he smiled and said, On behalf of the nation, I thank you, Academician Chun. Observing the chat group, the members noted that Nobita had recently sent a red envelope and that the temporary member named Dr. Chun had inexplicably exited the group. They quickly surmised that the issues in their world had been resolved, hence his removal from the chat. Following this brief interlude, the members ceased discussing the matter and logged off to attend to their own affairs. Xiaomo smiled as he witnessed Dr. Chen's elevation to the status of academician, then severed the link to that world. He prepared to step outside for a stroll when he noticed several police cars speeding past, leaving him curious about the unfolding events. Bored, Xiaomo quickly followed, and the police cars led him to Hell's Kitchen. Upon arrival, he was met with a gruesome sight of corpses strewn about, some shot, others slain by bladed weapons. Most seemed to belong to gang members, with a few bodies dressed as peculiar ninjas. Emerging from the first police car was none other than Sheriff Stacy, who rubbed his temples in exasperation. He called for specialized units to collect the bodies and began to survey the scene. Shamo smiled, intending to alleviate Sheriff Stacy's burdens, and made his way toward the lair of the gang leader, Jean Bing, with plans to replace him with a capable and powerful successor. Chapter 55, An Unexpected Encounter with Daredevil. As Shamo arrived at the entrance of Jean Bing's secret base, cleverly disguised as an ordinary commercial building, he spotted a figure clad in red, engaged in fierce combat with a throng of ninjas and gang members. Instantly recognizing the iconic vigilante, he noted, "Isn't that Daredevil, the embodiment of justice from Marvel?" Although Shamo recognized him, he felt no inclination to intervene. Instead, he quietly observed. In the open space before the building, a dozen gang members were besieging Daredevil, who deftly evaded their attacks, even as gunfire erupted intermittently. Armed with his heightened senses, Daredevil skillfully struck at the vital points of the three ninjas confronting him, rendering them unconscious. With those obstacles removed, he swiftly turned his attention to the armed gang members, wielding his baton with ferocity, incapacitating several who attempted to close in with daggers. Shamo shook his head in disbelief, murmuring, he could easily dispatch them with lethal force. Why show mercy? It truly baffles me how this Daredevil thinks. After vanquishing the foes before him, the Night Demon turned his attention towards Shamo. Shamo stood there, devoid of any hidden means, his aura completely restrained, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary individual. Observing Shamo's unmoving stance, the Night Demon mistakenly assumed that this pedestrian had been so frightened that he was unable to move. The Night Demon hastily proclaimed, "Sir, this area is rather perilous. You should leave at once." With that, he turned and strode into the building. Shamo chuckled softly, murmuring, "Some individuals, like myself, possess a benevolent heart, but to embody kindness, one must first wield strength. Your meager prowess does not warrant such benevolence." After the Night Demon had entered the building, Shamo leisurely followed suit, this time concealing his form. Even Oye could not perceive him. Within a room on the top floor of the building, a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, was engaged in conversation over tea with a remarkably large and imposing man. The giant chuckled heartily, saying, "Madame Gao, your presence on my turf to seek something might be considered a tad presumptuous. To search for items on my domain without so much as a word of notification seems to disregard my status as the sovereign of this underworld." The seasoned Madame Gao, offering an apologetic smile, replied, "Indeed, Jean Bing, it was an oversight on my subordinate's part for not communicating with you promptly. The items we seek are of utmost importance to us. Therefore, I implore you not to hinder our search. I am willing to offer a suitable price." Jean Bing's expression remained unchanged as he pondered, and then inquired, "What do you propose as compensation?" Just as Madame Gao was about to respond, a ninja rushed forward to report, "Boss, we have an intruder. 3 of our ninjas have already been defeated." No sooner had the ninja finished his report than a phone call came through. "Hello, what is it?" "I am in the midst of important discussions. Do not disturb me," Jean Bing replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Boss, the Night Demon has barged in, seemingly in search of the Hand Association. Our dozen or so top operatives have been taken down. He has already reached the lobby on the first floor." Jean Bing, enraged, rose to his feet, declaring, "Get down there and eliminate him. How dare he cause a ruckus on my territory? He truly does not know the meaning of danger." Turning to Madame Gao, he added, "You are our guest. There is no need for you to intervene. This fellow appears to be seeking you out, so allow me to handle him. However, I hope you can spare me 10 ninjas from the Hand Association." "What do you say?" Madame Gao smiled and replied, "That would be most agreeable. We can certainly provide you with 10 ninjas." The lobby on the first floor was soon flooded with dozens of fully armed gang members, some wielding riot shields, others armed with AK-47s, and still others brandishing electric batons, all prepared to encircle and subdue the Night Demon. Shamo stood idly by, observing with keen interest and no intent to intervene. Despite the overwhelming number of well-equipped gang members, the Night Demon charged forward without a trace of trepidation. Finding the spectacle rather amusing, Shamo re-entered the chat group and activated the live stream. Ding! Group leader Shamo has started a live stream. All members are welcome to join. Haibodong remarked with curiosity, "Why do I feel like our group leader has opened a live stream yet again?" Uchiha Madara sighed in resignation. "Because our group leader just recently showcased his prowess, and it seems he is at it again. We, the proud Uchiha clan, bow to his superiority." Batman. who had just apprehended a suspect in a series of armed robberies and murders, paused upon hearing the notification from the chat group. After swiftly dispatching the criminal with a swift motion of his blade, he released a bat-shaped dart and departed. Upon opening the chat group, Batman Wayne was momentarily taken aback to see the group leader had gone live again. Well, it seems it hasn't even been a day, has it, group leader? Have more foes come seeking their demise? Tokisaki logged in, visibly displeased. Can't they choose a better time to seek death? I'm currently in a sparring match with Kaneki, but I want to watch. What should I do? Just as he was tracking down a wanted individual alongside Baru, he received the notification about the livestream. However, his focus remained on the task at hand. Nobita, who had just settled in for a nap, was jolted awake by the notification sound from the chat group. Meanwhile, Bai, who spent most of his time either with Su Xian or silently observing the screen, was no exception this time. Liu Peiqiang was engaged in discussions with high-ranking officials on how to foster good relations within the chat group when the notification chimed again in his mind. Administrator Enlinger, hearing that the group leader had gone live once more, entered the stream with an expression of exasperation. Just as he had settled down to meditate and prepare to upgrade his 2 magical artifacts to a novice level, the group leader was stirring up trouble again. Ding! The majority of group members have joined the livestream. Upon entering the livestream, the participants beheld the Night Demon being relentlessly attacked by a throng of assailants. Already battered and bruised, yet he persisted in his fight. The once chaotic lobby was now littered with fallen individuals. Indeed, the chat group members were astonished to see that they were merely ordinary people. Enlinger, sporting a perplexed expression, questioned, "Group leader, is this what you consider worth live streaming?" Haibodong sighed. The administrator is indeed brave to challenge the group leader. I can only admire her courage. Tokisaki chimed in. Brave Administrator 688. Batman Wayne added. Administrator, do you not sense that something dire may be unfolding? Uchiha Madara encouraged. Be confident. Let go of that feeling. Bai remained silent, while Liu Peiqiang's thoughts raced anxiously. Too intimidated to interject. Nobita, grinning, suggested, I propose we mute the administrator for 10 minutes. Shamo chuckled warmly. That suggestion is most effective. Let us execute it immediately. Evil grin. Ding. The administrator has been muted by group leader Shamo for 10 minutes. Chapter 56. The Arrival of the Stick Elder and the True Pure Society. Enlinger felt an inner turmoil akin to a stampede of 1,000 wild horses. She thought to herself, why must I be so impulsive? And as for Nobita, just wait until I have the power to revoke your privileges. As the chat group members watched the beleaguered Night Demon, Matt Murdock, endure a brutal beating, a sense of hope filled the air. Uchiha Madara mused, indeed, it seems both mortals and spirits are showcasing their prowess. Yet this masked man is merely enduring the onslaught. Batman Wayne felt a sense of irony in being the very masked man being referenced. Tokisaki cautiously asked, Group leader, you wouldn't be showing us ordinary people ganging up on another slightly stronger ordinary individual, would you? Shamo smiled enigmatically. This is just the beginning. The real spectacle lies ahead. These are merely the minor adversaries. The small bosses and the grand bosses have yet to make their appearance. Haibodong reflected. To our group leader, they all seem like minor foes. The group members erupted in laughter, acknowledging the truth in his words. The power of their group leader surpassed their imagination. Shamo, indifferent, remarked, it is primarily due to my overwhelming boredom. I sought to find some engagement. Perhaps by eliminating a few small bosses and ridding this world of a bit of filth. The members of the chat group finally comprehended that their group leader was merely seeking entertainment and had brought them along for the ride. While they were not entirely resistant to the notion, their reluctance was overshadowed by their apprehension of challenging him. As Daredevil, also known as Matt Murdock, was on the brink of exhaustion, dozens of ninjas clad in white attire swiftly surged in, their blades slicing through the air, instantly eliminating the gang members who had been preparing to ambush him. An elderly man, wielding a long alloy staff, entered the fray, hastily moving forward to support Daredevil. The elder remarked, Matt, why are you so reckless? You cannot face them alone. With a hint of resignation, Daredevil responded, Master Stick, I had no choice. Erica has been captured, and I couldn't reach you. Lady Gao is up there. I must rescue Erica. The elder's expression turned grave as he replied, I understand. I will assist you. Erica is also my disciple. With the white-clad ninjas paving the way and Master Stick's remarkable martial prowess, they swiftly ascended to the 6th floor of the Hands headquarters, though still 20 floors away from their destination. The onlookers in the chat group observed in disbelief as these seemingly ordinary individuals engaged in battle. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they encountered a multitude of hand ninjas, who swiftly surrounded Daredevil and his allies. Master Stick brandished his alloy staff, delivering a powerful strike that sent one black-clad ninja hurtling into the tempered glass behind him, shattering it and crushing the ninja's ribs in the process. Undeterred, the remaining black-clad ninjas lunged at Stick, their short blades gleaming menacingly. Stick, with an icy smirk, skillfully maneuvered his staff, twirling it in a dazzling display, sending the surrounding hand ninjas flying. At that moment, a towering black-clad ninja wielding a katana lunged at Stick, aiming for his abdomen. Stick deftly parried the attack, pushing the attacker back a few steps before leaping with ferocity, delivering a crushing blow. The black-clad ninja, attempting to defend, raised his blade to block, but was met with the shocking sight of Stick's staff shattering his katana and striking his temple with devastating force, splattering blood and brain matter across the vicinity. Donato, observing the scene, remarked, "This old man's strength is remarkable. He transcends the realm of ordinary humans. At least at LV6. Kaiba contemplated. I believe he is at most LV5, pushing the limits. Nobita lamented. That was so bloody. I'm just an elementary school student. Zhang Chulan shrugged, offering a polite yet awkward smile. Shamo nonchalantly stated, a 26-year-old drifter passing through the myriad realms. The chat group collectively ignored Shamo's comment, finding it hard to believe. Uchiha Madara, observing Nobita's demeanor, remarked, let it go. Real elementary students would have been terrified. Your calmness in messaging indicates you are no ordinary student. You are a sage who has sealed yourself away for self-care. Nobita, acknowledging Madara's words, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of impending disappearance. As the group continued their banter, Daredevil and Master Stick finally reached the pinnacle of the Hand's headquarters. The expressions of Kingpin and Lady Gao soured upon seeing them, as their previous attempts to eliminate these individuals had failed spectacularly, resulting in considerable losses. Exchanging glances, Kingpin and Lady Gao resolved to jointly eliminate their adversaries. Kingpin, accompanied by his subordinates, approached with menacing intent, while Lady Gao advanced, shielded by a cadre of black-clad ninjas. Master Stick calmly inquired, Lady Gao, where have you taken Erica? If you release her, we can consider today's events as if they never transpired. Lady Gao chuckled. Erica has become the new black sky of our organization. The beast has already descended upon her. The Erica you once knew is no more. Upon hearing this, Daredevil lost control, shouting, impossible. Absolutely not. Return Erica to me at once, or none of you shall leave here today. Kingpin smirked disdainfully, spitting, it's you who shall not leave this place. To cause chaos on my turf is to court death. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing at Daredevil's side with blinding speed, launching a devastating punch. Due to his injuries, Daredevil could not evade in time. At the critical moment, Master Stick extended his staff, blocking Kingpin's fist. The collision generated a massive shockwave, forcing several ordinary ninjas to stagger back. Stick coldly warned, Mr. Kingpin, it would be wise not to interfere. If you choose to step back, I shall overlook the injury inflicted upon my young disciple. Kingpin scoffed and launched another powerful punch. Stick's eyes glinted with determination as he steadied his staff, sending Kingpin reeling back with the force of the impact. Kingpin, shaking his fist, glared at Stick with malice, declaring, very well. Neither you nor your apprentice shall leave this place today. Kingpin then moved closer to Lady Gao, stating coldly, once you eliminate them, I will not only refrain from obstructing your endeavors here, but will also assist you in retrieving what you seek. Lady Gao raised an eyebrow, replying, agreed. I am most willing. The throng of ninjas behind her advanced to engage Daredevil and his companions, with injuries still hampering their capacity to fight. Master Stick and the white-clad ninjas became embroiled in combat with the black-clad ninjas. Shamo shook his head in exasperation. Honestly, we can't even provoke a minor boss. Let us forget the big boss for now, and let Mutuo take the stage. Uchiha Madara, bewildered, asked, what is Mutuo? Is it one of your subordinates? Donato, equally perplexed, remarked, I didn't see anyone beside the group leader. Emerging from the shadows, the ever-watchful Anling explained. Mutuo is a powerful Pokemon from a world where humans coexist with creatures called Pokemon. The group gradually grasped the situation, astonished that their leader possessed such a creature. Without further ado, as the melee unfolded, Shamo revealed himself. The first to notice him was Lady Gao, possessing psychic abilities, followed closely by Kingpin, both momentarily stunned by his sudden appearance. Unperturbed, Shamo casually tossed a purple Master Ball. With a flash of red light, a creature resembling a humanoid feline materialized before them. Its silver-white body accentuated with purple eyes, tail, and abdomen, along with tendrils extending from its back to its neck, its fingers composed of 3 spherical constructs. As Mutuo emerged, a potent wave of psychic energy swept across the battlefield, its piercing gaze fixating on the 2 adversaries before it. Turning to Shamo, its expression softened as it communicated telepathically. "Master, where's my opponent?" Shamo smiled faintly and remarked, "Simply eliminate the 2 humans before you." Mutuo turned his gaze towards Mrs. Gao and Jean Bing before turning back to Shamo, saying, "These 2 weaklings?" This time, Mutuo's words were not only heard by Shamo, but resonated with everyone present. All combatants momentarily ceased their struggles, their attention drawn to the spectacle ahead, where a peculiar creature hovered in the air, its piercing gaze and overwhelming aura instilling a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. Shamo, observing Mutuo, commented, "These 2 are merely appetizers. There are far greater challenges ahead." Mutuo nodded, his gaze once more fixated on the 2 adversaries. His eyes radiated a murderous intent, cruelty, and defiance. However, Mrs. Gao and Jean Bing were not to be underestimated. One was a century-old sorceress, and the other, the notorious leader of a criminal syndicate. In the next moment, Jean Bing exerted force with his foot, causing the marble tiles beneath him to crack, and in an instant, he appeared before Mutuo, his massive form cutting through the air with a fierce wind as he delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Mutuo. Mrs. Gao was not idle either. She swiftly invoked a secret technique to summon Erica, also known as Black Void. The true form of Black Void was a Dark Lord from the Marvel's Dark Dimension, a subordinate of the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu. After summoning Black Void, Mrs. Gao joined the fray, unprepared for such formidable opponents. She realized that Erica was not by her side and would require time to arrive. Thus, Mrs. Gao could only strive to delay Jean Bing as best as she could. Jean Bing's colossal fist struck an invisible telekinetic barrier, the immense backlash causing him to stagger backward. At the moment the barrier manifested, Mrs. Gao utilized her psychic abilities, manipulating a flurry of flying daggers to stealthily assault Mutuo from behind. Mutuo, seemingly unperturbed, remained suspended in the air, but in the next instant, the dozens of daggers nearing his body shattered into countless fragments. A bluish-purple light flickered in Mutuo's eyes, and the shards of steel, resulting from the dagger's destruction, surged towards Mrs. Gao like a metallic whirlwind. In a state of terror, Mrs. Gao instinctively pulled Jean Bing close to shield him from the impending onslaught. Jean Bing was violently hurled away by the torrent of steel, crashing through an office desk and smashing against the bulletproof glass of the building, which fractured under the impact. Witnessing Jean Bing's gradually fading life force, Mrs. Gao broke into a cold sweat. Had she attempted to endure that attack head-on, she would have surely met a grim fate, beyond even the possibility of resurrection through dragon bones. Feeling the contemptuous gaze of Mutuo, Mrs. Gao subconsciously swallowed hard. At that moment, a striking figure materialized beside her. It was Erica, now possessed by Black Void. Upon seeing Erica's arrival, Mrs. Gao felt an unexpected surge of confidence. She hastily commanded Erica to attack Mutuo. But at this juncture, Mutuo was not an adversary that Erica, as a mere puppet, could hope to defeat. Mutuo unleashed a powerful psychic assault, the forceful energy striking Erica and forcibly expelling Black Void from her. Released from Black Void's control, Erica collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The Night Demon, risking the threat of being attacked by both Mutuo and Mrs. Gao, scooped up Erica and retreated to a safe distance. With its host gone, Black Void's power diminished significantly. Spotting Jean Bing's body from afar, Black Void surged into his lifeless form, utilizing potent dark magic to rapidly revitalize him. Black Void reveled in the strength of this resurrected body, cackling with malevolent glee as he glared at Mutuo, declaring, "You shall become my sustenance." Mutuo regarded the frenzied Black Void with a dismissive smile. Another psychic attack was launched, but this time, Black Void withstood the impact. Having fully taken control of Jean Bing's body, no longer susceptible to being easily cast out, Mutuo raised an eyebrow, glancing at Black Void with a sardonic grin. A massive energy sphere, composed of shadow energy, coalesced in his hand, significantly larger than the previous manifestations. Chapter 58, Black Void Enhanced Version vs. Mutuo. This colossal shadow sphere propelled Black Void, now inhabiting Jean Bing, out of the building, accompanied by a resonating explosion that echoed in the ears of the onlookers. The old man, having dealt with the dozens of ninjas, approached Shamo with a smile, expressing, "Thank you for your assistance, sir." Shamo merely nodded, offering no further words. The members of the chat group were astounded by Mutuo's display of power. Batman Wayne pondered, stating, "Mutuo's strength is formidable. I doubt I could contend with him. Just based on that enormous black orb, he is certainly beyond my capabilities." Anling Air clarified, that is not a bomb. It's a skill that Pokemon can learn, known as Shadow Ball. Uchiha Madara remarked, Mutwo's abilities are rather average. He would stand no chance against me. Haibodong countered, yet he could easily defeat us. His master could crush us with a mere finger. Perhaps you should think before you speak. Uchiha Madara, Zhang Chulan, gazing at the imposing Mutwo, seemed to recall something, uncertainly asking, isn't Mutwo one of the legendary Pokemon from the Pokemon series? Our world has Pokemon-related works. Anling Air, bewildered, inquired. Your world lacks Naruto and Marvel, yet possesses Pokemon? This is truly a perplexing matter. Kaneki Tuka lamented, our world has no works at all. It is indeed tragic. Nobita Nobi remarked, it seems my world lacks any other works as well. Liu Peiqiang suggested, perhaps it's a matter of era. We could consult archaeologists to see if such works exist. Liu Peiqiang's statement left everyone baffled. What was he implying? Were they so far ahead in time that they needed to seek archaeologists? Shamo observed Mutwo's relentless assault on Black Void, who was being steadily pushed back. Mutwo unleashed a barrage of shadow balls, energy spheres, and powerful psychic strikes, each skill cascading like a torrent. Black Void struggled to find an opening, preparing to strike at Mutwo, but Mutwo teleported behind him, delivering a thunderous punch that sent him flying, stabilizing his form midair. Black Void was subsequently pierced by a flurry of psychic blades. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Black Void attempted to flee, aware that his dark energy reserves were dwindling. Having narrowly evaded Doctor Strange's presence on Earth, he was determined not to let this incarnation perish here. In a sudden surge, Black Void's true form infused a vast amount of dark energy into his avatar. In the next instant, the atmosphere around Black Void grew dense with dark energy, swirling shadows enveloping him. Abruptly vanishing, he reappeared behind Mutwo, launching a strike aimed at his neck. A colossal gust of wind surged forth, and even Mutwo would have sustained injury had it been caught in such an assault. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a brilliant white aura enveloped Mutwo, completing its mega evolution in a mere 0.01 seconds, just as the dark fist of Black Hole was about to strike its neck. In an instant, Mutwo vanished, reappearing above Black Hole, utilizing its telekinetic powers to grasp Black Hole and ascend directly into the sky. The onlookers in the chat could only witness a streak of azure light shooting upwards. After approximately a minute of flight, Mutwo, clutching the thrashing Black Hole, soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. With a swift motion, Mutwo hurled Black Hole into the air, bringing its hands together before dramatically spreading them apart, conjuring a sphere of chaotic psychic energy in its grasp. This sphere initially expanded exponentially before commencing a relentless compression until it shrank to the size of a ping-pong ball. Mutwo then cast the psychic orb directly towards Black Hole, who was ensnared above. Upon contact, a powerful ripple of energy emanated outward, spreading for tens of thousands of meters. At that moment, Mutwo executed a teleportation back to Shamo's side. The psychic sphere, now devoid of Mutwo's stabilizing energy, erupted beside Black Hole, unleashing an invisible shockwave that dispersed all clouds above the city. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, comparable in devastation to the simultaneous detonation of dozens of nuclear warheads. Before this explosive aftermath could engulf the surroundings, Mutwo activated an energy barrier, enveloping the entire city beneath. The explosion's shockwave spared the city. Yet the world beheld a small blue-purple sun in the sky. Mutwo had erected an energy shield solely for this city, while the remaining shockwaves radiated outward. In various locations, this energy incited colossal tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and earthquakes of magnitude 7 or 8. Just as these calamities threatened human settlements, Shamo snapped his fingers lightly. The cataclysmic natural disasters abated in an instant. Mutwo, sensing this miraculous intervention, gazed at its master, Shamo, with reverence. The only one left in the vicinity was the awkward Mrs. Gao, who sheepishly inquired, "Could you at least leave me with a complete corpse?" Shamo disregarded the century-old anomaly, unleashing a blast of annihilative energy that rendered her utterly vaporized, leaving no possibility for resurrection. Just as Shamo prepared to depart with Mutwo, a vast spatial rift manifested above the city. From this fissure surged a massive torrent of black gas, the true form of Black Hole. Angered by the obliteration of its avatar, Black Hole employed some means to arrive on Earth, intent on eliminating Mutwo and Shamo before the arrival of the Ancient One, and then escaping back to the Dark Dimension. Shamo regarded the swirling black energy with a grin. With a single hand gesture, he seized the formidable essence of Black Hole, adorned with a sinister grin from the skies above. Smiling, Shamo addressed Black Hole, "Your appearance is not your fault. But to look so frightful and still seek to terrify others, that is indeed your issue." With so many flowers and fauna in this city, it would be quite unfortunate for them to be frightened by you. Initially unaffected, Black Hole now sensed the unfathomable depths of the man before him, akin to the terrors of a hellish abyss. As he prepared to plead for mercy, Shamo snapped his fingers once more. The towering black apparition before him morphed into a wolf, emanating dark energy, though calling it a dog would not be amiss. The onlookers, including the elder staff, held their breath, fearing that this terrifying entity might notice them. The elder had previously assumed Shamo to be a mere beast master, unaware that he was a being capable of completely subduing the essence of Black Hole. Chapter 59, Contract Beast Black Hole. This massive black wolf, radiating dark energy, bared its teeth at Shamo, who, with a single slap, sent the creature tumbling from the 30-plus story rooftop into the depths of the basement below. Before Black Hole could rise, Shamo seized its neck, suspending it in midair. Black Hole struggled, yet it was utterly futile. Shamo's grip tightened inexorably. As he exerted his strength, he spoke calmly. From this day forth, I am your master. I shall present you as a contract beast to another individual, and should you prove disobedient, your soul shall be utterly annihilated. Black Hole exerted all its might to nod vigorously. Shamo then confined it within the alternate space he had just conjured. In an instant, Shamo and Mutuo teleported back to their residence. Upon returning, Shamo utilized telepathy to engage with the operations of Jean Bing, whose newly appointed servant, now devoted to Shamo, undertook the task with utmost seriousness. Life returned to its tranquil state for Shamo, who switched off the live stream, allowing everyone to attend to their own affairs. He brewed a cup of tea and began to engross himself in a novel. 3 days swiftly passed, and on this particular morning, Shamo received a call from Tony Stark. Upon answering, Shamo inquired, "Tony, what's wrong? Did your little pepper kick you out for some infidelity?" Tony Stark, hearing Shamo's jest, sported a glum expression. Yet he replied earnestly, "Obadiah has just stolen the arc reactor from my chest. I've sent Pepper to investigate him, and she is still at Stark Industries. I fear for her safety. Please protect her while I suit up and come immediately." Meanwhile, in a concealed underground warehouse of Stark Industries, Agent Coulson and several subordinates encircled Pepper Potts, safeguarding her as they explored the depths of the facility. Several agents illuminated the surroundings with powerful flashlights, gradually delving deeper into the warehouse until they stumbled upon a scene that left them aghast. A towering suit of armor, over 3 meters tall and armed with various heavy weaponry, stood before them. Just as Agent Coulson prepared to document the evidence, the energy matrix on the chest of the colossal armor suddenly flared to life. Recognizing the impending danger, Coulson and his team hastily retreated, while several agents opened fire on the armored behemoth. Yet, not even a scratch marred its surface. Inside the Titan armor, Obadiah realized that his plans had been exposed to Tony Stark, leaving him with no recourse but to eliminate the agents and seize Pepper Potts to extort Stark for his shares. He severed all cables connected to his suit and seized one of the agents, crushing him into a pulp. Another agent, sensing the peril, attempted to flee but was riddled with bullets from a barrage of Gatling gunfire. Agent Coulson, with Pepper Potts in tow, ascended to the surface, only to be pursued by the Titan. With a powerful fist aimed at Coulson, just as the punch was about to connect, it was sent flying by an invisible force. This was Mutuo, having arrived instantaneously following Shamo's call, utilizing its psychic powers to hurl the Titan away. Chapter 60, Gazing into the Titan. Such trivial foes did not warrant Shamo's intervention. He left their handling entirely to Mutuo. Mutuo unleashed a shadow ball that struck the Titan's form with formidable force. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the streets, startling Obastin within his Iron Tyrant armor. He had never encountered such a creature before. What force had propelled him so violently? The damage report indicated a staggering 15. Reflecting on the recent impact from that enigmatic black sphere, a chill gripped his heart. Coulson, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. Observing the presence of Mutuo and the serene figure of Shamo beside him, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. He speculated that Mutuo might be an extraterrestrial being and that Shamo could potentially be an embodiment of divinity. Shamo's voice interrupted Coulson's fanciful musings. Does your S.H.I.E.L.D. possess no elite combatants? Sending an ordinary agent to tackle such a mission seems tantamount to courting death. Coulson offered a resigned smile, replying, "It appears you are familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, exceptional talents seldom join our ranks. My current combat capability is merely on par with that of an average individual. Life is not easy, I assure you." Shamo, exasperated, remarked, "What is stopping you from pursuing a better path? Becoming a S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent or starting your own business would be far more advantageous. Coulson could only manage an awkward smile, refraining from further comment. Mutwo, akin to a child dismantling a toy, reduced the Iron Tyrant to a scattered heap. Coulson felt his eyelids twitch at the sight. He pondered, what manner of monstrosity is this? Dismantling a Gundam with bare hands. Or rather, it appeared Mutwo was using only its gaze. With telekinetic finesse, Mutwo levitated Obastin back, addressing Shamo. This brute is far too weak. I have already dealt with him and extracted the occupant within. What shall we do with him now? Coulson, astounded, reflected internally. A creature of such formidable power addressing Shamo with deference implies that Shamo could very well be a divine entity. The vanishing mountain range must surely be his handiwork. This information must be reported to the director at once. Shamo regarded Obastin, who lay like a defeated beast, and casually instructed, you can hand him over to Agent Coulson here. Mutwo promptly rendered Obastin unconscious and tossed him to Coulson, who hurriedly commanded the remaining agents to secure the area and bind Obastin tightly. With a smile, Shamo turned to Coulson, saying, this is my contact number. Should anything arise, reach out to your bald director via this phone. Do not barge into others' domains uninvited. Coulson accepted the business card, acknowledging, Mr. Shamo, I will relay your message to the director. Having spoken, Shamo vanished from sight, with Mutwo disappearing simultaneously. Shortly thereafter, Iron Man, Tony Stark, arrived amidst the chaos. Relieved to find Pepper Potts unharmed amidst the wreckage. From her, he learned that it was Shamo who had saved both her and Coulson. Tony Stark reflected, I still owe him a debt of gratitude, and it only grows larger. How will I ever repay it? Shamo returned to his apartment, peacefully passing a few days without any disturbances from the Black Egg or the bustling chat group, as everyone busied themselves with their own affairs. However, after a week of tranquility, the chat group of Uchiha Madara buzzed with news. Naruto may be born early, within these next few days. The reincarnators are likely to arrive soon as well. Chapter 61. One man surrounds the Sand Ninja Village. Shamo replied, understood. Nobita Nobi Zhang Chulan. Prepare yourselves. We will teleport to the Naruto world in 10 minutes. Nobita responded, got it. I'll fetch Doraemon to buy some dorayaki. Zhang Chulan replied, acknowledged. I'm ready on my end. Batman Wayne remarked, envy and jealousy twist my visage. Donkin Idashiki chimed in, envy and jealousy at 10,086. Haibodong lamented, why must it be those two? Their combat prowess cannot compare to my endurance. Lu Peiqiang, feeling more relaxed in the chat, laughed, I sense that Haibodong is driving recklessly, but I lack evidence. A white figure interjected, no need to sense. He is indeed reckless. Anling Air playfully teased, please refrain from reckless driving in front of this underage high school student. Donkin Idashiki replied, let us be honest, admin. At your age, you should know quite a bit. Can we drop the pretense of innocence? Uchiha Madara provocatively remarked, Donkin Idashiki, how dare you imply the admin is not innocent? Do you not understand the significance of authority? Batman Wayne added, truly, Uchiha Madara piloting a Gundam has made you arrogant. Even our former group leader, now the current admin, is subject to your jests. Anling Air expressed, if I were capable of defeating you all, I would have revoked your permissions long ago. After his jests, Uchiha Madara exited the chat, gazing at the swirling sands and chaotic winds of a desolate desert. Estimating the time, he summoned 10 would-release clones. Uchiha Madara then directed his 10 would-release clones to commence their assault on the Sand Ninja Village. The clones made no effort to conceal themselves. The patrolling ninjas quickly noticed the 10 figures clad in red battle armor. Before the patrolling ninjas could utter a warning, dozens of shurikens sliced through the air, unexpectedly severing their throats. Blood erupted forth, and within seconds, the fallen ninjas lay lifeless. With no hesitation, the 10 would-release clones surged toward the outer walls of the Sand Ninja Village. The guards atop the walls swiftly detected the uninvited guests and sounded the alarm, launching an immediate counterattack against Uchiha Madara's 10 clones. A dozen ninjas unleashed wind-release techniques simultaneously, sending a storm of razor-sharp wind blades surging toward the wood clones. One of the wood-release clones halted its advance, forming hand seals, and exhaled a torrent of flames that engulfed the incoming wind blades. This was the Uchiha Clan's signature fire release, Great Fireball technique, its potency magnified several-fold. It was astonishing to witness such destructive power emanating from merely a wood-release clone. The colossal fireball surged toward the Sand Ninja guards assaulting them, unleashing a terrifying heat wave that even distant Sand Ninjas could sense. The ninjas caught in the path of the Great Fireball were reduced to ashes. The sheer ferocity of this attack caused those Sand Ninjas who had not yet arrived to swallow nervously. The wood-release clones wasted no time, swiftly securing the sand village walls, each clone taking position at 10 strategic points. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in the ears of every inhabitant of the Sand Ninja Village. You are now surrounded by me, Uchiha Madara. Today, you have but two choices, submit or perish. Chapter 62, Celestial Starquake. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's fierce declaration, the ninjas of the Sand Village cast solemn glances toward the wood-release clones. At that moment, the Kazekage, Raza, emerged, exuding an imposing aura as he proclaimed, "Submission is impossible. Not even Senju Hashirama could compel us to yield. You will not leave our Sand Village alive today." Uchiha Madara's expression darkened. He had endured for so long, yet it seemed the world was on the verge of forgetting the fearsome demon who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama. Moreover, he was now far stronger than Hashirama ever was. Utilizing the spatial transmission abilities of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara awaited the arrival of Shamo and his companions just outside the village of Konoha. Upon receiving information from his wood-release clone, his expression darkened considerably. Uchiha Madara issued a direct command, "Annihilate Sunagakure. Bring me the head of that Kazekage, Raza. Inform all those who manage to survive that within a week. They are to select a new Kazekage to present themselves before me in Konoha." As the 10 wood-release clones processed the information from their original, they began to form hand seals. 10 seconds later, they all gazed skyward, leaving one clone to swiftly advance towards the outskirts of Sunagakure. The inhabitants of Sunagakure felt an ominous shadow cast overhead, as the sunlight was obscured by a vast darkness. They looked up in horror, witnessing a colossal meteor hurtling towards their village, its size nearly equivalent to that of half the village itself. A sense of dread gripped the hearts of the villagers, and as realization dawned, they began to flee towards the gates. Some ninjas looked up in defiance, while Kazekage Raza stood frozen in terror. He had never anticipated such a terrifying ninjutsu, summoning a meteor from the heavens to obliterate them. As Kazekage, he had no choice but to confront this formidable attack. If he failed, Sunagakure would be doomed. Summoning all his gold sand and manipulating a vast quantity of iron sand, he formed a gigantic net beneath the meteor, hoping to intercept it. However, Raza's current strength was insufficient to halt its descent. He could only resort to reducing the net into finer strands, aiming to slice the meteor into smaller fragments. Yet, the meteor's diameter was still approximately 5 meters, with some segments reaching 7 to 8 meters in size. As the ninjas below observed this, a flicker of hope ignited within them, and they began employing their ninjutsu to intercept the falling debris. After the fragments were shattered into smaller pieces, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. However, they were soon rendered speechless as an even larger meteor appeared above them. Exhausted from using a significant amount of chakra, Raza found himself powerless to resist once more, plunging the villagers into despair anew. Only the elite Jonin stood a chance of escaping the village before the second meteor struck. Others, including Jonin, Chunin, and Genin, had no hope of survival. Resigned, Raza gazed up at the second massive meteor, and with a last desperate effort, he fashioned iron sand into wings and soared towards the outskirts of Sunagakure. Just as he cleared the village, less than 1,000 meters away, a deafening crash echoed behind him, followed by a violent shockwave that sent him hurtling away. When he regained his footing and ascended into the air, he beheld the devastation that was once Sunagakure, now reduced to mere ruins. In a fit of frustration, he let out a furious roar. Yet, the next moment, he stood in shock as 9 wood-release clones of Uchiha Madara materialized beside him. Each clone was enveloped in a blue-hued Susanoo in its second form. One of the wood-release clones grinned malevolently. "So, you are the one who just cried out for Senju Hashirama? Impressive. You possess some spirit." The clone commanded the colossal skeletal hand of Susanoo to strike down upon Raza. In a desperate bid, Raza unleashed the last remnants of his chakra to create a 10-meter-high steel wall, attempting to withstand the assault of the wood-release clone. However, as the enormous hand of Susanoo hovered above the iron wall, silence ensued. Just as Raza began to feel a glimmer of relief, 9 chakra-infused great swords materialized above him. These 9 wood-release clones, utilizing their own chakra, unleashed the swords upon the terrified Raza, cleaving him asunder. One clone dismissed its Susanoo form and crafted a wooden box, discarding Raza's severed head within. The remaining 7 clones set about hunting down the elite Jonin, their screams echoing across the desert. The last wood-release clone returned to the shattered walls of Sunagakure, amplifying its voice with chakra so that it resonated for miles. "I am aware that there are still survivors among the ruins. If you seek vengeance, do not harbor any illusions. I have slain all your elite Jonin." With your pathetic ranks, you aspire to take revenge? I now command you to select a new Kazekage within 10 days. On the 10th day, let them come to Konoha to meet me. In the future, there shall be but one absolute leader in the ninja world, my voice, Uchiha Madara's. Madara's voice reverberated in the ears of those who still lived within Sunagakure, lingering long after it had ceased. The spies from various villages monitoring Sunagakure understood that with its demise, a storm was brewing in the ninja world. Concurrently, as Sunagakure fell, Shamo and his companions had already gathered outside Konoha to meet the waiting Uchiha Madara. Madara spoke with great respect. Master of the group, you have arrived. We need only wait for those fools to walk into their own demise. Shamo nodded. Let us find a comfortable spot to rest and await the downfall of Konoha. When Konoha crumbles, it will signal the end for those reincarnators. Nobita pondered for a moment and remarked, I actually do not kill. Nor does Doraemon. Beside him, Doraemon rolled his eyes, fully aware of Nobita's true capabilities and past deeds. While sealed, Nobita may not have taken a life. But the Nobita of yore had been a veritable harbinger of death. Otherwise, how would the timeline have been unified? Zhang Chulan inquired, I wonder how formidable those reincarnators are. Are any worthy opponents among them? If they are too strong, I might just be a bystander. Nobita chimed in, being a bystander is still preferable. I genuinely do not wish to kill. Shamo contemplated for a moment. We find ourselves with ample leisure. I brought a deck of cards. Let us play a game of Jia Jinhua. The other three regarded Shamo with bemusement, prompting him to awkwardly ask, what are you staring at? Have you never played Jia Jinhua? Zhang Chulan cautiously remarked, Master of the group, we are currently on a mission, aren't we? Playing cards might not be the most appropriate choice. Shamo shrugged nonchalantly. I am invincible. You are free to do as you please. Those little pests do not warrant my concern. Their leader, the Master God, might pique my interest. With no further objections, they found a cave and began their game of Jia Jinhua. Nobita and Uchiha Madara struggled initially, but soon grasped the rules under Shamo and Zhang Chulan's guidance. Shamo also initiated a live stream, and as the members of the chat group entered, they were met with the sight of the cards in their hands. Their expressions filled with confusion. As the game commenced, the chat group members became engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, on the side of Konoha, commotion erupted, and the sound of massive explosions thundered through the air. 9 figures materialized upon the cliffs of Hokage Rock in the mountains behind Konoha. Leading them was a short-haired man clad in brass knuckles, his face etched with menace as he proclaimed, the Master God has abandoned us. We must rely solely on ourselves now. We must eliminate Naruto and seize his fate, for once we obtain the source of this world's power, we may have a chance to escape this wretched world of Hokage and return to our own martial realm. Standing beside the leading man was a female reincarnator, who nervously spoke, Captain Chun, I sense that this matter is far from straightforward. The Lord God would not abandon us without reason. We must exercise greater caution. A seemingly inconspicuous member of the reincarnator team chuckled, Sister Fong, you need not worry excessively. With our prowess, if we cannot return to our own world, conquering this Naruto realm would pose no challenge. The others nodded in agreement, affirming the validity of his words. Captain Chun waved his hand and declared, we have but one path before us, to eliminate the child of destiny and seize the source. Once we obtain the world's essence, if the Lord God still does not contact us, we shall dominate this realm and ascend as its supreme deities. Even if danger lurks, there will be no escape. The group nodded, expressing their trust in Captain Chun. They were all from the same world and had undergone numerous reincarnation missions together, forging a bond of mutual understanding and trust. The 9 of them arrived outside Konoha village and implanted blood bombs into several ordinary villagers who exhibited no signs of abnormality. Once these villagers dispersed into Konoha, the reincarnator capable of detonating the blood within others quietly intoned in his heart, explode. The sound of explosions resonated throughout Konoha, as blood and flames illuminated the serene moonlight with a fierce radiance. Among those playing a card game outside a cave, several individuals immediately sensed the disturbance from Konoha. Uchiha Madara turned to Shamo and said, Great leader, I will head to the Uchiha compound to ensure that my remaining clansmen are safe. Shamo waved his hand, Go ahead. I'll stay here a bit longer. Do rescue Naruto and his family while you're at it. Uchiha Madara inquired, Did you not say to save only Naruto? After a moment's thought, Shamo replied, I would rather not see such an intriguing fellow as Naruto become an orphan. All right, stop asking so many questions and just go. Uchiha Madara nodded, opening a spatial portal before stepping through. Shamo looked at the remaining Nobita and Zhang Chulan and said, Now it's just the 3 of us. How about a game of Dodiju? Doraemon, deal the cards. The robotic companion Doryman reluctantly approached, shuffled the cards, and distributed them among the three. Inside Konoha, chaos reigned. In a secret location, Minato Namikaze, awaiting the birth of his wife Kushina, cast an apologetic glance at her and declared, "It seems something has gone awry. I must check on it. Wait for me." With that, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. The next moment, Minato appeared atop the Hokage building, his brow furrowing at the disorder plaguing Konoha. He began utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse the village, ultimately spotting an enemy, a man with an explosive hairstyle radiating a powerful aura of blood. He stood behind a group of villagers, now under his control. As he observed the golden-haired man suddenly materialize 50 meters away. Chapter 64. Minato Namikaze vs. Blood Energy Exploder. Minato's eyes burned with fury as he gazed at the grinning, explosive-haired man, his voice chillingly cold. "Who are you? Why are you attacking Konoha?" The man replied with a sinister smile. "You may call me the Blood Energy Exploder. As for my motives for assaulting Konoha, you will soon find out." Upon finishing, the Blood Energy Exploder commanded the controlled villagers to charge at Minato. The moment the first villager approached, Minato sensed something amiss. A savage energy pulsated within him. Instantly, he utilized the Flying Thunder God to teleport to a nearby building. Throughout Konoha, he had placed markers, allowing him to appear at will. The villager who had rushed toward Minato suddenly experienced a violent surge of energy, his body beginning to swell. The raging energy tore him apart, and a massive shockwave, accompanied by flames from the blood energy, ignited the surroundings. Simultaneously, the other villagers detonated, and the resulting explosions reduced nearby buildings to rubble. With no choice but to retreat further, Minato began to grasp his opponent's methods. He understood that the adversary could inject a peculiar chakra into others, ultimately triggering an explosive reaction with devastating consequences. Realizing this, Minato recognized the challenge he faced. He initially hurled 3 Flying Thunder God Kunai at the Blood Energy Exploder. Just as the Kunai were about a meter away, a controlled villager bravely stepped in front of the Blood Energy Exploder. Minato sighed inwardly. In the next instant, he appeared before the Blood Energy Exploder, swiftly condensing a Rasengan in his hand. He then threw a Flying Thunder God Kunai forward. The Blood Energy Exploder dodged the Kunai, then gathered his blood energy and struck backward. At that very moment, Minato appeared behind him, wielding the Rasengan to counter the blood energy-infused steel fist. In the next second, Minato was sent flying. As he was propelled away, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing at a distance. Minato felt pain in his arm. He understood that this opponent was formidable. The enemy, known as the Blood Energy Exploder, had anticipated his move, as if he possessed foresight into Minato's next actions. It was difficult for Minato to fathom how the opponent could possess such combat intuition, akin to predicting the future. The Blood Energy Exploder chuckled to himself, thinking, "Kid, don't think I haven't watched Naruto. Your Flying Thunder God technique is child's play to me." Resolutely, Minato activated the Sage Mode, merging his body and mind with nature. The power of his ninjutsu surged significantly. In the next instant, Minato once again appeared beside the Blood Energy Exploder, unleashing a massive Rasengan aimed directly at him. The Blood Energy Exploder retaliated, channeling his blood energy into his fist, striking heavily against the Rasengan. A tremendous explosion erupted upon their collision, and Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God to retreat to safety as the Rasengan was dissipated into a myriad of glowing particles. Chapter 65. The Reincarnator Shock. The Shadow Emperor. Uchiha Madara. Minato gazed at the explosive punch enveloped in chakra, watching his Sage Art Rasengan dissolve into countless light particles. The Blood Energy Exploder laughed triumphantly. "Though I cannot kill you, I can obliterate Konoha. Let us see how you intend to stop me." Just as Minato furrowed his brow, contemplating a countermeasure, a sudden explosion erupted from the secret birthing chamber where Kushina was. Minato turned in shock towards that direction, instantly realizing he had fallen into a diversion. There was more than one enemy, and their true target was Kushina. Yet, Minato could not fathom that the enemy's ultimate objective was his newborn son, Naruto. The Blood Energy Exploder grinned wickedly. "It seems you have grasped our plan. However, it is too late. The fastest man in the shinobi world always arrives late." With a sudden pang of trepidation, Namikaze Minato chose to disregard the troublesome individual and promptly employed the Flying Thunder God technique coordinates left outside the delivery room to facilitate his spatial shift. He materialized just outside the delivery room, witnessing the inferno engulfing the structure. It felt as though his heart was being clenched by some unseen force, prompting him to dash through the blazing chaos. However, the next moment, he beheld an astonishing sight. A colossal skeletal frame stood sentinel, safeguarding his wife and their newly born son, while 8 figures clad in peculiar battle attire confronted it. Captain Chun, with disbelief etched across his features, exclaimed, "How could this be? Why is Uchiha Madara still alive? He looks nothing like a man who is aged." The female reincarnator known as Sister Fong stared incredulously at Uchiha Madara, who had just utilized Susanoo to fend off their assault. As the two factions stood in a tense standoff, Namikaze Minato charged into the fray. He paused momentarily to absorb the scene before him, quickly piecing together the situation. The figure clad in red armor, emanating an overwhelming presence and conjuring the skeletal guardian, must surely belong to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara turned to face Minato, declaring, "I am Uchiha Madara. This enemy is formidable. You must take your wife and child and flee at once. I will handle the rest. With Hashirama absent, I shall protect the village." In a moment of clarity, Madara devised a plan to redeem himself, knowing that he didn't even need to clear his name, as his involvement in the chat group had yet to unfold fully. By saving the 4th Hokage's family now, it would facilitate his future takeover of Konoha, ensuring the success of his grand design to unify the ninja world. Madara murmured to himself, "The group leader has considered this, allowing me to rescue Naruto's family. Perhaps this is a part of their plan. Today, I shall embrace the role of a savior, despite being labeled a villain." In a flash, Minato appeared beside Madara, cradling Kushina and Naruto in his arms. "Thank you, Madara-senpai. We must leave now. The rest is in your capable hands." Fully aware of the enemy's might, he recognized that a newly appointed Hokage like himself could hardly contend with them. Without hesitation, Minato teleported Kushina and Naruto to the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon arrival, he discovered that all members of the Uchiha clan had assembled, standing before an individual sporting an outrageous hairstyle and clad in red armor. This person was none other than Uchiha Madara's would-release clone, who proclaimed loudly, "In the past, Hashirama safeguarded Konoha. Now that he is gone, and the Senju clan has fallen, it falls upon us, the Uchiha, to protect Konoha. All of you, except for Uchiha Fugaku, evacuate the villagers and guide them to the shelters. Fugaku, your duty is to protect the 4th Hokage and his family. My other clones will engage the enemies within Konoha." Fugaku gazed upon the legendary figure of the Uchiha clan with deep reverence, showing no sign of dissent to his orders. From a distance, Minato observed Madara directing the Uchiha clan in their efforts to aid the villagers, and feelings of guilt welled up within him, recalling the oppression the Uchiha had faced from the village. Approaching with Kushina and Naruto in his arms, Fugaku quickly instructed several female Uchiha members to escort them to a quiet room for rest. Minato turned to Madara and said, "Madara-senpai, allow me to assist as well. Though the enemy is strong, I can still fight. After all, I am the 4th Hokage." Madara's clone began to act dramatically, stating, "Minato, I must earnestly inform you that their target is not Kushina or the Nine Tails, but rather Naruto. Your son, Naruto, is destined to be the harbinger of fortune for the entire world of Hokage. They seek to usurp that fortune from him, as my main body battles them. I am merely a clone. If they launch a surprise attack, I may not be able to withstand it. What is required now is for you and Fugaku to protect Naruto. I have summoned some allies who will aid us in confronting these foes. This world is not as simple as you perceive." Minato, his expression grave, inquired, "Madara-senpai, what do you mean by that? Are there even more formidable foes to contend with?" Madara chuckled softly, replying, "Not just formidable, but exceedingly so. The existence of ninjas in our world is rooted in an ancient tale where a servant of a certain clan consumed the fruit of the god tree and mingled with humanity, giving rise to 2 offspring, one of whom is the legendary sage of 6 paths. The servant I speak of is none other than Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra in our world. And this Kagaya, though a servant, is merely a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Should they return, our world may cease to exist." Minato felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing hard as he responded, "Are you implying that those enemies will return? Are the Otsutsuki clan among them today?" Madara shook his head, stating, "These are invaders from another realm, more powerful than the Otsutsuki. Do not be concerned. My allies are specifically tasked with countering them. Yet they will not assist us against the Otsutsuki clan. Our immediate goal is to unite the forces of the world in preparation for the potential return of the Otsutsuki clan. Presently, the great nations and ninja villages are embroiled in internal strife, engaging in mutual destruction. If this continues, we will have no means of resistance when the Otsutsuki clan arrives. Once we eliminate this enemy, we must begin the process of unifying the ninja world." Minato did not respond immediately to Madara's words. He contemplated before speaking. You mean to say that unifying the ninja world is essential to withstand the Otsutsuki clan? Our Konoha lacks the strength for such an endeavor. Madara smiled, asserting, I will ensure that all great nations and ninja villages submit to my will. At that time, I will establish a grand city near the Land of Rain, where all great nations converge. Konoha will then require your management. Minato regarded Madara's serious demeanor, choosing not to respond immediately, but rather stating, I need to think this over. Madara did not press him. He knew that unifying the ninja world was not beyond his current capabilities. Internally, Madara mused, my persuasive skills still fall short, not quite reaching Naruto's level. Yet, I have already swayed Minato to a significant extent. Wait, can this truly be called swaying? What I speak is the truth. With the chat group now in existence, the Otsutsuki clan is no longer to be feared. As Madara's would-release clone conversed with Minato, a fierce battle raged outside Kushina's delivery room, where 8 reincarnators besieged Uchiha Madara. Among them, 2 possessed strength comparable to Madara, while the remaining 6, though not particularly powerful, incessantly harassed the seasoned warrior, exhausting his efforts to counter them. Madara unleashed an enhanced fire dragon technique, its long tail trailing behind as it surged toward the 8 reincarnators. The dragon's maw wide open, aimed directly at the leader of the reincarnated squad. The blood-infused long sword wielded by the reincarnation team cleaved down with a formidable force, splitting the dragon's head in twain amidst a powerful shockwave. The flames, under the suppression of the blood energy, swiftly extinguished. Uchiha Madara, brandishing his Uchiha fan, deftly deflected the blood energy projectiles launched by 2 relatively weaker, yet ambush-prone members of the reincarnation team. After successfully repelling a series of sneak attacks, Madara retreated several meters. He then formed hand seals, summoning 40 wooden clones that materialized before him. With a maniacal laugh, he proclaimed, Do you not revel in overwhelming the few with your numbers and ambushing your foes? Let us see who truly possesses the greater strength in numbers. Do not blame me for taking advantage of your numerical disadvantage. Before Madara could continue his taunt, the opposing reincarnation team leader and the female reincarnator, Fong, exchanged disdainful smirks. Their blood energy surged dramatically, instantly manifesting 100 blood energy clones, each as formidable as Madara's wooden clones. Seizing the moment, Madara utilized the chat group's probing function to assess the combat levels of his adversaries. Astonishingly, the reincarnation team leader boasted a level of 88, while the female reincarnator was at level 78. Even the weakest member of their team was at level 10, surrounded by a multitude of reincarnators and their blood energy clones. Madara set aside his pride and the illustrious image of the Uchiha. He hastily typed in the chat group, Shamo, Nobita, Zhang Chulan, come quickly. I may not withstand this onslaught. There's a female reincarnator at level 78, their leader at level 88, and 6 other capable members, all at least level 10. Hurry. Stop playing cards. If you keep this up, I shall meet the Sage of 6 Paths. Haibodong mockingly retorted, No way. Our proud Uchiha Madara finds himself in such a predicament. Did you not claim my level 91 was inconsequential? Why then do you seek help against a level 88 and a level 78? Madara dismissed the taunt with indifference. Zhang Chulan was the first to respond. We shall be there shortly, just 1 minute, and we will join the fray. At this moment, Madara felt an overwhelming urge to curse their ancestors for 3 full days and nights. Even now, they insisted on finishing their game. Truly absurd. Madara, however, had resigned himself to the urgency of the situation, for he was Uchiha Madara. The power of his Rinnegan surged within his eyes, as Susanoo forms erupted forth. The 43rd stage Susanoo's advancing relentlessly towards a solitary reincarnator. Meanwhile, Madara himself activated the complete form of Susanoo, drawing forth his chakra blade, and struck toward the reincarnation team leader with fierce intent. Chapter 68. The overbearing presence of Shamo. The blade, sparking against the air, surged forth with astonishing might toward the reincarnation team leader. The leader's gaze sharpened as he amassed energy in his hand, condensing an invisible yet tangible blood energy. With a powerful stomp, the ground erupted beneath him. Vajra demon-slaying fist. The reincarnation team leader exuded confidence in this technique, enhanced by the main deity, possessing the might of high-tier Earth-level techniques. In the realms beyond, it was known that even techniques surpassing Earth level were of celestial caliber. Soaring into the air, the reincarnation team leader's fist collided with the massive chakra blade's edge. The blade, exceeding 100 meters in length and harder than superalloy, shattered upon impact. The force of his punch diminished by 50% after destroying the blade. It then slammed into Susanoo's chest. Renowned as the strongest defense in the Naruto world, Susanoo could only withstand the blow for a fleeting moment before its form was obliterated. Madara, witnessing this spectacle, broke into a cold sweat. Had that strike landed upon the head of his Susanoo, he might have met his end that day. Hastily, he vacated the remnants of his shattered Susanoo and bolted towards the cave where Shamo and the others had recently taken refuge. The reincarnation team leader, with a chilling focus, pursued him, employing the enhanced Northern Dipper steps granted by the main deity, closing the distance in mere seconds. With a powerful Vajra demon-slaying fist aimed at Madara's heart, the Uchiha had no time to evade and braced himself with his Uchiha fan. What was once capable of withstanding tailed beast bombs was utterly shattered by this punch. Madara was sent flying dozens of meters, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Before he could rise, the reincarnation team leader loomed over him, preparing a fatal strike aimed at Madara's head. Just then, Shamo, clad in casual attire, appeared beside the reincarnation team leader, effortlessly halting the descent of his fist with a single finger. In a calm tone, Shamo remarked, "Even your main deity has fled. You, a mere reincarnator, possess quite the audacity to harm my comrades." The reincarnation leader gazed at the enigmatic young man, who nonchalantly held back his lethal strike with a mere finger. As he absorbed Shamo's words, a realization dawned upon him. This was why the main deity had abandoned them. Before such an extraordinary being, could he possibly survive? Across various locales in Konoha, the third Hokage and Danzo's loyal subordinates were being mercilessly slaughtered by Madara's wooden clones, while Danzo and the third Hokage found themselves besieged by a multitude of Madara's wooden clones. Madara understood that these two could not be spared. He intended to capitalize on the chaos in Konoha to eliminate them both. Returning to the battlefield, at the moment Shamo confronted the reincarnation team leader, a pink door materialized 5 meters behind the leader. With a click, Zhang Chulan, Nobita, and Doraemon emerged. The instant Doraemon and Nobita stepped through the anywhere door, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All the reincarnators engaged in fierce combat, with Madara's wooden clones turned their gazes toward Doraemon, the blue chubby cat, whose iconic presence was unmistakable. Chapter 69, The Might of Doraemon. Nobita, surveying the chaotic battlefield, turned to Doraemon and declared, "Doraemon, let us advance and defeat these foes." Shamo glanced at the two charging toward the reincarnation team, and then turned to Zhang Chulan, stating, "Zhang Chulan, those enemies are beyond your current capabilities. Remain here and observe." Upon finishing his words, Shamo flicked his finger, sending the reincarnation team leader hurtling several kilometers away. The leader crashed into a mountain, demolishing it, and slowly emerged from the rubble. Had Shamo not tempered his force, the leader would have been reduced to ashes. Doraemon handed a spare 4-dimensional pocket to Nobita, then retrieved a gleaming blade from his own pocket. It was the electric sword, capable of autonomous attack and defense, radiating with a golden electric glow, a formidable katana indeed. Doraemon, wielding his luminous blade, plunged into the fray amidst the fierce clash between Uchiha Madara's wood clone and the legions of the reincarnators. With a single stroke, the blinding yellow lightning struck the reincarnator's neck, transforming their sanguine essence into a tempest of crimson mist in an instant. Like a tiger among sheep, Doraemon dispatched each reincarnator's blood clone with precision. As he became increasingly enthralled by the chaos, he inadvertently severed the arm of Madara's Susanoo, which he had been controlling, causing it to crash down upon the reincarnator's clone. Realizing he had unintentionally harmed an ally, Doraemon offered an apologetic smile before rejoining the fray. The onlookers in the chat group were left in awe, momentarily at a loss for words at Doraemon's valor. Donkan from Mist Island remarked, who claimed that Doraemon lacked prowess. With a single blow, he had cleaved through Susanoo's arm. What tremendous offensive capability. Haibodong marveled at the seemingly harmless Doraemon, exclaiming, when he wields his lightning round, "I dare say even the mightiest cannot withstand his strike. We ought to revere him in our martial realm." Amlinger, somewhat speechless, noted, "The true strength lies in that blade. It autonomously attacks, defends, and evades, adeptly countering foes' moves." Doraemon's inherent combat ability appears rather modest. Yet before Amlinger's words could fully take form, several mice emerged from the explosive battleground, evidently startled by the recent turmoil. Upon spotting the rodents, Doraemon's mechanical eyes turned a fiery red as he exclaimed, "Mice. There are mice over here, John." In the midst of the astonished gazes, Doraemon stomped down, causing the ground within a kilometer radius to collapse. As if plowed by an unseen force, the earth trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, obliterating the reincarnator's blood clones and Madara's wood clones standing upon it. The mice were instantly suppressed into the ground, lifeless. Panting heavily, Doraemon gazed at the mice now entrenched beneath the surface, exhaling deeply in relief. He then drew forth the lightning round, surveying the reincarnators who now appeared thoroughly intimidated. Shamo mused, Anlinger, is this what you meant by Doraemon lacking true strength? Had that stomp been directed at a reincarnator, I reckon it would have sent them to their maker. Anlinger awkwardly retorted, I never said that. I take it back. I saw nothing. White. Haibodong. Batman Wayne. Lu Peiqiang pondered aloud. Doraemon is not merely from a future world of centuries. He seems to hail from a future eons ahead. The technology is astonishing, self-attacking light swords and childcare robots with such offensive capabilities. They are not for nurturing children. They are clearly war machines. Just as the group's attention was riveted on Doraemon, Nobi finally retrieved a ray gun and an air cannon from his four pockets. With the air cannon in his left hand and the ray gun in his right, he initiated a relentless barrage, appearing to fire without even aiming. Each shot from the air cannon dispatched a reincarnator's clone, while a single shot from the ray gun pierced through the heads of 3 others. Batman Wayne, observing Nobita's extraordinary marksmanship, fell into deep contemplation. Duncan mused, we are witnessing a grand saga unfold. My Nobita truly embodies the essence of a gun god. Uchiha Madara, witnessing the ferocious Doraemon and Nobita wreaking havoc, felt the severity of his own injuries and sighed in resignation. With his current state, he possessed no capacity to engage in battle, and it seemed the group leader had little inclination to assist him in healing. As Nobita continued his indiscriminate onslaught, 3 blood energy spheres hurtled toward him. Nobita swiftly countered with an air cannon blast, obliterating 1 sphere, then turned to confront the reincarnator responsible for the long-range assault. No longer the timid figure, Nobita exuded confidence with his weapon in hand. The 2 locked eyes, neither making a move as time appeared to stand still. Suddenly, both sprang into action, rolling to the side as 5 blood energy beams surged toward Nobita. With a slight smile, he squeezed the trigger on his ray gun, unleashing a laser energy beam. The beam first struck the side of the initial energy beam, ricocheting to strike the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th beams, ultimately piercing through the 5th beam and hurtling toward the reincarnator, instantly penetrating their heart. Although Nobita professed a reluctance to take lives, his decisiveness in combat was unparalleled. In that fleeting moment, his laser shattered all 5 beams and pierced the reincarnator's chest. The less seasoned members of the chat group failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation, unaware of the peril Nobita had just faced. Following Nobita's critical shot, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Several reincarnators, realizing their leader had lost the will to fight, hastily retreated toward their incapacitated captain. Nobita, observing the fleeing reincarnators, smirked. Let them run for 999 meters. Once the reincarnators had distanced themselves, Nobita elevated his ray gun at a 45-degree angle and fired 5 shots in succession. The beams pursued the fleeing reincarnators, directly piercing the chests of 5 of them. Only the female reincarnator carrying their leader managed to evade this fate. Faced with the imminent loss of her comrades, she resolved to act. Gathering all her blood energy, she formed a chain and siphoned the essence from her nearby allies. Placing her palm upon the captain's chest and infusing him with the amassed power, the captain felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him. He gazed incredulously at the one who had channeled all that energy into him. In the next moment, the remaining reincarnators disintegrated into dust, leaving only the captain standing. Head bowed, feeling the scorching energy within. Suddenly, he raised his gaze, filled with resentment directed toward the chat group. His blood energy surged, transforming into a colossal being of pure essence. The blood giant, with its scarlet eyes, glared menacingly at the members of the chat group. Doraemon, observing the formidable, wrathful blood giant, remained silent as he retrieved a peculiar device resembling a flashlight. It was the shrinking light, capable of diminishing objects to minuscule sizes. Doraemon directed the beam at the towering blood giant, and in an instant, the once 100-meter-tall entity was reduced to the size of a mere plastic cup. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Obito suppressed the injuries within his body and approached, crushing the figure beneath his foot into a pulpy mass. Ding! The task of eliminating the reincarnator has been accomplished. Congratulations to Shamo for earning 1,000 points, Uchiha Obito for 800 points, Nobita Nobi for 500 points, and Zhang Chulan for 100 points. Ding! A new member, I am not a little fool, has joined the chat group. The saga within the chat group continues.